All right, all right. Welcome to Satan's Wrong, a live I Feel a Yawn coming on response to MythVision's stream that's going to be starting in 5 minutes. If anyone wants to join the ride, what I'll do is I'll share the StreamYard link. Here we go. So, does anyone have, before they go live, does anyone have any questions for me? It's going to change some lighting settings here. Pin that. There we go. All right, done. Yeah, so any questions on the documentary per se, or any questions in regards to the discussion I had with IP in response to it? Okay, an off-topic question. Have you watched Dune Part 2? Yes, I have, and it is not just fantastic, but it is a good reminder for the very careful balance of totalitarian Messiah complex thinking. I don't usually endorse the Gospel Coalition website because of its more so reformed bent to it, which again, I consider my Reformed brothers and sisters Christian. It's just I highly disagree with their Calvinism. With that being said, there's two blog posts, one written for the first part, like Dune Part 1 back in 2021. And it's titled something like Dune represents all of us. But now that the second movie's come out, the blog post in response to that, to the new one, is a very interesting, and I highly agree with it, a very interesting title that, like, you have basically a perception of a type of Messiah, but Jesus, as presented in the Gospels, is totally different, absolutely different. In fact, Paul Atreides does what, ironically enough, what I mean, I'm not like not wholesale, but does what's sort of similar to the Islamic version of Jesus, what he would do if he were to come back. In other words, for Muslims, Jesus is supposed to come back, literally destroy the cross, like destroy the image and symbolism of the cross, apparently kill all the swine, and bring it all full front back into like an Islamic fold. The reason why is because, and not just that, but also die a natural death and then resurrect. Because Muslims believe that Jesus didn't die on the cross; he was taken away, and which means if that didn't happen, he would have continued his natural life, grow an old person and die, and blah blah. So Paul Atreides in Dune Part 2, this out of space jihad, right? Like it's a type of cosmic jihad that he's going to do. This is also the reason why George Lucas, with Star Wars, this is why he turned it around with Luke and Anakin Skywalker, because at least with Anakin and Luke, there's this notion of going towards a sacrifice. I'm going to sacrifice. Like, for example, when Luke throws away his lightsaber, yes, he's defeated Vader, but he's willing to take on the pain for the sake of his father in front of the Emperor. To me, Luke and Anakin fit a much better Christ-like messianic perception than Paul Atreides. Um, but at the same time, this notion of paradise and like the freedom for the Fremen and the scale of it's no longer just countries on a localized planet like Earth that are warring with each other. Rather, these are like worlds now warring with each other. And then the Bene Gesserit with their pre-programmed genetic experimentation for like finding out which one is going to be the one to bend space and time together and all that stuff. That's like an inverted Genesis 6 sort of situation. The sons of God comes to the daughter of men, right? In Dune, it's reversed. It's like the daughters of God come to the sons of men, not the daughters of men, but the sons of men, and they they're the ones behind the scenes controlling it. They're basically like the Watchers in Genesis, in Daniel 4 and in the Book of Enoch. And oh yeah, when is Rob going to ride his first sandworm? Uh, hopefully in the New Jerusalem. um, let's see if they started. No, they haven't started yet. Why do so many people think that Satan would not misrepresent the data? Well, it's the whole thing is just a fanfic make believe. I'm going to speak in the shoes of this creature that they consider to be mythical as well. And the irony here is this is why I've titled the stream "I Feel a Yawn Coming On," because it's stuff that I'm like, I've seen this. All the books behind me touch on all these topics. Um, there's like nothing new under the sun here. What a waste of time and space. But to each to their own. If he wants to make documentaries, at least, okay, I'll give credit where credit is due. At least they've only brought on the critical scholars, and that's it, right? Um, that's their argumentation. Does it stand the test of time? Well, there's a lot of holes in their narrative, so to speak. But the credit where credit is due comment is for the fact that the sad truth is that there are Christians that are unaware of the discussions that do take place. Now, is it their fault for not knowing those discussions? No, it's not. But this is again where I find the documentary to be disingenuous. There are a lot of fundamentalist Christians that I would heavily disagree on, like young Earth creation and all that stuff. But never would I, at the same time, would I ever judge that person as being, evil or disingenuous, or if those parents are homeschooling their kids, that therefore those kids are going to turn out horrible and bad. You can't make those large-scale judgments. Uh, I'm thankful I didn't come up, I'm thankful I wasn't brought up in a fundamentalist background. I'm thankful that I had a multicultural experience coming from India, and the diversity of religions as well as the Christian faith. But what's curious about the Christian faith that they practiced, even the Hindus, even those who are non-European, as my family ancestors were, all of them showcase a type of reverence, um, not fundamentalism. There's no concept of fundamentalism in those cultures. It's there's a protocol. Think high church. You're coming now into sacred territory. What's the protocol? That and then that environment is completely stands out to the regular happenings of the chaos on the streets just down the road. Even the way people like those Christians that so not just not just only the bishop, but even the Christians that would then congregate and gather around, and how they were. There's like a formality. Now again, I'm not throwing the West under the bus here. When I see kids running around in church and making noise, and but there is a sense of disrespect I've noticed in Western religions, or just Western culture, and then like it becomes like a common sort of what they call contemporary churches. There's none of that when I grew up, and it's not that you were scolded either. It's not that you get a rap on the wrist if you misbehave or something. It because that trickles down back to your upbringing and how you are. And no, I'm not saying I was perfect. I only remember up to the age of 5 onwards, but it was just natural for me, despite me not believing in it. And I was never a believer until 2015. But there was already like an ingrained sort of, okay, now's the time to just be mellow, be quiet, respect the fact that this is a difference. I could already tell the situation was different. So so what I've noticed is this anxiety. For example, when I saw Derek and Josh, so Josh Bowen, his deconversion story, and I do appreciate a lot of the things that Josh said. Giving an insight into his psychology, and ultimately it just comes from a psychology of, like, as he said himself, like a fundamentalist background. He had this, like, this is his words, not mine. He says that he was the nicest racist. Like, again, he is a genuinely good guy. Like, he's not racist. It's just at the time he was sort of self-aware of how racist he was, and how, like, an us versus them attitude, and his entire endeavor was degrading education and only thinking about the gospel and the Bible, and like his whole world was like a fixation on basically the Great Commission sort of thing. And he went into the languages and a PhD in Assyrian studies, because he thought that learning these ancient languages would help his apologetic for the gospel. And then Derek of Myth Vision shares how he's had a taste of all sorts of church life, like ranging from the Pentecostal to the Presbyterian Reformed to, take your pick. Again, when I hear all this, there's a lot of like what Ecclesiastes says, grasping after the wind, like the so-called chase. And then there's a burnout that happens. And when the burnout happens, because they don't have the subjective feeling, the godlike, or they what they thought was a godlike feeling, spiritual feeling of some sort. And then when that burnout happens, which ironically enough is a very human thing, again, who knows if God was genuinely involved or not? Not, I'm on the fence on that. If he wasn't, I wouldn't be surprised. If he was, there could be some reasons I'm not aware of. My testimony is not that I was chasing after the wind, like chasing after God and chasing after religions and so on. Mine was, mine was. I'm coming from a culture where you have to survive. That's the least of your worries, debating God's existence and debating, like, this Hebrew word means this, and oh my gosh, it may contradict this verse, and oh no, and none of that's going on in a culture like India. And but these guys, and it's not just these guys, it's people I see even just in the church just down the road in Australia. Like, not all, but there are some who had this angst. And then I get emails from people who watch their content, not to throw anyone under the bus here, but I'll just generalize it, but I do get emails and messages like, Rob, this is really worrying me. What about this? And what about that? And how do you answer this? And how do you answer that? And I think to myself, what's this thing? Why have the anxiety? I just don't get it. Just to summarize before I move on, what I mean is, the way my mind works is that, first and foremost, I exist. Secondly, I have air in my lungs. Thirdly, I know I'm a thinking person. Fourthly, I have the capacity or the wherewithal and the abilities and the resources to, and I'm privileged to have what I have. So I'm thankful and fortunate to, if I need to go into areas psychologically and mentally, go into areas of like, what's the meaning of life? Or, I mean, but that in itself is such a broad. For example, are you going to specialize in one niche area of life, like, I don't know, nanotechnology? You could if you wanted to. Your whole life can just revolve around that. But notice that is still a part, like a piece of a puzzle, of the grand whole, which we call the universe, which we call reality. Do you want to go into a field of biology? If you want to go into a field of chemical exploration, geology, space exploration, the epistemology of things, right? You want to do something artistic, so nothing scientific, more like art, so music, poetry, cooking, clothing, architecture. Take your pick. Even this Martin Martin Luther King Martin Luther, the politician, not the theologian, the politician, famously said, even if your occupation is sweeping the floor, well, sweep that floor, like take that job, or that, what that's a job, right? Like, take that, what you either you've chosen to do, or whether you like it or not, you've been forced to do. Take that job and treat it in such a way that even the angels in heaven will sing for joy over the the hard work and the effort that's gone into the sweeper. The point is, life produces a lot of lemons, and then the famous saying, right? If life produces lemons, produce lemonade. there are people that just need to get along with their lives. They just need to survive. They work, and then there are those, and they try and make something out of that. And then there are those who are fortunate enough to maybe love their jobs, or like fall into a career path that they can, or they've been wishing for, and then throw in maybe a spirituality into that. And sure enough, there are cultures that do that. I know many very good scientists, for example, at the university that I'm at, that are not Christian, but I have a sense of spirituality. Um, I've come across Christians in those fields too, and I've also come across atheists in those fields. What's curious is that the atheists in those fields, those that are genuine, like genuine academics, they are the most nicest type of people. The Christians who are academics, other religious folks are academics, the atheists who are academics, they're some of the most nicest people I've come across. They don't, and they themselves don't debate these issues. They are open to discussing those issues rather than closing it. There's no, they don't have like a, I'll use this word, they don't have like a constipation. So the religious folk don't have a religious constipation in debunking the atheist folk and vice versa. It's just like, the famous Carl Sagan thing, like, you're on the same rock, just get on with it. So that's my attitude. That's always been my family's attitude. And so when we come to things like, Christianity, and especially with me running Sentinel or writing the commentaries that I do for the local study group, or just my own musings, like I want to share what's there based on my discovery, which means I'm standing on the shoulder of giants. And yeah, there's like a this adventure, this excitement about it. There's never an angst about it. Anyway, but documentaries like this, they're designed in such a way as to rattle the cage a little bit for those who, unfortunately, are brought up to fear the other side, to then fear themselves and to fear the position that they're in. And then there are some strong-minded folk who appreciate documentaries like that. So if you read the comments, they'll say, "We thank you for making this documentary. I was once XYZ. Now I've come out of it. I'm an ex-Christian now. I live a much happier life." Okay, great. Good on you. I prefer the fact that you have a more grounded perception of life. That to me is more important than echo chamber brainwashing. But then don't throw the don't throw the baby with the bathwater, sort of thing, right? Like, don't at the same time just shut your door to religion per se. Because if you do that, then your so-called strong-minded self-realization becomes its own closeted echo chamber now that you're an atheist. Now that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is those who see that documentary and may doubt their faith. I've had messages sent to me, all right, so I'm going to be absolutely blunt about this, that breaks my heart. I've had messages sent to me where it's literally, and I don't know how this will fare with YouTube and I don't know if I don't want to be too open about this, but it is heartbreaking. I've had messages like, let's just go along the, like, self-harm, let's just put it that way, the S word. You know, this must be the end of it all. There's no point. And I've had to console these people and tell them, look, it's okay. Even if this has sort of messed with your theology a bit, or if you feel like God isn't talking, or if you feel the Bible is just a human work, I point them in the direction of, in the archive channel, I have a lot of Heiser's works, and Heiser has people like scholars like Heiser has pulled them back. Then they've messaged me back saying, hey, that was a really helpful sort of recalibration on the issues, and again, I'm not going to call these people immature or not strong-minded. Like, I use the term strong-minded before, sort of in a sarcastic way, just because they're saying the S word. No, everyone has issues and weaknesses and struggles, and what I'm trying to say is that I would take the principle of what James says. Like, when James says, those who have the tongue or the pen, or those who are in the position of teaching, they will receive the greater judgment and stuff. And you have to be aware very carefully the potential influence you may have. Like, even I'm aware of that. And the older I get, the more aware, and the more I freak out thinking, crap. Some of the older videos, I may have said something really stupid, and I just need to delete it. And that's what I've done. Like, on my YouTube channel, I've cleaned up a lot that I find to be outdated and not relevant. And so, yeah, again, I'm not saying this is like the general case. I'm just saying this is what the feedback I've gotten, and the feedback I see as a spectator. And I'm thankful that there are communities that are there to help regardless. So let's see if they started. Yeah, looks like they started. You're already 18 minutes into it. So what I'll do is I wonder if they've spoken about me. So what I'll do is I'll put my headphones on, and then we'll start streaming. This time, just water. Also, I hope the volume's coming in through. So if anyone can let me know that the volume's good, then that's good. Loud and clear. All right. I'll put it on 1.5x speed, see what goes on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I never would have dreamed, literally a decade ago, of even flirting with the idea of a title for a YouTube video saying Satan was right. Just the very essence of the superstition of saying those words coming back to bite me, as if God might actually attack me, curse me, something like that, was a real reality in my head. It actually...
There you go. See? Right off the bat. Do you see this? This is this reinforcement sort of thing with his own crowd. You see, all of you used to be thinking just like me. I, in this fundamentalist condition, had this freak out, like if I said Satan is right, or even entertaining the thought. And since you agree or have the same perception as me, then it's like a self-reinforcement sort of thing. It's very unfortunate that, say if it's true that that's his psychological reflection, and say if there's a lot of people that had the same as Derek, then man, that's heartbreaking. It's a little bit like especially you see, especially in India, for example. So as an atheist, I would mock the Hindus, not ha ha ha, you stupid. I would mock them in the sense of showing their irrationality if they would consider sacred places to be haunted, or don't go into this territory, or don't eat that, or even my mom, for example, like on that, I remember that clearly. That one particular day, this is after the Pride night, there was this big religious festival. They're throwing all this powder on everyone. No, it's not the Holy Festival. There's another festival where we're walking through the markets the next morning. I was around 6 years of age, 5 or 6, and I was with a friend, and even my mum, being superstitious, don't touch any of the powder, these puddles of powder after that religious festival the prior night. Anyway, my friend and I decided to test each other who could jump over this particular puddle and not land in it. And sure enough, both of us landed in it. Within 5 seconds, I didn't know what was going on with my friend. I was fine. But we both landed in it, okay? But he immediately snapped into a type of seizure. Obviously now in hindsight, when I look back, it like I know now what seizures are. That at that age you don't know what it is, but it's a type of seizure. He had an unusual strength about him, and he was speaking Hindi. His blood was coming out of his nose. He was convulsing. His eyes just sort of rolled back a little bit. He's just lying on the floor and just convulsing, but speaking Hindi and profanities in Hindi. Now, how do you explain that? Now, was the powder a type of hallucinogen? Some sort of, chemical substance that, as part of the so-called religious party of the prior night? Could have been. Maybe he had an influx of that. Who knows? What's interesting, though, is that there was a Hindu, like a guru, that tried to, help him. But my family's not Catholic. However, mom being mom, well, we need to take him straight to the Catholic priest. And sure enough, because he's just 10 minutes down the road, they're like, and as usual, whenever stuff like this happens, a huge crowd gathers, and the whole crowd goes with this. And yeah, the Catholic priest was able to what you'd call exorcise him. Now, how do you explain stuff like that? Now, here's what's funny: the Hindus or any religious person, they don't immediately go, "Did you look at that? Did you see that? You see, that's evidence of a supernatural realm, or that's evidence of some sort of supernatural dimension to reality." No, they just get on with their lives. They just go back to work. It's like, oh yeah, exorcism took place, yeah, whatever. That's what I find interesting. But over here, if something drastic like that would happen, it's like, ooh. I wonder if Anthony Flew, what would Anthony Flew say to that? Now that happened. Anyway.
Would have been something that I was probably cursing a kid or possibly a future situation going wrong in my life because, well, I'm on the bad guy's team now, it seems. Of course, we're going to be talking about this documentary called Satan's Guide, and specifically to the Bible. I actually spoke to the producer who created this documentary before it went viral on YouTube. I was in the works with Satan himself. That's right. I've been in cahoots with the guy for a little bit now. Now, there's going to be some people watching this who are actually going to think that I'm being literally telling you this, and they're going to believe this. That's the kind of mindset that's in the head of some people who watch Myth Vision. There are going to be responses to this response, most likely. I'm pretty positive, because we're going to be laying it on thick and hopefully not beating around the bush, letting you know what we honestly think about this documentary, as well as the state of the scholarship pertaining to the Bible, from Old to New Testament. Without further ado, I want to introduce our guests. I have three joining me today, a trinity of sorts. It's a reverse trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You could equate them as an upside-down cross. We're getting pretty heretical pretty quickly here, but I hope you could stay tuned, enjoy, and subscribe to all their YouTube channels. The links are in the description. With that being said, welcome to Myth Vision.
It was a terrible movie.
What just happened, man?
Yeah, as usual, Kip has to. I'm disappointed in you, Kip. Honestly, I thought I could be building bridges with you or some sort of interaction with you, but putting up Dr. Falk's face like that, yeah. I'm not offended by it. I'm just disappointed. I mean, you could do better, is what I'm saying. And also for those laughing and so on, yeah, you could do better.
There was no mention of Egyptian loanwords.
Oh, hey, I got Dr. Kill, I got Dr. Joshua Bowen, and then I have my good friend Paul Davidson.
I mean, you had me. I don't know that I'm here anymore, but
I know that was a heck of an intro there, Kip.
Sorry, guys.
This is the documentary we're talking about, Satan's Guide on YouTube. I am quite impressed with the amount of subscribers from one documentary and just a couple of shorts. So 33,000 subscribers from one movie. And then there's the trailer. But Satan's Guide to the Bible, if you haven't watched it, it's fun. It's got some songs that are going to stay in your head. I'm going to let it shine. That's been in my head all day.
As my friend Apologia said, we all just wish we're the ones who made this documentary.
Right.
Right.
It's just, this documentary's been in the works for over a decade. To give some people context to this, the works that have been being done by Satan himself predates Myth Vision and the critical stuff that we've been doing on YouTube in this way. And I find it interesting that some people thought, I think you told me this, Kip, that I made this video or something. Was that you?
I heard from one person at least who was suspicious that you might have been the creator.
Got it. Well, it makes sense in light of critical scholars coming on and just laying it on thick as to what is going on with the Bible. And so I definitely want to get into that. We're going to get into some sections. It's too long for us to review tonight. Dr. Josh, has a certain time restriction, and I think Kent Hoven's supposed to be visiting Josh sometime here in a little bit.
Popping up stairs recently, so.
So when Kent Hoven comes by, do you have to go? Is that it? You have to go hang out?
Well, I mean, it's not that he
Dr.
really comes
Dino.
by, right? Like, he's been crashing in our basement for about 2 years now, but
Right. Okay.
if he comes upstairs, it becomes a problem. They're gonna back down.
We have to hide the kids.
Okay.
Keep him away from the kids. Yeah. So subscribe to Inquisitive Bible Reader. Subscribe.
Just a quick comment, reply to Jamie. What does praise look like in the church you were describing, or was that not a thing? Yeah, so high church that I've grown up and I still cherish, because if I can have the time, I will still go and attend a high church. But at the same time, I have, for the sake of making new friends and I don't know, just having a feel of the Christian culture at large, I do attend your contemporary type. So the praise that I was introduced to is your classical, the hymns, but not just Church of England hymns, but we're talking hymns going back to the 1600s. Hymns that have a story, all right? It has an introduction, a middle, and an end, always. And it's always the gospel story. Sometimes the hymns are self-reflective, like precatory psalms, like hymns of, here's a genuine issue, Lord, now what? And sometimes those hymns will end not on a happy note. Sometimes those hymns will end on a rhetorical question. Either it's a rhetorical question where you're throwing it back to God. Okay, now what? But and so therefore all you can do is, here I am, just leave it at that. Or a self-reflective sort of, now what to you? You see, the church experience that Derek and all these guys have had, and again, it's my frustration with, maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm just genuinely biased. But my frustration with contemporary churches is that they don't sing hymns. They sing songs that just repeat the same line over and over and over again. Like, one of my favorite hymns, all right? One of my favorite hymns. I'll just read out one and then I'll continue with the stream. Is More Than a Conqueror. I just want to read this out. It'll be in the let's see. Okay, here we go. Found it. It's 680. Yeah, but this is by Samuel W. Gandhi in 1837. I'll just screenshot this. And you know what? I'll just share my whole screen. How about that? Just to save time. All right, so this is, I have Charles Spurgeon's magnum opus, Our Own Hymn Book, a collection of psalms and hymns for public, social, and private worship, compiled by Spurgeon, 1883. Literally, there's over 1,000 hymns, plus the entire psalms, all paraphrased by all the well-known scholars of the past. I mean, we're talking 15th century onwards. Anyway, my favorite, though, is this one, which I remember clearly as a young boy in the Indian church, because we sang this hymn. And let's make sure you guys can see it. Yep. So it says, His be the victor's name, who fought our fight alone. Triumphant saints no honor claim, his conquest was his own. He, hell in hell, laid low, made sin, he sin overthrew, bowed to the grave, destroyed it so, and death by dying slew. Just look at the beauty of this poetry over here. So, his be the victor's name, who fought our fight alone. Triumphant saints no honor claim. We have nothing to claim in that fight. His conquest was his own. He hell in hell laid low, made sin, he sin overthrew, bowed to the grave. Wow, he's bowing to who? He's bowing to the grave. But by doing so, he even destroys it. And death. So he destroys the grave, he destroys death by also dying. And because he's dying, he's slain in that. What though the accuser roar of ills that we have done? Wow, that in itself is truthful to practically every human being. When people do misdeeds or wrongs or whatever, both genuinely bad wrongs and those who are, unaware of. But accusations take place, and one of the great accusers, ironically enough, Satan literally means the accuser in the book of Job, which is not the devil. Just to clarify, the Satan figure in Job is not the devil, because even Yahweh takes the title Satan. It just means to oppose or to accuse. The being who then takes on that term in a genuine evil, malevolent manner is the being that we then call Satan. So, what though the accuser raw of ills that we have done? We know them well, and thousands more. Jehovah findeth none. Sin, Satan, death appear to harass and appall. Yet since the gracious Lord is near, backward they go and fall. We meet them face to face, through Jesus' conquest blessed, march in the triumph of his grace, right onward to our rest. So we're marching our final destination in Christ. What is that destination? In light of this world that is ridden with chaos comf, which, guess what, has a massive appeal for, in this case, a third world country like India. The chaosness of life, there's a reverential, we meet them face to face. We will meet death face to face. Remember Gladiator? Maximus' famous line in that movie. Death looks at us all, but all we can do is smile back. And guess what? Death faced Jesus, but he's the only one in history to then defeat that reality. And so therefore, in Jesus, we have now this, and it's a gift, right? Not of works, lest any should boast. It's a gift that's been given unto us. So what do we do with that gift? We march in the triumph of his what? Grace. We are marching the triumph of the gift and the grace that he's given us. It's not some, I was talking about Dune just a moment ago. It's not like Paul Atreides, where he just marches in with his Fremen and then kills Baron, whom actually his grandfather, and then tells the emperor to kneel and to kiss his ring, and this whole revenge plot that transpires. No, that is ironically the Islamic eschatology of what Jesus would do and what the Isa of Islam would do. Take any religion, and the deities are always, it's in a sense of like a warring against something, and then it's like, oh, look at me, see how powerful I am, and therefore you should worship me now. No. Jesus, so the God of this universe, takes the form of a mortal human because he wants to conform his ontology with this particular species, which ultimately stardust. Humans arrive through evolution. The whole cosmos is now confined, so to speak, in the sentient species that we call the human being, the Homo sapien. And Jesus does, and God, this creator God in Christ, decides to do one thing and one thing only: prepare a way out of the constraints of this chaos comf, this corrupting bondage, as Paul says in Romans 8, because he loves us. That's the whole gospel narrative. And therefore and he does this because he's gracious. And so therefore, what's our right response? Well, okay, so when we meet death, and death we shall meet, for surely each one of us will meet death one day. As a Christian, I can say, through Jesus' conquest blessed, notice it's a blessed conquest, march in the triumph of his grace, right onward to our rest. So I'm not going to be R.I.P. in the grave 6 feet under. I'm going to be R.I.P. in Christ. I'm in his bosom, so to speak. My quote-unquote grave is with the Blessed Trinity. So our doxology then, okay, notice the hymn's doxology at the end. Bless, bless the conqueror slain. Wow, he's a conqueror, but he's only a conqueror because he's been slain. That in itself is a paradox. How can you worship, or have a conqueror lead you when he's already slain? Well, that's the point. That is the Christian message. Because see, slain in his victory, who lived, who died, who lives again, for thee, his church, for thee. So, slain in his victory, then this lived, died, lives again. But for what cause? For you. And churchia, ecclesia, his body, this image of we're all living stones connected together, building up this holy sanctuary. So that's just a taste for the type of hymns that I was introduced to, and the reverential aspect of how to approach the Christian faith that is lacking in churches today. And I wouldn't be surprised, and again, this is me presuming, I could be presuming ignorantly here, so I'm speaking outside any knowledge of, say, Derek's life, or Josh Bowen's life, or Kip's life. But I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't take it upon themselves to either read or meditate or experience these sorts of hymns weekly. All right, let's come back to the video.
Kip Davis. I mean, literally, I'd love to spend more time, but we do want to get into the review and have some fun with all of you, giving our honest thoughts, lay it on their thick. And if you have any problems, we're going to try and express what we may have said differently or whatever. So subscribe to my friend Paul Davidson, Kip Davis, and of course, Megan Lewis runs the channel, which is why the channel is so fabulous.
That's right.
But Joshua Bowen, of course, is also in cahoots with Digital Hammurabi, as well as has written many books and has some on the way. Recently did the Old Testament Endorsed Slavery, Volume 2, 2nd edition. And you got to get some of the books that he has. Also courses on MVP courses. Kip Davis did pretty much real ancient Israelite religion, taking you into what it would have been like back then. So,
hey, Saint Ronan, do you have some popcorn ready? Because I want to have some scotch, but I'm being a good boy. I'm having some water.
That being said, I think it's
Oh.
Oh my god.
Wow. Have you watched Dune Part 2, guys?
That's a good question. Yeah.
So they're aware that I'm streaming. That's good. That's good. Here we go. Now the fun begins, as Anakin says.
I'm sure Rob's going to talk about it for 40 minutes.
Okay, Rob, we see you. Okay, enough joking around. Satan's Guide here. Do we want to jump head first into Egypt, Exodus, or do we want to comment first before we play anything?
I mean, it's probably worthwhile maybe just saying something about the documentary to start with. As I saw it, and the reason I really liked it, beyond the fact that it's very entertaining and incredibly well produced. The thing that I loved so much about it was that this was a documentary about critical biblical scholarship. And there's just not enough of those, right? I thought it was a very nice way of presenting to people who may not be overly familiar with modern biblical scholarship, or even the difference between modern biblical scholarship and theology, or the difference between what scholars do and what pastors do. I thought this was a really nice, very digestible introduction to the kind of work that scholars do, why they do it, and where this takes us.
And the thing that's, I think, really important to say.
Yeah, I disagree with that, Kip, because the documentary didn't even give a taste of the minute argumentation that transpires within critical scholarship. It's just, here's a bunch of Sunday school kids. Here's a person masqueraded as this hypothetical mythical Satan, claiming, I know things that you're not taught. Ironically enough, a lot of the critical scholars are evangelical themselves. And there are papers in SBL, JBL, take your pick, that are constantly going back and forth, back and forth. You even have, say, Collins, who appears in the documentary, where he will cite certain scholarship in, say, his Daniel commentary for Hermenia, and he will give his own argumentation for certain things, and then at the same time there'll be a footnote that says, oh, by the way, I respectfully disagree with so and so, despite the argumentation being fascinating or intriguing, which is an argumentation that actually gives a more conservative outlook. But because of this potential issue and this, this potential sort of like argument from silence, where even Collins himself admits sometimes that he's arguing from silence. In other words, there's like a stalemate, like both camps reach a stalemate. It's like, flip a coin now. That's the sort of thing that does go on. The documentary didn't highlight that. The documentary is just mocking the Christian faith. That's all it's doing. It caricatures Jesus as well as unsophisticated. I find it curious that the documentary, here's how disingenuous the documentary is. It would quote critical scholars, and it'll harp on this thing, like the golden rule and so on. But never did I see any quotation. You're going through all this rigmarole of, the origins of Israel. Oh, no. Israelites were initially Canaanites, and the Israel, even the term Israel, it's a Canaanite sort of term, and no history in the Exodus, and on it goes, right? And then by the time you reach Jesus, oh, interesting. Jesus is not critically evaluated. There's nothing, literally in the documentary, take your pick from any gospel, Jesus is not critically evaluated. Like, for example, the Beatitudes. Where in the documentary did the documenter go, hey, that's a bad teaching of Jesus? No, it'll go straight to the so-called happenings of the empty grave and the resurrection, and because again, that's the focal point, due to the fact that there's a lot of discussion there. How curious. The authors, the later authors of the New Testament that reflect on the life of Christ, take like Hebrews 6. In Hebrews 6 it says, let me just bring it up. Okay. Here's one of your clear reflections in the New Testament in regards to Jesus. It says, is it Hebrews 6 or is it Hebrews 7? Let me just go down here. Yes, it's Hebrews 7, sorry. So if you read from verse, say, I'll go from like 24. It says, but because Jesus lives forever, he has a permanent priesthood. Therefore, because he always lives to intercede for them, he is able to save completely those who come to God through him. So this obviously presupposes the reality of the resurrection. If Jesus did indeed rise again, then all the other theological ramifications of this priestly language, and hence the epistemological nature of, how the atonement will work, and that's now in the grand cosmic narrative. It's no longer just the superstition of the old covenant perception of sacred space associated with the shedding of animal blood and blah blah blah. No, this becomes a lot more real, a lot more tangible, organic, because if Jesus is God in flesh in that hypostatic union, then there's a lot more at stake here in regards to the reality of death, the grave, sin. And now notice what the author says. And I believe it's Priscilla. I believe Priscilla wrote Hebrews. So we need such a high priest. One who is, and now here's the clarification, holy, innocent, pure, set apart from sin, exalted above the heavens. He has no need to offer sacrifices every day like high priests do, first for his own sins and then for those of the people, since he did this once for all when he sacrificed himself. For the law appoints as high priests men who are weak, but the promised oath, which comes after the law, results in a son who is eternally perfect. So, eternally perfect. Now, here's where the rubber hits the road. The documentary would absolutely have debunked Christianity wholesale if it went against those so-called audacious statements of Christ, like what you see there in Hebrews 7. If you could prove that Jesus is not eternally perfect, that he isn't everything that Hebrews 7 says he is, now you've debunked Christianity. But how interesting, the documentary never went that direction. It's just these little tidbits of, I bet you didn't know that there's a possibility that the Hebrews are actually Canaanites. And, because see, you have to think of Ezekiel 16, and Ezekiel 16, it says Amorite, Abraham, Amorite, Hittite language is used. And it's like, duh. This is the whole issue that I, like when I raised up in IP's stream, and Heinzer was going to go, like, his whole Unseen Realm Part 2 was engaging with exactly the Amorite, Hittite, Sea People stuff in regards to the Genesis 6 fallout, which would have been fascinating. There's no issues with that, but then you see that's the breadcrumb trail. You start with that, and you sort of chip away with all these other issues, like, see, the book of Daniel. It's a Maccabean work. Yeah, except for the fact that there are critical scholars who also hold to the Maccabean date that are evangelical and still interpret the fourth beast as Rome, ironically enough. Which means it has genuine predictive prophecy. And then it applies to Jesus, as you see the early church utilize. And also the critical scholars who are evangelical make very good arguments about how Jesus fits Daniel 9 and Daniel 7. Specifically, the Son of Man, whom even non-evangelical critical scholars like Michael Siegel will say, oh yeah, the Son of Man figure in Daniel 7 has to be Yahweh. That's after his interesting chiastic sort of argumentation and layering, he'll argue that, the Son of Man, this is in his 2016 work, Dreams, Riddles, and so on. His very recent 2022 paper, this is Michael Siegel, he goes and responds back to a 2018 paper that he did about the 2,300 figure in Daniel 8. So initially he was conjecturing what that meant. But then Michael Siegel in 2022 released a paper going, by the way, I was completely wrong. Rather, this is a recalculation to show that there's something quite interesting about a Levitical Pesha. So Pesha in Qumran, in the Damascus document, on a saying in the book of Leviticus in regards to the daily offerings, and therefore 2,300 days is to do with how many daily offerings are missed, and hence it fits a perfect to the day, exactly 2,300 days. Well, 2,300 times that the daily offerings offered is translation of that verse. So it fits a 3.5 year schema, which fits a Maccabean schema. It fits exactly the 3.5 years that the daily offerings were missed. Again, fascinating paper. I believe he's unlocked that perfectly. Now, what's curious is that he doesn't seem to argue. He presupposes, but he doesn't argue that therefore this is why we should date Daniel to the Maccabean period. Why not argue for, as the angel says, this is what will happen, that this is the case? Why can't that be true? That's not discussed. Anyway, let's come back to the video.
And not that obviously I haven't memorized all the things that he covers in the video.
I did. I don't know what you did.
Sorry, guys, I'm not Kip Davis. So, but I mean, like, I don't remember watching the video and thinking, I don't know, that seems a little fringe, or that seems like a minority position in the field. Like, I just don't remember that coming up. In fact, very, very frequently thinking to myself, yeah, this is just what scholars say about this, right? Like, so it's been funny to me to watch different apologists try to come at this.
Right.
And it's just, I know we say it all the time, right, Kip, when we're in these circles, like, guys, this isn't something that's like really up for debate in the field. This is just what scholars say about it. So
it's definitely propaganda, though, you would say.
Yes,
right?
well, I mean, obviously that.
Of course, as long as we know that. Paul, what's your comment on it before we start?
Yeah, so you know what's interesting about this, right? I want to show you guys something. You guys ready for some shocking material? There was a paper released last September, not even half a year ago, in regards to the book of Samuel. Now, it is, for some reason, my university library can't seem to access this. But it is a brutal publication, so I'm going to try and find a way to access it. Maybe I'll have to buy it, but in itself it's quite expensive. So, but here is this paper that was just released, titled, I don't know why it's coming up a little shoddy like that. I'll just leave it like that. It's titled Hidden in Plain Sight, Saul's Male Trauma Narrative in 1 Samuel. That's by a scholar who actually is an ordained rabbi, Barbara Theed, I think is how you pronounce her last name. So 19 September 2023. Here is the... let's see if I can zoom in without this. I suppose I'll have to just leave it like that. All right, so here is the abstract. Are you guys ready for this? King Saul's story is not simply a tool for justifying Yahweh's decision to promote David in his place. It is a narrative of trauma that demonstrates how biblical hegemonic masculinity normalizes sexual violence perpetrated by men against men. Saul is the victim of repeated and sexualized assault by a controlling, coercive deity. So she's literally arguing that Yahweh sexually raped Saul. That's her argument. After such attacks, Saul loses control over his speech, his mind, and his body. He experiences disassociation, helplessness, terror, and rage. In abusing Saul, Yahweh is aided and abetted by Samuel and by David. So in other words, she argues that in 1 Samuel 10 verse 6, where it says that the power of Yahweh will overcome you. Well, apparently the the Hebrew there, obviously there's levels of translation in, you know, for that particular word. Selak, I think, is the Hebrew term. That it can mean by force, or it can even mean success. It has usages for success. But basically her argument is, because I read an interview like that she did. I could not access the paper, but I read an interview on this book that she's about to publish based on this publication. That, when Yahweh penetrates David and Samuel, they're able to withstand it. That they're able to uphold this penetration of Yahweh. Like, they can take it, basically. But because Saul is this victim, this rape victim, and so then the narrative is designed to denigrate Saul. Like, ha ha ha, you couldn't withstand this power that Yahweh did. And so therefore this is why a new king has to come in the scene and overtake Saul. And like, this is the type of nonsense that, I mean, she's an ordained rabbi, and she's pulling in present day, you know, situations and presuming that psychologically this is the sort of thing going on back at the time, or some sort of it's no different to what we see when we complain about, you know, the recent Star Wars films that have come out, and we complain like, oh, you're importing present day political and cultural issues onto this mythical story. You're projecting onto it. And why do you think people got frustrated with it? Because it's not Star Wars anymore. So now notice, this is not the Bible anymore. It is just projecting this, anachronistically projecting woke, you know, when we use terms like woke and wokeness and this and that, just putting that onto the text. Talk about eisegesis, this is it. And so then this author continues, the sexualized violence Saul experiences marks him and silences him. And just before he dies, there's a typo here. I think it's just what it should say is he makes a single allusion to the trauma. I don't know, this is bad. Some sort of typos happened here. He make a single allusion to the trauma he long endured by invoking the rape he fears at the hands of the Philistines. In fact, after his death, Saul is metaphorically raped, his body stripped, decapitated, impaled, and displayed. He is no trauma survivor, but its victim. That is that is what's going on here. Now, what's interesting is there was a whole brouhaha of this by Dan McClellan. Now, Dan, if anyone's interested, there was a whole back and forth. So this is a particular video. I won't play it, but I'll just show you where to find it. There's a part 1 and a part 2, and there's a particular Christian that was reacting to this who was, in my opinion, quite rude about it. So it's titled, this is in Dan's video, it's titled, Does the Spirit Penetrate Saul in 1 Samuel 10:6? And then he made a part 2, Did the Spirit Penetrate Saul? Again, responding to that TikToker, and on it goes. Anyway, so the reason why I bring this up is because Derek is like, oh, it's propaganda. Like, apparently, you know, my friend Mike Winger, for example, argues that the documentary was full of propaganda. I would argue that studies like that is propaganda. So why should I take that study seriously? I mean, I can think of good scholars that have written on First and Second Samuel, like Harry Hoffner for the EEC series. The funny thing is, I actually went to check Hoffner's insights on this, and Hoffner has nothing to say about, oh, he's the victim here. We should really care about Saul's situation and so on. And no, there's something wrong with him, genuinely. Also, what's interesting is that I came across a study, in hindsight of this discussion that was happening. I came across a psychologist who actually, and it's quite sad, and he was a Christian psychologist, a well-renowned psychologist that passed away in October of last year. So ironically enough, a month after that paper was published. His name is Patrick Beckersteth. And here's the paper that I came across. This is just a side point, just on the Saul thing, and I'll come back to this dream. But notice his engagement here. Now, here's the irony. Here you have biblical scholars, so-called, who go down these, well, as of late, these wild, insane rhetoric and hermeneutics. And here's an actual, by a trained psychologist who, being Christian, he wanted to highlight something that he himself has now placed, before his passing, he's placed now as part of the practice, a certain phenomena within psychology to then utilize this approach with respect to victims who may be suffering with that. So, the paper is titled, "What is a Reasonable Framework in Which to Understand the Captivating Behavior of Saul, Ancient Israel's First King?" Notice this was published in May of last year. And so he says, not many writers have made suggestions about Saul's mental state as reported in the Judaic-Christian Bible. He became king under the tutelage of Samuel, a highly respected prophet of the Israelite God Yahweh. At some points during his reign, the biblical narrative depicted him as at least mentally unstable, if not decisively insane. Modern-day writers in some cases have provided a list of conditions which purport to represent Saul's psychological malady. None, however, proves adequate or appropriate to encompass the complexity of his behavior. And so now he proposes this new field in psychology. It's called the safety-orientated personality style, or the phobic-centric psychopathology, PCP, which appears to offer the best explanation of Saul's psychological condition. And this makes a lot of sense in light of, his behavior there, that has nothing to do with. Notice the preconditions to make Saul who he is based on that other paper. Yahweh sexually penetrates Saul, ergo Saul goes insane. But over here, he points out the previous explanations of the psychological disorder that plagued Saul, the first king of Israel, have focused on depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, hysteria, bipolar disorder. The associated symptoms, however, have been vague and in some cases apparently unrepresentative of psychological nosology, or in general, they fail to conform to the prevailing nomenclature. And so the results, when you apply the PCP stuff to it and the SOPS, it's a relatively newly unveiled chronic anxiety-based disorder to provide the best explanation of the ancient king's perplexing conduct. Biblical passages pertaining to the topic provide the historical context of the events which depict Saul's provable psychopathology. So the result is, so it was controlled by this phenomena, a chronic anxiety disorder, and it's valid, applying most aptly to his reaction to David's military and religious successes, and even to the recorded circumstances of his death. And then he goes into the examples of all the biblical, all the verses, right, relevant to soul. And he then lays out examples like, well, a person will do X, Y, Z if they fall into this category. And sure enough, it's really eye-opening to see, like, for example, this 3.8 was very fascinating. A formidable threat confronts soul's leadership and self-esteem. And just his reactions to all that. So apparently Yahweh is to blame for Saul's psychological misgivings after sexual penetration. That's what some of the scholarship has come down to. Just because it's published in Brill doesn't mean it's a fantastic publication. David Falk in the house, brother. We need to do that Dune review sometimes, man. Yep. This is what happens when degenerates control biblical studies. Yeah. Yep. When you strip the Bible from its content, you make it say anything you want. That's it. All right, I know Tui's in the house. Well, I looked at her bibliography. She cites that 90s book, God's Phallus, if you remember that particular study, which Francesca uses, like, along with Esslinger, just those two citations to make this argument that Isaiah 6 is talking about. I'll keep it G-rated. Notice how all the Christian, like, this is just for everyone watching, right? This is even for the atheists watching, the myth vision folk watching. When I brought that paper up, all the Christians here were like, Rob, you're talking, like, what the heck are you talking about? It's not me. I'm just giving an example. Derek said propaganda. Is this not propaganda? Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to see a video in the genre of critical biblical studies that has this level of quality, this level of care and thought put into it. The writing is fantastic, the jokes are funny, and that's going to engage regular people the way almost nothing else in this area will. And like Kip in Apology the other day said, we all kind of wish we had made a video like this. It's like,
that's a good point.
It's hitting a spot I think that Bart Ehrman hit with his popular books years and years ago. It's really approachable. I had a good time watching it.
I loved it. I'll just to say up front, Richard C. Miller actually introduced me to the man behind the mask, and I was really thankful to be involved in this. But I think what really interests me, for those who actually watch the documentary, is how quickly the bad guy actually becomes the good guy in this entire documentary of just trying to tell you the truth. He's not trying to hide anything, and how quickly you realize that there are real academics in the field who are doing historical critical versus what I think these scholars or these I'll say seminarians are doing, leaving seminary, who say, well, they know this stuff. But as the other apologists throughout all the YouTube experience from this documentary will say, yeah, but they don't mention it because it's not true. We have better scholarship than that, or we disagree with that, like Mike Winger might say. But at the end of the day, what I find interesting is they're doing theology versus what the actual historical cultural situation is. And just to mention with our friend Rob, who made the thumbnail about streaming this stream, saying that he's going to be yawning to the reactions to this, giving him credit, giving him attention. Here's your free publicity, Rob. I just figure it's worth noting that having Michael Heiser say you're doing like witch doctrine kind of hermeneutics and exegesis, or witch doctrine exegesis, which I suspect he would just say is eisegesis on that thumbnail, is I was reading 1 Corinthians 10, and I just figured why not start with the weirdest theological interpretation Paul himself is the one saying. And what does he do with the Exodus experience? I don't know, some witch doctrine. He says, for I do not want you to be ignorant of the fact, brothers and sisters, that our ancestors were all under the cloud, and that they all passed through the sea. They were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea. They all ate the same spiritual food and drank the same spiritual drink for they drank from the spiritual rock that accompanied them, and that rock was Christ. Now, I don't remember reading anywhere in the Bible, in the original context that I'm reading, where the rock was a guy or even divine. I never.
I just like to picture a guy.
Oh gosh, Derek. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Let's just start with I bet you guys are gonna like, I don't know, do a emoji of this facial reaction. Anyway, I don't know, but so first and foremost, Heiser said that. It's a quotation. It's a quote I got from Heiser when he was responding to, guess what, Francesca, with respect to the child sacrifice stuff in the Exodus. This is in his Exodus podcast series. He wasn't calling Francesca a funny witch doctor, but it was going in that direction. And he's passed away now, and to give respect, you know, to not denigrate his name or to not, you know, conjure him up like Samuel from the grave as an Elohim. Heiser would love that. See, I'm an Elohim. Place of residence term, right? Any of you Heiser fans will understand that joke. But yeah, I got that from that, and that is an apt description of this documentary. All right, I firmly believe so. Now you've given us an example from 1 Corinthians 10. Okay. Right off the bat, there are scholars that work in the field of Second Temple, Pesha, and are evangelical, and are interested, and as Heiser would put it, if it's weird, it's important. And what's interesting is, if it's weird, like what you're trying to say, you know, funny witch doctor weirdness, what is Paul doing here in Corinthians? Which ironically is in an authentic Pauline letter that you can't disagree with. Remember, the critical scholars, like those who are the absolute liberal side, will only have 4 of Paul's letters that are authentic to him. Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians. Guess what? Those 4 is all the argumentation you need to be a Christian. Everything about Jesus, the theology of his works, what he's accomplished, everything, even the earliest, like even if you're dating the Gospels like late, you know, those really high liberal type who date the Gospels late in the late 1st century or even in the 2nd century, you have Paul quoting the Passover situation, the very next chapter, chapter 11. All right. So those scholars will showcase Paul's Pesha. What's going on is that, notice that he very carefully starts the Corinthian letter in chapter 1 in arguing about the nonsense of the cross. Okay, I'm just going to summarize each chapter now. He first does an introduction about have no divisions, don't be under any particular name. Verse 17 is a highlight. I don't want to rob the power of the cross. I don't want to remove its glory and its power and you know the Messiah that's associated with it, because there's something about it that is it turns the world upside down. Which again, ironically enough, is Heiser's point. He wrote a book, a fun sort of what I did with The Matrix when I made that series, a cyberpunk parable. Heiser did his own the Stranger Things TV show, and he just loved that phrase, turning the world upside down, because the turning the world upside down appears in the book of Acts. And in fact, let's see if I can... I'll just bring it up. Because the relevance of that is is on point with 1 Corinthians 10. So this is this is Heiser's work, more like a passion project of his before he passed. The world turned upside down, finding the gospel in stranger things. And this is how he starts. He quotes from Acts 17. And Paul went in, as was his custom, and on 3 Sabbath days he reasoned with them from the scriptures, explaining and proving that it was necessary, keyword, necessary for the Christ to suffer and to rise from the dead, and saying, this Jesus whom I proclaim to you is the Christ. And some of them were persuaded and joined Paul and Silas, as did a great many of the devout Greeks, and not a few of the leading women. But the Jews were jealous, and taking some wicked men of the rabble, they formed a mob, set the city in an uproar, and attacked the house of Jason, seeking to bring them out to the crowd. And when they could not find them, they dragged Jason and some of the brothers before the city authorities, shouting, these men have turned the world upside down, have come here also, and Jason has received them, and they are all acting against the decrees of Caesar, saying that there is another king, Jesus. Indeed, just like that hymn I just read from, a conqueror who's slain. Indeed, he's crowned with a crown of thorns, right? So, now, coming to chapter 10 of 1 Corinthians. Let's see. That rock, the spiritual rock that went with them, that rock was Christ. Now, let's see what the commentaries say on specifically verse 4. So, this is from William Baker. Now, just quickly, before I show you that commentary, I've just realized, I want to show you something that, coming back to what I was trying to do with that summarization. So 1 Corinthians 1 is everything to do with do not empty the power of the cross, right? So the Messiah did not send me to baptize but to preach, not with eloquent wisdom, so the cross of Christ won't be emptied of its power. Then he goes straight into, well, okay, if it's got power, but guess what? There is this reaction that a lot of people have, both the Jews and the Greeks, right? Stumbling block to the Jews, nonsense to the Greeks. Because, think about it, it's stumbling block to the Jews. Why? Yahweh becomes a man and is hung on a Roman cross. How on earth does that have any power? Well, at first glance, it doesn't. This is why they mocked it, right? And this is why Paul killed Christians. This is why he went out of his way, as he admits in Galatians. In fact, the very reaction of the apostles themselves are like, hey, isn't this the guy that persecuted us and now he's one of us? He killed them for his zealousness, because it's blasphemy to say that Yahweh not only became a man, but was killed by the Romans, whom is an issue for us. Hence the whole zealot situation and the Jewish wars that Josephus discusses. And so you're telling me that Yahweh, the God of Israel, has finally died in a creaturely form? Well, yeah, that's a massive stumbling block. It's nonsense to the Greeks, just like it is nonsense to the Gnostics, because how can a spiritual being how can nails penetrate the flesh of a spirit? Like, how can a spiritual being have flesh, first and foremost, and be nailed to a cross? That's nonsense. That shows you have a weak deity. That's why I'm reminded of the famous hymn by Edward Shalito during the First World War, where he says, at the end of the hymn, he says, not a God has wounds, but thou alone. So no other god in the known history of humankind has ever been discussed as having wounds except you. So, Paul, if this is an authentic letter of Paul, you know what he does? He does something interesting about the Greek in the very next chapter. He wants to showcase everything in the Old Testament has its finality in Christ, especially the cross and so on. So notice what he does in verse 7 and 8. He says, "We speak about God's wisdom in the hidden secret, which God destined before the world began for our glory." Why? Because in the context of the archons of this world, right, which would include the spiritual forces, the other deities, none of them understood it. But if they did understand it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. So notice how the argument flips. What you consider to be nonsense, you Greeks, and what you Jews consider to be a stumbling block, in the hindsight of the fact that, as he ends chapter 1 with, but to those who are called, both Jews and Greeks, the Messiah is God's power and God's wisdom, right? And God chose what is nonsense in the world to make the wise feel ashamed. God chose what is weak in the world to make the strong feel ashamed. And God chose what is insignificant in the world, what is despised, what is nothing. All right, this is the cross language. In order to destroy what is something. And what is that something, do you think it is? Well, that something is the grave. That something is death itself. So he took what is nothing, which is what death does. So in other words, the cross goes to that something, which is death. Therefore, the cross is nothing. So that's the logical progression. God chose what is nothing, this wooden cross, and through that, he destroys what is something, which is the reality of things, which is death. And so therefore, if what is nothing, right, if you mock what is nothing, I find it interesting that the archons themselves, if they then understood this plan of salvation, because they themselves were the ones in the supernatural dimension. If you believe that this is actually happening in a not just a horizontal human dimension, but in a vertical cosmic spiritual dimension of God versus the gods, on the cross, that therefore the cross is their undoing, ironically enough. And so therefore they would not have killed Jesus. Now notice what Paul does here with how he calls Jesus. He says, the Lord of glory. You know what's interesting about that? The Lord of glory is a very specific Old Testament term applied for Yahweh. The kavod of Yahweh. And it only occurs 2 times in the New Testament. It occurs one more time in James chapter 2. And why is this important? Because translators, there's debate on how to translate Lord of Glory that also occurs in chapter 2. My brothers, do not let your faith in our glorious Lord Jesus, the Messiah, be tainted by favoritism. So that's where it appears. Now see how it says glorious Lord Jesus? Well, what I'll do is I'll quickly go to a commentary on James just to highlight that point. Here are the various options for how to translate it. So glorious is actually a genitive. So Martin notes 4 possible interpretations. Faith in the glory of our Lord, thus his exaltation. Faith in our Lord of glory, Jesus Christ. It could be also as a title, faith in our Lord Jesus Christ. Now notice this, the glory. So that's my favorite one out of the whole list of options here. Faith in our Lord Jesus Christ, the glory. Literally, he's to use a rabbinic term, an anachronistic rabbinic term, he's the Shekinah. As the commentary says, continuing on. viewing Jesus as the Shekinah or presence of divine glory. It could be a descriptive genitive, faith in our glorious Lord Jesus Christ, looking at him as the exalted Lord. The point here is Jesus is, as Hebrews 1 says, he's the apogosma, right? These are all terms applied to Yahweh of the Old Testament. Now, how interesting and how ironic. They would not have killed. Let me go back to Corinthians. They would not have crucified the Lord of glory. In other words, they would not have crucified Yahweh, because that act that happened it turns the world upside down. And then the preparations that result from that are ramifications. No eyes see, no ear, and on it goes, right? So, then chapter 3 goes into, as the heading says, your spiritual immaturity. It goes into the Messiah being our foundation. Goes into this true wisdom language. Then it goes straight into faithful servants of Christ. What does that look like? You know, this notion that, well, we wear ourselves out from working with our hands. When insulted, we bless. When persecuted, we endure. When slandered, we answer with kind words. Even now, we become the filth of the world, the scum of the universe. All right. Then, what about the situations going on within the church within church context? You know, church stuff in light of the background context of Corinth. So, sexual immorality right up front, right over here in chapter 5. Go straight into chapter 6, legal matters. Because see, if you're conformed to Christ, what does that imply? Oh yeah, the world is going to be ruled by you, and you will be ruling angels. Because see, Christ is seated at the right hand of the Father. We're conformed to Christ. If Christ or Jesus is the second power in that Trinitarian perception, right? Second temple, two powers, but becomes the full-fledged Trinity. Then our ontological position is above even the original divine council members. We replace them. And then on it goes. Chapter 7. What about marriage in this sense? Then chapter 8. What about food offered to idols? Oh yeah, because sacred space language in the Old Testament, what does that imply? Whose sacred geography are you standing on in the Old Testament? Whose sacred space? Well, you have Yahweh versus the other gods. Now Jesus, the true God, has come to complete this whole situation. And therefore, notice this has vital application for culture, like when I spoke about my Indian culture upbringing. What about Hindus that become Christian that may still eat food that's offered to Hindu idols? That's a genuine concern. Well, notice how Paul solidifies and solves that scenario in the finished work of Jesus. Well, concerning food offered to idols, we know that we all possess knowledge. How ironic, relevant to this whole documentary, knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. If anyone thinks he really knows something, he has not yet learned it as he ought to know it, but anyone who loves God is known by him. Now, concerning eating food offered to idols, we know that no idol is real in this world and that there is only one God. And so here's the clarification. Is he denying the existence of other gods? No. The idol itself, so the food itself, the idol itself, is all stardust. I'm speaking in hindsight of what Paul's saying. Like if I went back in time and told Paul, "Hey, Paul, you got it right." When you in Galatians 4, when you say that the planetary movements of the stars are not really gods, they're not really theos in them of themselves, they're just natural objects in the night sky. Guess what? You got that right. You're the only one in the vastness of Greco-Roman superstition that still perceive them as gods and deities. Your argument is correct. You're scientifically valid. Because ironically, even the Genesis creation account says these are just natural objects in the sky. Because It demythologizes the ancient Near Eastern perceptions of the planets and so on. And so then verse 5 goes and says, oh, by the way, even if there are gods in heaven and on earth, indeed there are many so-called gods and lords, which is the Psalm 82 situation and the Deuteronomy 32:8 situation, which Paul quotes in Acts 17. But for the Christian, so in this sense the Hindu, that may be eating a food that's offered to an idol, the Hindu can meditate on this beautiful reformulation of the Shema. Okay, this is Paul's, to notice how Paul's tracking with the Torah this whole time throughout in this letter. In Deuteronomy 6, we have the Shema. Hear, O Israel, I mean Shema is basically here, right? So hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Now, look what Paul does. There is only one God the Father, from whom everything came into being, and for whom we live. And there is only one Lord, Jesus, through whom everything came into being and through whom we live. He juxtaposes kurios and theos in the subtusion of the Shema. And notice, if just ignore the Father and Jesus, just ignore those two terms. Just notice here, there is only one God, there is only one Lord. Notice the parallelism here. There is only one God, from whom everything came to being, and for whom we live. There is only one Lord, through whom everything came to being, and through whom we live. So notice the parallelism. Well, we know who that is, Paul. Lord and God, it just speaks about the same deity. You're talking about Yahweh. Oh, but then because it's the two powers, a type of binitarian going to Trinitarian language. Oh yeah, the Father and Jesus. Right. So then what does he do with this? Not everyone has this knowledge. Exactly. Hindus will not have this complicated knowledge of the Shema. They will, in ignorance, still go along and worship that idol. And some people are so accustomed to idolatry that when they eat food that has been offered to an idol, their conscience becomes contaminated because it is weak. However, food will not bring us closer to God. We are no worse off if we do not eat food that has been offered to an idol, and no better off if we do. But you must see to it that this right of yours does not become a stumbling block for those who are weak. For if anyone with a weak conscience sees you, who know better, eating in an idol's temple, he will be encouraged to eat what has been offered to idols, won't he? In that case, the weaker brother for whom the Messiah died is ruined by your knowledge. When you sin against your brother in this way, and wound their weak consciences, you are sinning against Christ. Therefore, if food that I eat causes my brother to stumble, I will never eat meat again in order to keep my brother from stumbling. That's the context. It doesn't mean I can't eat that meat. It's carelessness in regards to spiritual matters. And in regards to, notice the careful application, the consciousness of religious worship. Superstition leads to bad psychology. How ironic. We've been discussing how there are evils in this world that pertain to wrong thinking, superstition potentially as well. The right way of thinking comes from Christian Europe. Christianity is the psychological, like Christianity as an ideology gave rise to the scientific advances in Europe. This is why we call it, in fact, and I'm not saying this, Peter Harrison, who's currently the world-renowned historian on science, traces back the scientific model all the way back to Christian psychology, basically, or thinking. A removal of superstition, uplifting the Logos concept, and driving forward towards rational inquiry through skepticism. And so, notice Paul here. If you go into an idol and just carelessly eat superstitious stuff, like stuff that's dedicated superstitiously, and you see someone's, and someone happens to catch you doing that, that will impress on them that it's okay to do that. Or will impress on them, hey, this guy says one thing but is doing another thing. and therefore will be confused by that situation. Why put yourself in that predicament? There's no need to. You've now become the very superstitious person that you criticize in your preaching, in other words. So this is the type of psychology that's at play in this letter. And so then he goes into chapter 9 about the issue with the apostles themselves, clarifies that, hey, look, if I need to, approach the Jews with the gospel, hey, in Christ, I have the freedom to become like a man under the law. But see how he clarifies, and he says, although I myself am not under the law. Why? Because the law itself, the Torah, is superstitious. The Torah is an ancient Near Eastern law code. We know this. It's a set of laws that have it has no relevance to especially a first century church moving forward, and especially a 21st century culture, and especially, think about it. Can you imagine Jesus in the Great Commission? Yeah, go into all the world, preach the gospel, blah blah. Oh, by the way, also be like the Judaizers. Go and force everyone to keep the Torah, no matter the culture, no matter the language, because the Torah is like this timeless, eternal thing. No, that the New Testament itself says, like Hebrews 8, ends by saying Jesus has obtained a better ministry, like, in a full circle sort of sense. And Galatians 3 verse 19, and there's a whole dissertation on this, by the way, by Tyler Stewart, which I can bring up in a moment. So the argument is that 3:19 says, well, why was the law added? Because of transgressions in the plural. Transgressions in the plural in what sense? Do you mean Adam's transgressions? No. We're talking a large-scale cosmic transgressions that you see outplayed from Genesis 3, 6, and 11. And then the law, and then when you have a distribution of humans among the other gods, that famous Deuteronomy 32:8 verse. Well, that's the Torah's explanation for why you have other cultures, other deities, other religions, other superstitions, other law codes. So the Ten Commandments has a deliberate redesign of, say, the Hammurabi law codes. And then you have a lot of Middle Assyrian law codes that emerge, that creep in some of the laws that you see in Deuteronomy. The whole thing is just for that time and place as a response to, once you go into Heiser's area of research and his arguments, the cosmic dimensionality of things. That then Jesus comes on the scene and just wipes the slate clean, and we're now under what's called the law of Christ. Not the law of Moses, but the law of Christ, which unlocks then an ethic that can permeate not just timelessly, but there's no cultural boundaries now. You can go into a culture and maximize that culture. You're not denigrating that culture. You can actually go, like the Christians went into China, they maximized, the notion of the Tao in the Chinese conception. Like, in other words, the Tao became flesh. It upgrades those conceptions. That particular study, by the way, just for anyone who's interested, is let me just get it. Actually, what I'll do is I will see if I can find it. One sec. In my Google Drive. Oops. There it is. To me, this is one of the, Heiser in his book, Reversing Hermon, published the SBL. It was an SBL paper that Tyler gave back in, I think it was like 2014, and then finally he was able to work on his PhD for Maquette. It's a Maquette PhD, and Maquette's known for very good work. And here it is. The origin and persistence of evil in Galatians. So it's just been released, and here's the publication date, 2022. And the guy that was his doctoral advisor was Andrei Orlov. And guess what? It hasn't zoomed in fully. Here we go. So Andrei Orlov is well known in the Enoch seminar and the pseudebiographical stuff. And these are all Christians. And Orlov, basically he asked Orlov, hey, do you think there's an Enochic template in Galatians 3 and 4? Especially in 4 when it says, in the appropriate time came God, sent his son, born by a woman, born under the law. Because see, the law coming from chapter 3, why was the law given? Because of transgressions. Well, transgressions in the plural. Is it an Adamic template, Enochic? So the Enochic template would be the watchers, transgressions, and so on. All of us go for it. You're on the money with something. And sure enough, this dissertation was an analysis of precisely that. And it's fantastic. It actually tackles a lot of questions that I had and a lot of questions that scholars have in their commentaries. So this is just, obviously, I'm showing you the contents over here. Anyway, now let's come to chapter 10. So, since Paul is tracking on the Old Testament very carefully, and he says here, to the Jew, I have the freedom to be like a Jew, because I myself was one of them. But I'm not under the law, right? Because see, he clarifies and says, I'm not free from God's law, but I'm subjected to the Messiah's law. So he equates God's law now with Christ. Like Christ's law is the equivalent of God's law. But he also says that to those who do not have the law, which is like the Greeks, I became like a man who does not have the law. So what does that imply? That implies you can go into a culture that is not Semitic in this context, not Jewish. And what would be the laws of the land of that culture? How does that culture operate? Again, the law of Christ gives Paul that freedom. This is why he went on that vast missionary trip. In Romans 15, he argues, my intent is to go to Tarshish, Spain, because that's where I believe, that's the end of the world, and that'll be the full number of the Gentiles, and therefore Christ will come back. Obviously, that didn't happen because Paul dies in Rome. His trip was short-lived, basically, and Paul didn't realize that the world is a lot bigger than just Spain. But Paul had in mind Isaiah 66, because Isaiah 66 speaks about how the glory of God will surpass even the other coastlines and the other nations that have not even heard of my fame, see my glory. And it mentions Tarshish there in 66. So Paul has that in mind from the Pentecostal story moving forward. So by the time you reach chapter 10, now, I do not want you to be ignorant, brothers, of the fact that all of our ancestors who left Egypt were under the cloud. They all went through the sea, and they all were immersed into Moses in the cloud and in the sea. They all ate the same spiritual food and drank the same spiritual drink. For they drank from the spiritual rock that went with them. That rock was the Messiah. Now, what does he do in the very next verse? But God wasn't pleased with most of these people, and so they were struck down in the wilderness. Okay, so we have Lord of Glory in chapter 2. We have Yahweh leading the Exodus out. There's cloud language. Okay, think again, rabbinic term, Shekinah. They were all immersed into Moses, this immersion language. Notice this baptism language, right? So, baptized into Moses, so to speak. And then this is why he argues for the spiritual language. And therefore, the implication is they drank and ate from that spiritual rock, right? And that rock was Christ, right? What does Paul do later in the chapter? Notice what he says in verse 14. So, my dear friends, keep on running away from idolatry. I'm talking to sensible people. Apply what I'm saying to you. Now, notice what he does. The cup of blessing that we bless is a sign of our sharing in the blood of the Messiah, isn't it? The bread that we break is a sign of our sharing in the body of the Messiah, isn't it? Because there is one loaf, we who are many are one body, because all of us eat from the same loaf. Wow. Hang on a second. What the heck are you doing, Paul? You're bringing in Passover imagery? What, the Last Supper of Christ as an actual thing into what's happening in the Exodus context? Oh yeah, guess what? What's Paul trying to do? He's trying to equate Jesus with Yahweh. That's the language. And where do we see rock language in Deuteronomy? Oh yeah. Do you want to see where rock language appears in Deuteronomy? In the context of the Exodus that Paul's relying on? Well, let's do a word search, shall we? Let's just type in the word rock. And let's go to Deuteronomy 32. Oh yeah. Flawless is the work of the rock, because all his ways are just. A faithful God, never unjust, righteous and upright is he, right? And then when you get into why Israel is a nation, see, remember the days of old, reflect on the years of previous, ask your father, he'll tell you, your elders will inform you. Then there's the famous Genesis 11 scenario. Yahweh disinherits the nations, sets boundaries, puts them under the other gods. But for the Lord's portion is his people Jacob. Now, this Lord's portion language becomes a very beautiful nickname for Yahweh. This Lord's portion. I'll give you an example. Like in Jeremiah, for example, I think it's in Jeremiah 10. Let's see. It's called, here we go. Jeremiah 10, verse 16. Notice again, also in the context of idols and idolatry, as we've been discussing this whole time, right? Notice that Jeremiah 10 goes down that trajectory. So, every goldsmith is put to shame by his idols, right? His images are false. There's no life in them. They're worthless, a work of mockery, right? Now notice this. The portion of Jacob is not like these. He made everything. And Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. So, because of this portion language that you see in the Song of Moses in chapter 32, he's also called a rock. You see this later on in the prophetic literature. Now, where else do we see rock language in the Song of Moses? Obviously, these are not connected. This is just flowery language for mounting Israel, right? He nourished him with honey from the rock and with oil from the flint rock and all this. But notice the comparison when this rock language that's applied to Yahweh. Notice this comparison with the other gods. Okay? Jacob dined until satisfied. Yeshurun grew fat and kicked. So Yeshurun here it literally means upright one. It's a poetic term for national Israel. He grew fat, coarse, gross, so that he abandoned the God who made him and spurned the rock that was his salvation. So the flip here is they sacrifice to demons, the Shadim, not to the real God, gods whom they didn't know, new neighbors who had recently appeared, whom your ancestors never feared. This recently appeared language would fit, again, in Second Temple literature. They become the unclean spirits that Jesus engages with, which, again, in Second Temple, I'll use the word superstition. They are the disembodied Nephilim spirits, according to their tradition, their thinking. These are the other gods that, due to the fact that Joshua's wars took place to root out the Nephilim problem, not just wholesale genocide, just killing any, a deliberate, systematic rooting out of the Nephilim problem, those become, according to their tradition, the disembodied Shadim, the demons. And they're known as new. So you neglected the rock that fathered you, right? Now, later on down here, it says, how can one person chase 1,000 of them and 2 put a myriad to flight unless their rock delivers them and the Lord gives them up, right? Now notice it juxtaposes the rock and the Lord there. Here's a clear parallel justification. Yahweh is a rock. Verse 31 then talks about the other gods using rock language. For their rock isn't like our rock. So their rock is not like our rock, as even our enemies admit. Okay? So the other gods are given this rock title. And so on it goes. Where are their gods? The rock in which they took refuge? Who ate the fat of their offerings and drank the wine that was their drink offering? Notice this wine, drink, food imagery arising as well. Same thing that applies in Corinthians 10. The spiritual drink, spiritual food. And then, look now, I am. There is no other God besides me. By the way, the I am here is a Septuagint reading. The Masoretic, it's I am myself, I am he. I myself cause death. I sustain life. I wound severely. I also heal. From my power no one can deliver. And then it goes straight into... Now, the Masoretic text reading has sing for joy nations, sing for joy people who belong to him, and so on, right? But the Dead Sea Scrolls actually reads this way. Rejoice with him, O heavens. Bow down to him. Who's the him? The rock, right? Bow down to him, all gods. For he avenges the blood of his children. Oh, by the way, you know this bowing down to him, all gods, this one particular phrase that occurs in the Song of Moses? Guess where it appears and is applied to Jesus? Well, going back to Hebrews again, if you go to Hebrews 1, for to which of the angels did God ever say, you are my son, today I become your father? Or again, I will be his father and he will be my son. And again, when he brings his firstborn into the world, he says, now this is obviously the author of Hebrews paraphrasing the term Elohim there as angelos. So let all God's angels, or basically the gods, worship him. Worship who? Jesus. So, coming back to 1 Corinthians 10, Paul's argument is that, hey, that rock, that basically saved them all the way, which we know to be an idiom for, or like a title for Yahweh, is Jesus. So Paul's saying Jesus is the Yahweh of the Exodus. And just as there's food imagery in the Exodus account, and clearly there is with the whole Passover scene and so on, so what does that imply when you start involving the Lord's Supper in this whole situation? Do we then do the Lord's Supper in the context of the idolatry, just as what you see in Deuteronomy 32? They sacrifice to demons, not to the real God. Do you see the argumentation and the implicate? Like, do you see how Paul is tracking with the whole of Deuteronomy 32 in the context of the church? Now, notice what he does in the very next chapter. I mean, the head covering thing is a whole tangential issue, but from verse 17, now I'm not praising you and giving you the following instruction. When you gather, it is not for the better, but for the worse. For in the first place, I hear that when you gather as a church, there are divisions among you, and I partly believe it. And on he goes right with this situation about there are some people go hungry, some people get drunk. But, verse 23, for I received from the Lord, notice this, I received from the Lord. Hey, this is an authentic Pauline letter. Did Paul get this from any other person? Here's a litmus test. Paul also says in Galatians 1, I didn't receive any of this from any human being. I had this Damascus Road experience. And then I had to go and verify that indeed Yahweh became flesh and was crucified on a Roman cross, because that made my world upside down, and I had to go away for 3 years to solidify and calibrate and defrag what the heck's going on here. So yeah, Paul is saying that he received from Jesus what Jesus said at the Passover. But the Gospels weren't around then. So you can't argue, or you can't say that Paul, and the critical scholars themselves will say, oh, this is authentic to Paul. Well, Paul is making a pretty outlandish statement that this unique piece of information was received directly from, like Jesus basically gave him this direct information post-death. That's hey Paul, here was a litmus test to really know whether you got this information correct or not. Because see, just one slip up and that would contradict Peter, James, the apostles, and so on. So I received from the Lord what I passed on to you. How the Lord Jesus, on the night he was betrayed, oh wow, on the night he was betrayed, is that post the Gospel of Mark or pre-Gospel of Mark? Because, did Mark use Paul? Well, not based on the critical scholarship I've read. Mark is unique in his own application for the betrayal, the whole scenario of the betrayal of Christ. Took a loaf of bread, gave thanks for it, broke it in pieces, saying, this is my body that is for you. Keep doing this in memory of me. He did the same with the cup after the supper, saying, this cup is a new covenant in my blood. New covenant? Oh yeah. Covenant language. Deuteronomy 32. Jeremiah 31. Interesting. As often as you drink from it, keep doing this in memory of me. For as often as you eat this bread, drink from this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes. So, I don't know if I don't see the need why I should bring up I could bring up a scholar for the sake of time. I've already gone 2 hours on this, but I was going to bring up, some commentaries on it. But that's that's basically the context of the letter. Like, now, by the time you reach, say, chapter 15, there's a finale. Okay, Paul, you made this huge argument from the Torah. And now chapter 15, the most important creed in all of Christendom. For I pass on to you what was of utmost importance. The Messiah died, was buried, and rose again. And the Greek, which only the ISV translation that I'm aware of, but also argued because of N.T. Wright and David Allen Black. By the way, David Allen Black, he's awesome. And I'm sure people like Josh and Kip will know who he is. I don't think you know who he is, Derek. But anyway, David Allen Black argues that the Greek there for and rose again is literally a way of saying and is still alive. It's not just a resurrection, it's a continual for eternity sort of resurrection and a continual In other words, the physical body that he is, if the incarnation thing is true, it's a physical resurrection and glorified to theosis. So celestial flesh, as some of the scholarship will try and verbalize in with respect to this to that chapter. So hence the man that was made from the dust of the earth, the man from heaven. There's this fusion situation that happens, and that's the whole point of the chapter. It's defending the resurrection as a whole. So let's continue with the video.
Whose job for 40 years is to push the wheelbarrow that has the big rock in it.
Here's
right?
Jesus. Yeah, that's theology. That's not historical critical research. And we've said up front, I think all of us, we understand there's going to be several interpretations throughout history. I think even some of our Genesis stuff Rob's responded to in the past has looked at some ways of church fathers spiritualizing and finding Christ in Genesis and all of this kind of stuff. That doesn't seem to be your guys' interest.
Oh boy. Yeah, that wasn't. Notice I didn't even quote a church father in that exegesis of Corinthians. If you want me to, I could quote a church father, but here's the thing: I can quote you, say the Didache, I can quote you the Apostolic Fathers, I can quote you the Ante-Nicene Fathers, I can even quote you the Post-Nicene Fathers, and they all will be univocal in their exegesis of that particular passage. I have a guest, Francis.
Hello, brother. How are you?
Good. I left a private chat. I don't know if you see that.
No, I do not. I'm sorry. Yes, I wanted to actually add and ask you something, if that's all right.
Okay. Do
So-
you know the context of the stream though? Just quickly.
Yeah, because you're watching Derek's the Mythvision guys
Yeah.
actual rebuttal to you in regards to the Satan's guide to the Bible. So
Yeah.
I've seen the whole video basically. I do have to add Derek does come from a very he has a very inherent bias within himself because he has because of his school of thought of very Protestant sort of school of thought, and then he does not see the whole context of every other denomination has the Orthodox Christianity or the Catholics would have their own sort of understanding of things, but he just takes one side and bashes everyone through that vision, which I don't understand. Like, how can one do this? So that gives him a sort of an illegitimacy in many things.
Are you an Orthodox Christian yourself?
I am, yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So
you must just quickly. You must have. Did you hear me early in the stream talk about the high church I've experienced, even when I was an atheist, within my Christian family in India? Did you hear me talk about
no,
that?
I didn't join that earlier, but I just joined recently, and I was listening throughout for a while.
All right.
But I'll go
All right.
back
Just
to
quickly.
it.
Let me just say this. Do you see, guys? Here is an Orthodox Christian knee-jerk reaction against the shallowness, the skin-deep shallowness of the type of mushy Christianity that Derek's been involved with. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, Francis, but I said this earlier in the stream that was my, I suppose you could say, coming from that high church context as an atheist into Australia and seeing this anti-intellectualism at play that I don't see with my Catholic friends or Eastern Orthodox friends or whoever. And yeah, here's just an example of, you're a stranger now. I don't think we've met before, and it's just coming off your chest. Yeah, by the way, this is the sort of thing I'm not used to as an Orthodox Christian. I agree.
Yeah.
This is the whole point. And so then all these scholars that come on the scene, I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, there are two specifically that they themselves in their own testimonies have admitted that they come from again, this very fundy Protestant sort of background. And then when they do learn something, they're like, oh, we've been lied to. Oh, this doesn't fit the data. Oh, therefore, just yeah. And then church tradition, which is the beautiful thing. Like, again, notice Derek's mockery of the church fathers. Oh, the church fathers spiritualize things. Yeah, have you actually read how beautiful and how like ahead of their day a lot of those church fathers were? They had brains. They were very intelligent people. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's like because I sort of understand Protestants because I was a Protestant myself. My background is basically Islam. So I'm an ex-Muslim now, a Christian, and it took me, obviously, I left Islam in 2017, and then in 2023, last year, I became a Christian and started as a Protestant. But I found a lot of loopholes, basically, in Protestant side. No diss to them, no disrespect to them, but it wasn't for me, basically. But yeah, when I see all these people conflating and having conflicted ideas within themselves and sprouting all of this to everyone, like this, the generalization of the Christians that they try to portray as, it's like there's such deeper thoughts that people have. A lot of people like will adhere to some supposedly Saint John of Damascus. Some people will have much more affiliation with John Chrysostom or Saint Basil the Great. But they just see, no, we don't need to care about that. We just need to care about, like, this is the personal message. This is how we interpret, and that's how we're going to take it. That's so I wanted to ask, my question is, just one question I'll go, is that when you see such mockery coming out of these places, out of these ex-Christians, as someone who has more knowledge than me, I'm a simpleton. I'm not going to say that I come from a huge database of knowledge. So when you see this and you see the actual lies beat the entire thing, how do you contemplate, and then how do you see that they're actually lying, but they're getting more audience, and unfortunately, there's nothing one can do about it as a Christian. But then when a lot of new Christians come in, these people are very attractive because, like, a lot of Christians do not want to fall. The new Christians, basically like me, do not fall into another something, like, are we in the right path? So these people are very charismatic into sort of approaching you. So how can one discern in that manner? That's the only question.
To be this is going to cause controversy.
Sure.
But to be a little bit blunt, the blind leading the blind.
Yeah.
If I was to put my atheist hat on, I would find the documentaries approach just completely unappealing. I would find it lazy. I'll use the word lazy. I'd just be like, that's just lazy. Now, to give some credit to Myth Vision, to Derek, he has updated his views and still continues to update his views because he does bring on legitimate PhDs on his show. Yes, the PhDs, some of them very fringe, like Richard Carrier and Robert Price and so on. But I would not put Kip or, say, Josh at the same level of, say, Carrier. No way. I would definitely put them a lot better, in a lot better category, higher than, say, Richard Carrier. I've started to notice that there are some of his recent guests that's come on, like Jennifer Bird and a few others, to be what I would consider people that I'm familiar with when it comes to their name, their work. In other words, oh, there you go. There's so-and-so that I've already read in my own, rabbit trail reading. And it's good to see that there they are, and sort of in person, and Derek happens to have them on. Okay, all well and good. It's interesting that as of recent, so don't forget, Derek has also had Heiser on his show about a year or two before he passed. As of recent, I've started to notice more, I would argue, more stable type of critical scholars who are quote unquote ex-Christian, now atheists, than in the past. So in the past, just fringe, cringy nonsense. Derek was once a mythicist, and now he's no longer a mythicist. Now it's a much more nuanced, like Dennis MacDonald's mimesis, like, oh, Homer's Iliad was borrowed, basically plagiarized by, say, the Markan author, and massaged, and which again, all the other evangelical scholars that have looked at Dennis's work go, hey, thank you for that, because hey, this makes sense when it comes to a Hellenistic society that needs the gospel. Obviously, there's going to be mimesis utilized in the text to bridge to the non-Jew the ironic. So, for example, Mark, right? This is just a trivia question to you. Mark ends with one individual out of the whole gospel, one individual finally saying, truly, this is the Son of God. It's the Roman centurion. Notice it's a Gentile, a Roman Gentile, according to the story, giving faith in Christ. And that's Mark's point. Like, Mark is for a Roman audience. It's a polemic. It's a way of saying, hey, if a Roman centurion can now hail, like, in other words, hail Caesar, but it's to Jesus, then you as the reader, as a Greco-Roman reader, what's your response? If he can do it, what about you? Now, Matthew, again, he's not writing to a Hellenistic, he's using more Jewish approach. Luke is a blend of the two. Interestingly, Luke is the only one, coming back to that Roman centurion, Luke's version has not Son of God, it has truly, this is the righteous one. Now that's bizarre. That righteous one sounds like it's contradicting the Son of God. Oh, but Luke, so in his 2 volumes, Luke, the Gospel, and as well as in Acts, has a massive emphasis on Isaiah 53. So if you remember the Ethiopian eunuch in Acts 8, he's reading Isaiah 53. So Luke's Gospel is like not just Mark, because Mark is also known to be very like entrenched in Isaiah imagery and then given its Greco-Roman flavor. Luke takes Isaiah 53, where it says, the righteous one, the suffering servant, the righteous one will make many righteous, and applies that on the lips directly, fulfilling the Isaiah 53 imagery. So all the gospel writers, it would be a big red flag if they started like copying each other in a smoke-filled room, the way these guys presume they did. No, let Luke be his unique voice in sharing his version of the story. Let Mark be his voice. Let Matthew be his voice. John is for the docetic situation, the proto-Gnostic stuff. And ironically, John is not defending the deity of Jesus because of the Docetists. He's actually defending the humanity of Jesus. It's Mark. If Mark is the first gospel, Mark is defending the deity of Jesus. Yes, he's human, but I want to show by his actions speak louder than words, his actions showcase he's Yahweh in flesh. John, it's like, yeah, he's Yahweh in flesh, but I want to emphasize why the flesh is real flesh. See, John's the only gospel that says the blood and water coming out of the side, turning the water into wine, all that very fleshy stuff is I'm the bread from heaven, John 6.
Yeah.
That's very Johannine in its flavor. So, now, answering your question with respect to the popularity of this stuff, like the blind leading the blind. Now, I just want to carefully qualify and say, I don't want to throw Derek's guests under the bus and say that they are the blind leading the blind. So this includes Josh and Kip and Jennifer Bird and so on, because that would be disrespectful. I don't want to disrespect them that way. I don't want to even disrespect Derek per se in that sense. but it's like a gray area. His
Hmm.
platform is designed to bring on, again, the name of the show, Myth Vision. It's to bring on well, he sees all of this as myth, and it's the visual scope of why this is myth, or the myth of the past. But his approach is evolving, and I still hope that it continues in a better way. But there's been a lot of setbacks, like a lot of like, hey, you've just taken one step forward, but like 5 steps back. So, for example, Derek will purposefully, like what we call in India, chudlima, poke, say Christians or pretty much any
I'm
religion.
Pakistani, so I was born in Pakistan. Now I live in UK, so I understand.
Okay, so you're familiar with chudlima, like yeah.
Yes.
So
I didn't know you were Indian.
I was born in Hyderabad.
I was born in Lahore.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. So I know a little bit of Hindi, but not too much.
Okay.
I used to write it. I used to speak Telugu, but all of it's lost. But for example, he'll bring on Francesca, who wrote God and Anatomy, and I don't know if you know about that particular book, but she literally argues that the waste language in Ezekiel 1, when it says, when I saw the wheels within wheels and the human seated on, in fact, I can even bring it up. I don't need to, but I can bring it up right here, where she says, the waste there, the Hebrew there for waste means his genitals. So Ezekiel is seeing Yahweh's genitals. And it becomes even worse when she goes to Isaiah 6 verse 1, when it says, and the glory of the Lord was filled throughout this whole heavenly tabernacle, and the whole earth is full of his glory, right? She'll make the argument, well, actually not she, ironically enough, it's the scholars that I've been interacting with that defend her work that have made the argument that the Septuagint purposely, this is the conspiracy theory, the Septuagint translator was looking at the Hebrew term for the train of his robe in Isaiah 6:1 and just paraphrase that whole term to mean just the glory. The glory of God was among the seraphim and so on. You see, that's suspicious, the fact that the Septuagint translator just put it glory, because the train of his robe in the Hebrew literally means his gigantic genitalia just filled the temple. That's in her work. And then she ends in the epilogue of her book. She'll use language like, his testicles are swelling and full of semen, and he's well endowed. Like, again, R-rated stuff, but I'm quoting verbatim what she says in her epilogue as her final description of Yahweh, so to speak. And then argument from silence that apparently pre-Exilic Israelites, they don't have evidence for this. So it's argument from silence, but pre-Exilic Israelites had an actual Yahweh idol with all the physical descriptions that she argues for.
Are we talking about a scholar, or are we talking about a juvenile thinker? Exactly.
And here's another thing. When you say stuff like that, how dare you, being sexist. She's a female, and she's an Exeter. She's British, and she's well credentialed. Yeah, okay, I get that. I understand she's well credentialed, but she's not right. Like, I'll give respect where respect is due. Her credentials has nothing to do with Yahweh's genitalia, whether Yahweh has genitalia or not. Her PhD was actually in Israelite sacrifice stuff back in 2004, which then recent works have come and massaged that a little bit. Anyway, so a lot of people, I believe, are hurting. A lot of people are frustrated, or they feel like they've been duped. I blame that. Okay, my blame is this. My blame is not on Derek or any of these guys, because they're all symptoms of the same situation. I blame anti-intellectualism in the church in an American context. I do not blame European Christianity, or, how ironic, Middle Eastern Christianity.
Yeah.
It's the nonsense that arose in America in the 1800s that gave rise to this confusion. All the cults that arose, all this, the young creationism from Ellen G. White and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
That anti-intellectual. I mean, again, there were a lot of intellectual Christians and intellectual scientists and so on in America, no doubt about it, even in that period. But they were the ones that were the silent voices. They weren't actually, they like, when you actually read their works, they're not engaging the culture at large. Who's actually engaging the culture at large are the fringe pseudo-scientific theories that come and go. And now, I kid you not, let me just give you a present-day example. There's a TikTok video that's currently reached 15 million views. Okay, 15 million views of some Christian saying that the Ark in Turkey, based on a guy who passed away, but he claimed to be like an archaeologist, Ron Wyatt. So there's a natural formation in Turkey which Ron Wyatt claimed to be the Ark of Noah. This guy on TikTok makes this very, music that's meant to draw you in.
Charismatic.
Spooky. Yeah, like cinematic and like, ooh, I've caught your attention now. Ooh, and so therefore, I kid you not, the argument in the video is the fact that Noah's Ark exists in Turkey means Judgment Day and you're going to hell unless you repent. It's like, what the hell, man? And so then that gives ammunition to the critical scholars, where I have to agree with. I'm like, yes, that is wrong. That's nonsense. But they then go too far afield, and then they say, oh, but therefore Christianity is false because I've disproven that guy. No, that's not how it works. But the point is, people like that TikTok video that's with the 15 million views, that's the issue. In conclusion, my reflection as a practicing Christian, I take the principle of 1 Corinthians 3. The farmland is rich for reaping now. Like, God's farmland is huge. Let God be the ultimate farmer, so to speak. We are the ones watering here and there providentially. And if it includes, an intellectual pursuit in the Christian context, in the Christian sense, well, that's how the church survives, ironically enough. It's the intellectual pursuit of all things, renewing the mind, that sort of thing, staying cutting edge, scientific endeavors, any other form of endeavor. But the point is, it's meant to be non-superstitious, no pseudo nonsense arguments. Just stick with the data and honor the Lord, right? And then, ironically enough, if you love Christ, right, when it says, then the world will know that you're my disciples. If you have love for another, love me, and so on. There's also this very interesting language Paul uses in Ephesians, that the Messiah will teach you things through this notion of love. So, in Ephesians 3, when it says, the size of Christ's love is so vast, you can't measure its height, depth, width, and so on. But he throws in the word knowledge in there to say, as part of what it means to worship Christ, well, he's called a logos for a reason. So you find a reason for things. Notice it. Love all your God. Love God with all your heart, soul, mind. So Christianity is a mindful religion. It's a religion that's engaged the mind, not just switch it off like in Hinduism or something like that, right? So all I can do and all other Christians can do, if they're going to be like what Paul warned against in Corinthians, don't be a stumbling block to the weaker type of individual. Now, when it comes to a mind situation, knowing that the farmland is still massive and still needs a lot of seeding, I just keep chipping away with what I know to be the correct way to approach it, and that is cutting edge science, scientific method, rational critical thinking, education. Education is key, obviously. And that's that. Like, there's no, like, yes, okay, let there be 10, 15 million TikTok videos, viral videos on nonsense stuff. That will still not make it right. You see, it's still false. That if those 15 million people decide to agree with it, it's on them. My purpose is, at least my conscience is clear, right? From my educational context. But then my conscience is also clear in the sense that I ask the Lord to help me to also help, that I'm not a blind leading the blind, but rather I try to bring them out of that. Again, Ephesian imagery. Wake up, sleeper. Let Christ shine on you, right? So, yeah, that would be my answer to you. Yeah.
Beautifully said, brother. Beautiful, bro. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna.
Yeah,
copy
and
your
blessings to
tweet.
you. Hey, email me. I've been doing a series on Islam and the Quran.
Yeah, I've been watching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then come on. Let's have a. I'm happy to even bring you on if you have if our times work, and depending on when we do the stream, if you want to chat with us while we go through the Quran, that would be fantastic. So
Sure.
yeah.
The only thing I'm glad that I was never a devout Muslim. I'm gonna put it right there. So I was just for the name saying cultural Muslim. Now I think the devoutness is more towards Christianity. Like I'm more devout Christian now.
Right.
But in all honesty, I do appreciate it. And I will join you for sure. I hope the London and the Australian time matches somehow. But
Well, it's
I
1:30 at the
hope.
moment, so
Yeah.
1:30
But
p.m. in the middle of the day. So
thank you so much again. Peace of Christ be with you, brother. God bless you and all the viewers. Prayers for you all. Take care, brother.
amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, that brought a lot of joy, just seeing a brother like that from across the world. I want to see if there's been any comments. Saint Ronan. Oh boy, you going to start some trouble, brother? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I actually just wanted to check and see what the folks responding to you have to say about you. And you know me, I try to.
Stay
And you know me, I
in the
try
background.
to.
It's gonna be fun.
Sure, I will be. I've only got
Yeah.
about like 10 minutes on me, but I'll just stick around for a bit.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Here we go. Actually, since your camera is off, I'll do it like that. But you can still people can
No
still hear
problem.
you.
No problem. I wouldn't want people to see my face right now, dude. I look terrible.
Nonsense. All right.
Anyway.
Is it?
Nope, no. Sorry, I was distracted by the chat. What? I'm sorry.
I wasn't distracted. I'm just ignoring you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, theology can be fun on its own to see, but I'm interested in historical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to recognize, and we say this all the time in these public spaces, that if somebody wants to come to Genesis 3 and say the serpent is Satan, fine, right? But I think you have to then recognize that they're doing that through an interpretive framework, right? They have a lens, they're utilizing other textual data, they have presuppositions about the text, and they're reading that essentially back into it, and that's fine. But you just have to be able to distinguish that between what did the author mean, right, when he wrote it, what did it mean in its original context. So both can be meaningful, both can be useful. We just have to make sure we keep them distinct.
All right. Now, that's true what Josh says. Yeah, the interpretive lens would be, serpent, the Nakash figure. Is it Satan? Is it that guy? There are traditions that go into the variation of, in this case, the whole notion of demonology and blah 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 blah. Now, what I find interesting is that there is a biblical book, Old Testament book, that could potentially be a commentary on the Genesis 3 situation. That's Ezekiel 28. Now again, Josh will be familiar with the fact that there's scholarship that will say Ezekiel 28 is about it's Baal the third, and the cherub there would be Adam. It's not the Adam, the human that fell, and because he's like a high priestly nature and blah blah blah. Which I agree. It's all well and good. There's one particular scholar who makes the argument, and Heiser actually utilizes his scholarship. His name is Van Dyke. Let me bring it up. And it's literally it's a whole work called Ezekiel's Prophecy on Tyre from 26 to 28. I'll just share my screen. And what does Van Dyke say in regards to the serpent figure? So I'm going to type in here serpent. And how does he translate verse 12? This is what he does. Okay, hopefully that's coming up. Yep. Oops. So it says, Son of man, raise a dirge over the king of Tyre and say to him, Thus says the Lord Yahweh, you, O serpent of perfection, are full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. In Eden, the garden of God, you were. And verse 14, a wing spread cherub. Or Karub, or how they pronounce it. So, here is where it gets quite interesting, because a lot of translations will not have serpent of perfection there. They literally have the word, like you model of perfection or something like that. Now, just to show what Heiser does, I'll just keyword search Dyke there. So this is in his latest book, Demons. All right, just gonna make sure that's coming up. Yep. So he says, some scholars, this writer included, believe that while each prophetic taunt lament is directed at a human king, both passages draw on a primeval tale of a divine rebellion to portray the respective kings the way they do. In footnote 25, he cites Dyke. So examples of scholars who take this position. Now, why does he argue for that? Well, if you come down here to in this chart here, divine rebel imagery, right? Nakash, so serpent noun, or as a verb it means to divinize. As an adjective it means to shine. So the ISV, ironically enough, when you go to the ISV translation, this is going to be, I think, interesting for Josh and Kip to see. The ISV Bible says, which by the way, the translators of the ESV and NASB and those translations, some of them worked on the ISV, which is a newer translation. Guess
The
what?
shining one.
Yeah. Which
There it is.
which is what the Enoch seminar proposed, right? The Enoch seminar folk were like, hey, Genesis 3:1 should no longer read serpent now. It should read shining one, because it's a divine being. Yes, the word as a noun is serpent, but it's like a triple entendre there. Shiningness, divination, serpent imagery.
Yep.
because
Means
it's a word that can encompass all the judgment aspects of what's applied to this being.
right. Me and M. Scotty agreed that say when the KJV, or usually with maybe majority of other translations, they reference the Shining One as serpent instead. Then we see the semantics on that. So me and M. Scotty agree that Satan maybe wasn't literally taking the form of a snake, but when the Bible mentions serpent, it's like he manifests himself in this sort of serpentine figure, kind of like a genie coming out of out of its lamp, and then it just makes that S curve and then manifests itself. So
Right, right.
I think I think we're talking about I think we're talking about a tempter manifesting itself in a way that's serpentine-ish. Because what can you
But
do?
it doesn't. But my point is, it doesn't
What can a
mean.
snake do? Yeah, like what can a snake do?
Yeah.
Like a snake can't do smooth talk, but there is a specific connotation in why the word. To call somebody a snake before was so offensive, because if we're to tell you that you were either deceptive or crafty in a sense that was deceitful, because a snake can't do that. So somebody who is able to communicate something like that
Hmm.
to beguile Eve couldn't just be talking in the form of hissing sounds. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right, right.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it can be someone of divination, or let's say somebody who knows a lot of things more than a usual person could. Somebody of more vast knowledge than a regular person. So yeah.
And let's not forget the fact that you have Charlesworth, who has written a whole book on the good aspects of serpent imagery and the bad aspects of serpent imagery. It was for Yale. He published that book.
Right.
Interestingly, in that book, the good aspects would be something like, coming back to the Gospel of John and why John is an argument against the Docetists. When Jesus brings up, by the way, he quotes from Proverbs 30 here, verse 4. So in Proverbs 34, who has gone up to heaven except the one who's come down from heaven, which is the
Right.
Son of Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in Proverbs 34, basically he it's a way of going, hey, there's this God. So notice this. This is what this valiant man declared to the God with me, who then prevailed. And then this being having this discussion says, I'm beyond the senses of any man. I do not perceive things the way human beings do. I never acquired wisdom, but I know what the Holy One knows. And then the famous, who has ascended to heaven, then descended, who has collected the wind in his hands, who has wrapped the borders in a garment, who has established all the farthest points of the earth. What is his name, and what is his son's name? Surely you know. Dilbert Baquet wrote a whole dissertation on this, arguing that that in the Greek of John 3, when it says the Son of Man who is in heaven, it's literally the Son of the Man. It's the definite article is there in the Greek. And he argues that there's a difference between the man, or the first power, and the Son, who is the second power. Then verse 14 goes into, just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up. Now, what does that lifting up the serpent in the wilderness look like? Guess
Was
what?
was he lifting up God? Was he glorifying him? Right. Or am I missing something?
Well,
Because
what
I'm because
shape?
Go
Well, what
ahead.
shape? What on that pole? And then you have a serpent on the pole. There's your proto-cross-like imagery taking place.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. This is. Oh, I'm at a loss for words. Do continue. We're just gonna have
No,
dead air.
I'm just saying. Here's the good.
Right.
This is what Charlesworth argues. Like he's
Mm-hmm.
like, look, when you take into account in the course of the hint univocal nature of the argumentation here,
Mm-hmm.
here comes the cross at the forefront. So
Mm-hmm.
just as they were healed in that very peculiar situation in Numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So we are healed by the one who is lifted up, enthroned on the cross.
Mm-hmm. And to me, what would qualify that is the following verse after 15. And it says here specifically, for this is how God loved the world. He gave his unique
exactly.
son.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
So you're right about the whole prototype cross thingy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of prototypes, I'm way beyond my break time, but I'll be listening in the background. So thanks for having me, Rob. It was a pleasure.
No worries. No
All right.
worries. Yeah.
God bless you, man.
God bless you. All right, so coming back to hive quickly. Notice you have Nakash, serpent, noun, to do divination, verb. You can also have it as shining, as an adjective over here on the left. But notice not the Christian or not the church fathers' interpretation of that figure, but it's in the Old Testament. And he uses Van Dyck's argument about the enclectic mem, where if it's silent, it can mean serpent. And so the footnote here in footnote 1, this is what he argues. Van Dyck argues that the word actually be the word serpent. It's a rare phenomenon in ancient Semitic languages where the final letter is silent. Van Dyck is correct in his suspicion, and he's influenced by other connections between Genesis 3 and Ezekiel 28. The Ezekiel passage may include a serpent. So it's not later church tradition making this argument. It's it's in Old Testament scholarship with respect to an Old Testament book. All right.
It's fair to say that that's also the interpretation of Satan, who is the...
Oh, can I just also say this one other thing? Not only did the documentary not tackle the morality of Christ, the documentary didn't even tackle or critique or offer the critical scholars' critique of other critical scholars who are in the evangelical fold. So I've yet to see anyone critique, say, Heiser's works. I've yet to see anyone review and critique the unseen realm. Just a thought.
Gentleman in the documentary, the entire time, the substitute teacher teaching these kids, correct? It's a theological interpretation, is my point, to see him as this evil villain contrary to God.
Yeah. That should be fun.
Let's do it. I'm going to start us off with Exodus. Kip and Josh wanted to start there. Let's do it. Let me know, pause me, and I will be happy to pause to have your comment.
Hey, no pressure, David. But here's a chance. If you want to join me live so we can respond to the Exodus situation, feel free to jump on. Otherwise, I'll try my best. Yeah. Critical scholars have actually praised Heiser's unseen realm. Yep. Because Heiser only uses critical scholarship in their book.
Comments.
Is act in history in the Old Testament. That's the Exodus.
Freedom. Liberation.
The Bible says Israelites lived in Egypt for more than 400 years, slaves to the empire. The Bible tells about a great man.
Moses. That's Moses.
Moses takes on Pharaoh and his empire.
When Israel was in Egypt's land, let my people go. Oppress no heart they could not stand.
Let my people go. The Egyptian Pharaoh did not let go of Moses or his people. More than 2 million Israelites.
You guys are never leaving Egypt, okay? Like never, ever, ever, ever.
So God intervened, attacking Egypt with 10 truly awful plagues. The last plague, killing all firstborn children.
Ouch.
Listen to what the Bible says.
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
Just keep praying.
God's smoting gives the Israelites their chance to finally escape Egypt.
Rise up, get thee gone. For now.
We out.
But it wasn't long before Pharaoh sent his army to take back the Israelites.
Dumb decision.
On the banks of the Red Sea, the Israelites' quest for freedom has reached a dead end. Moses parts the waters, and more than 2 million Israelites escape Egyptian bondage.
Freedom!
Freedom!
Let my people go!
And now we're reading from Dr. Hendel.
As a story of deliverance from oppression, the birth of freedom, the Exodus story has served as a paradigm for over 2.5 millennia.
Paradigm.
Liberation.
And freedom.
God acting in history.
So the Bible says. But what do biblical scholars say?
There is no archaeological evidence that would support an idea of a historical, large-scale exodus from Egypt.
The Exodus from Egypt never happened?
He's a Berkeley professor, Michelle. They're all liars.
There's no archaeology evidence for the Exodus?
Out of Egypt they did not come.
But the Bible says the Israelites lived in
Yeah,
Egypt
maybe we should pause it for
30 years.
It's probably
just a second. Oh no, it's captivating, honestly. Lester Graby put out a book, I think in 2023, where he's looking at it's a second volume in a sort of a 2-part work. I think it's.
Yep. Guess what, Josh? I have it. Yeah. Let me just show it to everyone. While Dr. Falk comes on, this is the book that Josh is pointing out. At least I think this is what you're referring to, unless he's released a brand new one that I'm unaware of. Let's see, Lester, you said 2023 because this is 2022. You could be talking about his 2024 book, which I don't have. I know Lester because of his Faith and Fossils 2018 book. The 2024 book is Prophets in Ancient Israel. Hey, David. Maybe your mic's not working, but what I'll do is I'll...
Hey,
there you are.
All right, let me just mute something here.
So, if you're referring to this book, Josh, yep, I bought this. The Dawn of Israel, History of Canaan in the 2nd millennium BCE. And he's a Christian.
Yeah, Grab is a favorite of his. Grab is also a biblical minimalist, so, that shouldn't surprise anyone.
Right. Shall I just keep playing the clip and then we pause?
Well, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit, because they slipped something in there that I think is very interesting. With the Passover, killing all the children. All the firstborn children. That's not what's meant by firstborn. Firstborn is the title of the heir designate. You can be 60 years old and be the firstborn. This is the guy who inherits after you die. That's the firstborn. It's not a designation of age or ordinal birth. And this is what I think is really disingenuous about this, is the whole idea that all these firstborn children, you don't cease to be a firstborn, until your father dies or you die yourself. If you're the firstborn, you are the heir designate. Merneptah was the firstborn of Ramses II, even though he wasn't the firstborn in ordinal birth, and did not come to the throne until he was over the age of 60. It's a title. Isaac is the firstborn. Is he the firstborn in ordinal birth? No. That's Ishmael. And Ishmael is like a teenager. by the time Isaac is born. But Isaac is given the title of firstborn because he is the inheritor.
And this is also the argument of Hebrews, right? Like in Hebrews
Yep.
11, the only
Yep.
begotten, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, this is just not understanding the context of the Bible and its age to create a caricature of what it says. And the second part is that 2 million people leaving, that was not actually something written in the Bible. That's an estimate that was done by exegetes in the early 20th century. Okay, that's an interpretation. But now we know that there are several possible reasons why that 2 million is incorrect. One, we do know from, say, genre literature of the, war literature, for example, the war genre, that those numbers could be inflated. We do know there's now multiple interpretations for the words of the census in the Book of Numbers. So that could be just a designation of clans instead of, say, individuals. There's even other potential interpretations here, but we don't know which one's the right one. But I find it kind of disingenuous that Satan here zeroes in on the one he likes without consulting any of the other possibilities. It's the surest sign of a dishonest exegete. Is he strawmans? He doesn't give you the steelman case. He gives you the straw man case and says, "Oh, you see, that's the truth." Okay, you can go on. I think. I think I'm done ranting on that first bit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to bring up. I was just looking for Carpenter's. Oops, device is not connected. Yeah, I was just going to bring up Carpenter's commentary on Exodus while you're talking, but yeah, I'll keep going. There we go. You're back.
All right, I'm back. Let's see, where's the camera here? There's my camera. All right. Not that I'm going to have any real camera here, but there you go.
Okay.
At least I should see a face.
Well, look at this. Very, very handsome face right there. That's...
Yeah. And on the other screen, there are 4 people afraid to talk to me too.
Oh yeah.
How many times has denied? People have tried to set up debates between me and Josh like a dozen times, and he's always cowered out every time.
Well, I'm trying to build bridges. I've known Josh longer than Kip, and I even check in on him privately, not frequently, but whenever something comes up, I make sure he's doing all right. But Kip, on the other hand, is like, I'm trying to build a bridge in Christian love and charity. He himself has said some pretty interesting remarks about me, that apparently I'm really bright and I'm well read. It's like,
hey,
okay.
Don't forget, you're the Deepak Chopra.
But simultaneously there's the oxymoronic statement, right? I'm the Deepak Chopra at the same time, and and he did a very disingenuous thing at the start of the stream, which I won't repeat. But it's just stuff like that kind of irks me.
Look, Kip does a lot of disingenuous stuff. That's his modus operandi.
Yeah. So, all right, let's continue with the video.
That was Bill, but he's looking at early, like, where did the Israelites come from, right? It's sort of the same old question, the $64,000 question that scholars have been wrestling with. And I think it's important to note, as he does, and so many scholars I think hold this position, obviously not all of them, that while it is absolutely agreed upon, right, among historical critical scholars and archaeologists, that this picture of 2.5 to 3 million individuals leaving out of New Kingdom Egypt and leaving Egypt to go to Egypt, ostensibly, right, Egyptian-controlled land, does not reflect, reality on the ground, and that the Israelites are.
Yep. I paused.
Okay, this whole Egypt controlling Egypt thing. I hear this a lot, which is, the Israelites are leaving Egypt, which is Egyptian controlled. Okay, we grant that. Going to a place that is under the iron fist of Egypt. That doesn't actually fit with the archaeology. Already by the beginning of the reign of Ramses II, the hegemony of Egypt is falling apart in Canaan. They're basically fine saying, hey, the Philistines, they were able to infiltrate the coastal plain during the reign of Ramses II. And this is supposed to be under the iron fist of Egypt. But somehow the Israelites weren't able to enter the Judean foothills, a land that was less controlled in all periods of history by Egypt. Well, it's a position that doesn't make any sense. It also doesn't also appreciate the nature of Egyptian hegemony. It's not an empire. Egypt didn't have an empire. And you can see this in the Amarna letters. Basically, once the Egyptians got their tribute, they were pretty much happy to let the various kingdoms in the Levant fight it between themselves. They didn't care about the internal politics of the Levant. They just wanted their money. That's it. It was an extortion racket. So, once they got their tribute, they didn't care. So the idea that the Israelites are leaving Egypt to enter Egypt is an exaggeration. Egypt did not have that ironclad control over the Levant. Not at least starting in the early, at least by the 5th regnal year of Ramses II, it's already falling to bits. So when the Israelites enter into Canaan after the end of Ramses II's reign into the reign of Merneptah, okay, things are already going bad for the 19th dynasty. Merneptah reigns 10 years. And only 10 years. He has one incursion into not even the whole of the Levant, just the Shephelah, and he goes home. That's the only time in that 10 years, basically, when the Israelites enter into Canaan, that Egypt has a campaign. Then, after the reign of Merneptah, you've got civil war in Egypt. You've got Amamessa usurping the throne, Seti II trying to take it back. You've basically got a tug of war in Egypt. They don't care what's happening in the Levant at that point. Nominally, it's still under Egyptian control, but it's very nominal. No real control is being asserted by the Egyptians. And by the reign of Ramses IV, they lose it all. It's completely, and really you could even say by the end of the reign of Ramses III, they've lost it already. Because at the end of the reign of Ramses III, inflation runs out of control, which is a sure sign they're no longer getting tribute anymore. So this whole idea that...
Also, just a quick clarification, Ramses II dies in his, what at the turn of his 90th birthday or something?
In his 80s or 90s, yeah.
Yeah. And I heard Bob Breyer, which I keep mentioning to you in the Great Courses, where he himself says this is clear evidence for an exodus because of the fact that he died at such an old age. Because if there was like a Reed Sea crossing, that the way it happened and the basically the way the exodus happened, that apparently there's ramifications that transpired for him specifically to then die at such an old age. Apparently he died not happy, like a lot of circumstantial stuff happened around him soon after the Exodus event. Like, this is Bob Breyer's argument.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a lot of evidence for the late 19th dynasty. It's really interesting because we have a lot of documentation of what happened early on in Ramses' reign, up to about the 25th regnal year. And then it goes dark. The few records we have of later on in the reign of Ramses II are really just reminiscing over his earlier years. There's no new achievements. There's no new conquests. We wouldn't expect there to because there's a peace treaty between Egypt and the Hittites at that point. So there just isn't a lot to go on as far as the end of Ramses II's reign. But what's more interesting is Merneptah's reign. Because Ramses II goes from having the largest army, Egyptian army, since Tutmosis III. Ramses II has a massive army. And yet his successor, Merneptah, can't even keep the Libyans out. This ragtag, hodgepodge group of desert nomads invade Egypt in Merneptah's 5th regnal year. And it takes 3 months for the Egyptians to drive them out. 3 months. That's how decrepit the Egyptian army had become by the time Merneptah takes the throne. And Merneptah is not just a king, he's a general. He's a general. He knows this stuff. He knows the condition of the military. And yet he has great difficulties driving out the Libyans. So this shows a general decline of the Egyptian armed forces by the time we get to Merneptah. But how did that happen? That's sort of an open question. But it is highly suggestive that in some way Ramses II lost it all. And it's only through his diplomatic efforts that he was able to essentially hold it all together for as long as he did.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I'm just reading here my notes from the Bob Breyer lecture. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, he says the Merneptah Stela, named for the 13th son of Ramses, helps place the Exodus in time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first one. Then he says that the death of Ramses' firstborn child could have happened during the Exodus.
It happens sometime around Ramses II's 25th regnal year. We don't have the exact date of the death of Amenhotep, but we know that it is around the 25th regnal year.
Right.
So
right.
plus or minus, say, 7 years. But if you add 40 years to that, you get a, which is going to be around 1263 roughly. Add 40 years to that, you're in 1223 when the Israelites enter the Promised Land roughly. And then 1217 is when Merneptah does his incursion into the Shephelah. Now, what's so interesting about the 5th year of the... There's something very interesting about the 5th year of the conquest. Something very interesting about this. And that is that the Israelites haven't occupied the land in the 5th regnal year. They're up in Shiloh, arguing for 2 years over how to divide the land. So it's a very interesting, I would say, providence, coincidence, if you want, that the Israelites are pretty much absent from the Shephelah when Merneptah decides to do his campaign. They're over in Shiloh, a place that Merneptah never goes.
Interesting.
It's a very interesting coincidence.
Brief,
but history is often built up by these coincidences.
Yes.
You know, how did the Americans win World War II against the Japanese at the Battle of Midway? It was a coincidence that their fighter bombers saw the aircraft carriers through the clouds.
Yeah.
Things like this happen in history.
It's like Murphy's Law, right? Or something equivalent.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on this? Just to summarize for the audience. This is, again, Bob Breyer's lecture notes. He says, his later years, there's a bit of mystery about Ramses' reign. His personality seems to have changed from the great warrior builder to a more sedentary pharaoh. Today we would call it a midlife crisis. We will discuss the last 40 years and so on. So basically he summarizes his outlook here. He took Hittite peace treaty, he took a Hittite bride.
Yes, he did. He takes the bride very late in life, though. Yeah.
Right. Ramses took a second Hittite bride, year 44, to further establish peace. Ramses, it would seem, was mellowing. Then he says he experienced several major deaths in the family. Nefertari died as Abu Simbel was completed year 20. Firstborn son, the crown prince, died in around year 17. The overachiever son.
Well, that's okay. We don't know when Amenhotep Khoshev died exactly. We know it's around year 25, but it could be early as 17. It could be as late as 32.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what that year 17 is, it's the last written record of Amenhotep Khoshev, which has to do with the Hittite peace treaty. That's when the last campaign of Ramses happens, and that's when the peace treaty is negotiated.
Right.
We don't get another record of a crown prince until sometime after this, when the next crown prince takes on in roughly the 40th regnal year.
So then he says he became the tomb builder, so no more great temples, rather he looked instead toward death. And
Kahemwasit was a different son, but yes, he was his own individual. He liked antiquities.
Right. And then in his final comment, just before he concludes this chapter, he says, why did Ramses have a midlife crisis? The Exodus, as we shall see in the next lecture, may have had something to do with it.
It's possible. Possible. It could be a contributing factor.
Well, I'm just pointing out that...
I mean, who wants to be outsmarted by a bunch of slaves?
But he's not out there to try and defend, say, Exodus. He's just
a
critical scholar on great courses, which is a well-vetted education platform. I find it interesting that with the consensus date, with the consensus pharaoh, that he's like, hey, there's something about this. So, all right, let's get back to the stream. Thanks for coming on, by the way. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm just sitting here with a headache. What else do I have better to do?
Okay. Well, everyone's presence here will try and absorb the chaos gump you're facing. So
Canaanites that are moving up into the highlands during Iron One or the end of the Late Bronze Age. While that's true, that doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't have individuals, pastoral nomads, even like Canaanite slaves from Egypt that made their way up into the highlands, and the group that was building there in Iron One, and bringing these stories or this story with them, right? We don't like it's how are we gonna verify that? That's a tough one to verify, right? But the idea that a handful of Canaanite slaves with the collapse of Egypt and its hold on.
What do you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I love this. We can't discount the possibility that some slaves made it out carrying this story of an exodus with them. Well, how did they get the story of an exodus? if
Handel's argument, it's within Canaan. They're just making up a history of how
that's Handel's argument,
and it's competing with other histories. See?
But Josh isn't making Handel's argument here. Josh is making a different argument that some slaves left and carried with them an Exodus story. Like, okay. I mean, Handel's argument is a completely different kettle of fish anyway. Okay? You talked about Kendall. It's like, Kendall is essentially using an argument of imagination. I imagine they could come up with a story of the Exodus, therefore that's what they did.
Yeah.
So Handel is using a very different basis for his views that, quite frankly, are very strange. But here Josh is basically saying, well, we can't discount the idea that some nomads slaves coming out of Egypt couldn't have had this.
I just want to get this out of the way.
All right.
Oh no, finish your point, because I just want to get this out of the way. I was limited in time on the IP stream. I want to read this. This is Hoffmeyer's. Like in that 5 years on Exodus, Hoffmeyer didn't even bother critiquing Handel's argument.
I kind of wish that Handel would not have been invited to that book. That was a mistake.
Really? I think it's vital.
I think they should have done a separate book. I think they should have done a separate book. Because now you had 5 people arguing against all 5 positions.
But
there really should have been a separate
except
book.
For Stripling. So 3 in this sense. Even Rensburg was like tearing out his head in regards to Handel's argument.
Oh, they all were. But it more became it would have been better if they could have concentrated on their arguments.
Yeah, true.
That most people in that group were really heated about. Not so much Handel. Handel was a distraction. They should have had a separate book for Handel. Basically, did the Exodus happen? 2 views or 3 views.
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
Rather than the date of the Exodus, 5 views. It was just a bad editorial decision.
Yeah.
And thus you had various, when, for example, you look at say Hoffmeyer's critique of, say, Stripling, there was a lot that was left unsaid because of Handel kept sort of getting in there.
Yeah.
So
and then
you can go on with Handel here.
Yeah, well, this is Hoffmeyer's rejoinder back to Handel, saying that because I don't think people have actually read this part, and I only read like a tiny sentence in the IP stream, but I want to show everyone here what's going on in the guild, so to speak. Hey, Handel is not he's not Emperor Palpatine, or he's not Paul Atreides, he's not.
Yeah, he's none of those things.
Guy. He's not like as if everyone bends the knee to him when it comes to this stuff. So Hoffmeyer says, He is well positioned to write The Exodus as Cultural Memory as his contribution to this volume. He has advocated this approach for 2 decades now. I am grateful that he sees some form of historical memory in the Exodus narratives, although how he decides what is historical poses a serious problem. However, before Handel defines and develops his thesis and explains how cultural memory works, he swerves from that task by offering a diatribe against Christian scholars for their embrace of the doctrine of the inerrancy of Scripture. Then, in a bizarre twist, he denounces Kenneth Kitchen and me for not being faithful to what he believes is our inerrantist creed. Because he raised this issue in his essay, which is the point you're raising, he's like a distraction, I wish to point out that Handel has a history of animus toward conservatives and believes traditional positions should not appear in scholarly publications. In footnote 44 over here, he says, in an op-ed 10 years ago, Handel objected to the Society of Biblical Literature allowing quote-unquote fundamentalist groups holding their meetings in conjunction with SBL, and opined that Bruce Waltke's conclusion that Proverbs 1 to 24 was Solomonic when reviewing Michael Fox's commentary on Proverbs was, quote, rationally absurd. So he goes, Handel has the audacity to say Waltke's conclusion. So Waltke is yes, he's conservative, but he's one of those prominent scholars at SBL. So is Michael V. Fox. And then Handel comes in as a distraction, as you're pointing out. Oh yeah, that's just rationally absurd. At one
That's
point,
very Handel. That's very Handel. You know, Handel always will take cheap shots against, say, more conservative scholarship, just because he holds to that same. Well, if you have some sort of faith proposition, you must be biased.
Yep.
So he'll always take cheap shots. He's not a great debater because of that. It's just you're just navigating between, say, bad thinking and cheap shots.
Yep. And so then that falls into the category of bully, in my opinion. So at one point, he temporarily withdrew his membership from SBL in protest, which, again, in this footnote, while Handel directs his harangue at SBL, his grievance really is directed at evangelical scholars because their more traditional approach to the Hebrew Bible is, quote, rationally absurd. Therefore, they should be excommunicated from the guild. The SBL chat room buzzed for several weeks as members went back and forth, with some scholars chiding Handel while others dashed to his support. And between June 23, 2010 and August 15, 2010, 95 postings were made. You know, a lot of them, I actually read those postings. A lot of them were actually having a go at Handel saying, stop being a child. Like, I'm quoting verbatim. You're just being childish. Stop being a child. Okay, so his aversion to conservative scholarship bubbled over publicly at the Exodus conference in 2013. Geologist Stephen Moshier, whose vital work on the northeastern delta of Egypt has revealed the Bronze Age paleo environment of this region, presented a paper, and Handel was upset by the suggestion that the route from P. Ramses through North Sinai might have something to do with the Exodus itinerary. He immediately denounced Moshier, asserting, to go from text immediately to geology in the modern context of critical scholarship is intellectually indefensible. Now, what's ironic is Manfred Bitak, a giant in northeastern Delta archaeology, demurred with Handel, thanking Moshier for his fascinating study and stating, it is absolutely legitimate and cogent to find out the physical backgrounds to what is possible and not possible regarding Exodus. Handel's and Bitak's diametrically opposite responses expose the academic divide between historians and archaeologists and modern, quote-unquote, critical biblical scholars. As a strong advocate of the liberal arts and a multiplex approach to the study of the Hebrew Bible, so this is the bit I wanted everyone to read, which I didn't have time to read. Hofmeier says, I resonate with Rensburg's salutary affirmation that the purpose of the humanities is to open doors of inquiry, not to close them. In his criticisms of evangelical scholars, Handel seems bent on closing doors to scholars who don't share his critical readings. Nowhere in my essay is theology or a particular doctrine of Scripture mentioned. Since my first published refereed article in 1975, I have never used a theological argument to advance a historical idea. I have written on the limitations of both the modern rationalistic approach of high criticism and the new literary approaches of postmodern hermeneutics in Old Testament studies. That's right. In this footnote, he says, I adopted this approach in my dissertation that was subsequently published as sacred in the vocabulary of ancient Egypt. The term, now what's DSR? With special reference to dynasties 1 to 20. Later, I applied the approach to biblical narratives, so understanding Hebrew and Egyptian military contexts, and that's that. And that was back in 1985, that dissertation.
Well, I mean, this is sort of Handel's game here, where he tends to go after, say, people who have a faith proposition. Oh, you're biased. Like, for example, in his critique of, say, Jim Hoffmeyer some years ago, wasn't that long ago, I think it was about 3 years ago, Handel did a video talking about Hoffmeyer and basically saying that Hoffmeyer was biased because if he didn't hold to a high biblical position, then he would lose his paycheck. Now, the irony of this was that Hoffmeyer had already been retired for years when Handel made that statement. You know, he didn't owe a paycheck to get a paycheck from any religious institution at that point. But this is sort of the ad hominem approach that Handel takes. You know, if he can't just call you biased, he'll call you incentivized.
Yeah.
He'll find some way to ad hominem you to defray criticism of his own position, which is really logically sketchy.
So apparently, a viewer is saying he said that on Mythvision, just throwing constant shade at him and Kenneth Kitchen. So the fact that he's bringing up Hoffmeyer's name when he was on Mythvision, it's like, is Hoffmeyer a target for Handel then? Because this is new to me. I didn't know.
He's a target for a lot of people.
Target. Oh, okay.
I mean, Bowen went after Hoffmeyer. Remember, this is how this whole thing started between me and, say, the Mythvision crowd. Was Mythvision had Bowen on his channel where he was essentially saying that Hoffmeyer shouldn't have a voice in the academy because he's got a religious bias.
To be fair, Josh, like if Josh is listening, to be fair, I have heard you say something like that. Especially when it comes to Walton and Hoffmeyer, or anyone who's evangelical in that sense. Even in a private dialogue I've had with Josh, I even threw the name Harry Hoffner, who's like the Hittite dude before he passed in 2015. No, it's because, again, it's a faith commitment. It's emotionally, subjectively sort of driven stuff. But when I read his works, like Hoffner's works in this context, I don't see that. I see maybe like a reflection or an application at the end of his essay per se.
Sure.
But not when he's dealing with Hittite stuff.
No.
Purely in that scholarly sort of mode, right?
No.
So.
And frankly, to be honest, we would be wrong if we did the opposite. If we would say to the skeptics, hey, you don't have any business talking about the Bible, it's not your book.
True. That's true.
You know, you could make a sauce for the goose, a sauce for a gander argument here, but we'd be just as wrong to do that. We're not saying that the skeptics shouldn't have a voice in this. But at the same time, too, they are not the only voice in this. And there's a large number of scholars out there that don't agree with what these guys claim is the consensus.
Hmm.
And they use that consensus thinking as a club.
Yeah, but there's a contradiction here. They'll say the consensus is Bible's wrong, but then the documentary goes to the consensus, and through only the lens of Handel and, in some sense, Collins, they themselves will say, "Oh, see, here's the critical scholars right in front of you at this meeting, but they're all believers, and most of them evangelical." So hang on, what's the is the consensus a large group of atheists at SBL, or is the consensus a large group of believers at SBL, and then the minors in the atheist crowd? Like, which is it?
It's ad hoc.
Yeah, it's
it's totally ad hoc. It's whatever they want in the moment. If they can find an evangelical or a Catholic, like, say, for example, Mark Smith, that'll support their position, they'll use that. That's fine.
But he's a believer.
He is a believer, but they don't have any problems using it. And then they'll say out the outside of the mouth that believers have no place in the scholarship.
Okay, Mark Smith, you're out of the game. Come on. Go.
Bye, Mark.
So what's going to be ironic is it's going to end up with a room with, like, literally no windows, no decoration inside. It's just going to be a bare cell of, I don't know, loathing atheists, loathing about, look at the horrors of the ancient Near East. How dare that happen? And that's it. Like,
a bunch of atheists contradicting each other. There's your consensus.
Oh boy. In fact, out of the 5 people in this book, even Rendsburg is a believer, right?
Yeah, Rendsburg's a believer.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The only one
Handel
in that book that's not a believer is Handel.
Hmm.
He's the only one.
So, Hofmeier then says, I prefer the phenomenological approach, which takes events and various phenomena in narrative seriously. Phenomenology rejects the assumption that only what is rational is real. And he said this in his Ancient Israel in Sinai book. I treat Hebrew and Egyptian texts in the same manner. And he says, for an example of my approach to Egyptian texts that deal with the supernatural, see Hofmeier on Understanding Hebrew and Egyptian military texts. Then he says, Professor Handel seems to believe that conservative scholars who affirm the inerrancy of the Bible must also be literalist. This is false. Kitchen and I are attacked for swerving from inerrancy and a departure from the plain sense of the Bible. You see, this whole plain sense of the Bible
is
it's like Handel. You're talking like Kent Hovind now.
Yeah, it's a fundamentalist hermeneutic. It's that all or nothing hermeneutic. Either you have naive literalism or it's all wrong. You know, these are people that have no nuance to their reading. There's no, how do you say, virtuosity to the reading that they do. So they cannot comprehend the virtuosity of the writer.
Right.
I mean, the fact is that I believe in inerrancy, but I'm not a literalist. Not at least in a wooden literal sense of it, the term. I in no way employ a fundamentalist hermeneutic when I read. I read according to context and genre. So, you know, Kitchen, myself, Hofmeier are going to be of that persuasion. where they are inerrantists, but not literalists.
So Tyler Vella, it's good to see you. If that's you, the free thinker, he says, it's not a contradiction. They don't equate critical scholars with atheistic. They expressly said there are great believing critical scholars. This seems a pretty blatant strawman. I don't think I'm making me or Orkia are making a strawman. I'm sorry.
We're not making a strawman. What we are saying is
we're reading verbatim what Handel is saying, and his strawman of the whole situation.
What we're saying here is that yes, they first of all, they will admit that there are critical scholars who do believe. They'll admit that. They'll also say out of the outer side of the mouth that people with a faith proposition shouldn't be involved in the practice of biblical studies because they're biased. There is an inherent inconsistency to that.
Whosoever supports me and the rest are biased. Second Opinions 3:16. That's it.
So it's not a straw man to point out that, hey, you guys say we shouldn't have the best scholarship out there if it's from somebody with faith. If we say, if we criticize them for that idea that people with faith shouldn't be in the academy, that's not being inconsistent. That's not a straw man. They have made that claim several times. We want them to be, fair in their treatment of scholarship, whether that comes from somebody with faith or somebody who doesn't come with faith. Judge the scholarship on its own terms. This has always been the axe I've had to grind with guys like Bowen. Because it's not that I disagree so much with his scholarship. I mean, there are things about his scholarship I do very much disagree with. But it's more of his attitude towards, say, people who come to this with a faith proposition, but are still producing good scholarship. That scholarship should be allowed to stand.
Right.
Yeah, free thinker. There is an example in the my very first popcorn review of Bowen. I critique this. He said it on Myth Vision. You can look up my popcorn review of Josh Bowen, and you can see it there. So yes, he does it.
What's bizarre though about the list here? Davies, Bowen, McClellan. So McClellan though is an LDS. Now, I'm confused. Is he still practicing? Is he still a theist? Some of the videos that I see him release as of late, again, credit where credit's due with some nonsense stuff that he critiques, but then otherwise he'd go on, I kid you not, I don't know if you were watching earlier in the stream when I brought up 1 Samuel 10:6 as interpreted by McClellan through that paper that came out back in last September, that Yahweh raped Saul to cause his depression to creep in or something. Like, it's just crazy.
McClellan is on a knife edge with the LDS Church.
So it just confuses me. How on earth do his own LDS folks sort of like see him?
His LDS folks see him as somebody who's already on his way out the door. Apparently, his ties with him are now sort of tenuous. I have heard several videos from the LDS Church now, basically calling him a woke scholar. That basically there is no absolute truth to the scriptures. there's a lot of question of whether or not McClellan is really a crypto Mormon, a guy who's basically lied about his particular faith propositions to secure work. Kind of like what Kip did. Now, McClellan, to be fair to McClellan has never said he was an atheist. But
Yeah, that's true.
McClellan has never really said he's a full-blown believer in Mormonism either. He's just worked for the Mormon Church.
And just so I can zoom in on my face, McClellan, stop being a coward. You blocked me. What? I mean, the guy blocked me because I was pointing out that there are studies disagreeing with God's phallus scholarship. And the funny thing is, during a stream where there's a bunch of them together, because I brought up that particular book that mentions an engagement with S. Linger's paper and disagrees with it, McClellan was like, no, he agrees with, he's literally, I don't know what he's reading. The guy says, no, that is not right. Don't do that. McClellan's like, no, he is right. And I'm not going to engage you anymore, so block. So I get blocked.
McClellan doesn't have the courage of his convictions.
He blocks, and then you see the same blocking attitude. Yes, there is a TikToker who is genuinely rude. So the guy who's reacting to the Samuel rape thing, he's a bit rude. I agree. Yeah, someone like him needs to be blocked. But he goes and blocks me, deletes me from all the platforms, and I can't even send a message in his live streams. And so I'm like, okay, fine. I mean, I no loss to me, really. But this sort of selective, anyway. I'll bring it back to that.
Yeah, he doesn't have the courage of his convictions. If you go basically to his face, tell him he's wrong, he won't back it up. He'll sort of back down. He's basically a social media. He's got social media courage. He's got social media courage. If he can block you, he's a brave guy.
Blocking an Aussie, that's me in the middle of Australia.
If you get in his face, face to face, mano a mano, he'll just say, okay, maybe I was wrong. You can say horrible things about people, and then you just sort of crumple when you're confronted face on. Yeah, okay, we got your number now.
So let's finish Hoffmeyer's quote, and then we'll get back to the stream. So,
sure.
So departure from the plain sense of the Bible. When we question, let me just bring back to the full screen now. When we question literal readings such as the 480 years or the 600,000 Hebrew men leaving Egypt, our sin is that he views. So notice this. Our sin. This is the sassiness Hoffmeyer is bringing in here. Our sin is that he views these details among the Bible's errors that we seek to correct by replacing them with historically plausible reconstructions. Handel rejects our interpretation of the 10 plagues for diminishing them to natural phenomena. Accordingly, the Bible, in a sense, misrepresents or misunderstands the plagues, which the modern scholar can correct. I never seek to correct any text. Rather, I strive to understand it. I mean, for example, that's Heiser's watershed moment with the Psalm 82, and then his whole life, his life worth of scholarship since then is this constant drive to go back to the text, try and understand the text, which is also your point on your YouTube channel as well.
Read the text. You start with the text. You don't start
I mean,
with a presupposition.
So much for sola scriptura as the the famous like what it actually originally meant. So it's
Oh yeah. Sola scriptura? No, these people don't practice sola scriptura.
Nevertheless, to prove his point, Handel quotes my Israel and Egypt. Plagues were natural occurrences known to Egypt. The consequence being, in his words, that the biblical events are largely emptied of their supernatural character. My qualifying quotation from Sana's wonderful Exodus commentary, however, is overlooked. They, the plagues, are instances of God's harnessing the forces of nature for the realization of his own historical purpose. I further nuanced my position, arguing that Egyptians and Israelites understood that the world in which they lived was not divided into dichotomous categories such as church and state or natural and miraculous. Rather, these concepts were dynamically interrelated. All the forces of nature were divinely controlled. From the modern scientific perspective, the first 9 plagues are natural occurrences, but to the Hebrews and Egyptians, they were divine miraculous actions. When Handel declares, in this model, supernatural events are replaced by natural ones, he misrepresents my position. The phenomenological approach is intended to evaluate an experience, event, or phenomenon from the perspective of the narrative's ancient context. This is something I've also argued. This is sort of like outside this discussion, like when I've spoken with the archaeologist and anthropologist Jeff Rose. He works in the Persian Gulf, and he's been wrestling with this out of Africa model and the Persian Gulf oasis that he calls, which he says is like basically Eden, and then the Noah's flood could be the flooding of the Persian Gulf coming in, the Indian Ocean spilling in, and the Anzu demon bird is basically that cyclone that affected all that stuff. I actually proposed all of that, like the seeds of that, back in 2016 and 2017 to Josh. Now, I've also had the same pushback because Jeff Rose for Springer in 2022 finally, since his 2010, like his landmark paper in 2010 when he published, finally finished in 2022, putting it all together in an actual book, arguing for the very real event of basically a Noah's flood, but from an anthropological context, like putting aside Bible and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, again, I'm not being. I hope this doesn't come across as rude to Josh Bowen, but I received the feedback that Handel has been giving, that Rob, now you've just denigrated it down to just the natural, like it's a natural event now. But my point is, it's historical. This evidence means this happened. The theology of the text then comes into that discussion, into the historicity of that discussion, and now polemically engages, well, if there is a God that providentially brought this about, well, who was it? Was it the ancient Near Eastern deities, or was it Yahweh?
Well, it's a weird kind of argumentation. It's a weird kind of argumentation because it's the idea, okay, you have stripped the event out of its supernatural elements, replaced it with plausible natural elements, but because now it's natural elements, it couldn't have happened then. It's a very, very weird cognitive leap.
Right. Because they ask for evidence. I want the evidence that it happened. But then when we show it happened, and how ironic, God himself says in Jeremiah, I can't contradict the laws of nature because I made a covenant. Look to the laws of nature, they're immutable, just like I'm immutable. So God sovereignly brings about these events. And now what? Now where does this leave you? You being Handel and so on. Do you now affirm the Exodus exactly as the Exodus narrative says?
It's a false dichotomy.
But just throw away the God part now? And
it's a false dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's basically saying you either have the supernatural or the natural. But you can't have both. It's a false dichotomy. So they start with that false dichotomy, then basically saying, oh, okay, so you're saying that there's a natural element here, therefore not a supernatural element. And because there's just a natural element to this, therefore there's no supernatural, therefore it couldn't have happened. It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow, but that's the train of the argument.
Right. So
they start with the logical fallacy. They start with that logical fallacy of that false dichotomy that, yes, that basically supernatural or natural, but not both. And then from there, once you start with one piece of bad logical thinking, there's no end to how you can go off the rails.
Yeah. So after... Actually, I'll put this sideways, so... Okay. After Handel's initial apologetic for the clear sense of the Bible, he champions the Exodus as cultural memory because it embraces the miraculous quality of the events. In reality, he does not believe these events were supernatural or natural phenomena, nor is there a cause-effect between the plagues and the release of enslaved Hebrews. Handel's plagues... So just quickly, though, he in reality does not believe these events were supernatural or natural. So in other words, absolutely no Exodus. It's just a made-up fictional story about their origins as Canaanites right from the get-go. That's Handel's position.
Yeah, that's pretty much Handel's position.
So Handel's plagues are literary, not literal. For him, they possibly derive from lists of plagues and curses known from ancient Near Eastern texts, like Esarhaddon's succession treaty. Consequently, biblical scholars have surmised, so, quote, such traditional material was drawn into the Exodus memory, although possibly some sort of regional plague may be remembered in the biblical story that is hinted at in some ancient Near Eastern literature. Indeed, during the reign of Amenhotep III, serious disruptions occurred, perhaps because of plague or what Ariel Kozlov called serious disease events, which may be reflected in the text Handel cites. When the Philistines fought against Israel in 1 Samuel 4, they recognized the power of Israel's deity, who struck the Egyptians with all kinds of plagues. And when the plague did strike Philistia because of the Ark of the Covenant, they asked, "Why do you harden your hearts as the Egyptians and Pharaoh did? When Israel's God dealt harshly with them, did they not send the Israelites out so they could go on their way?" The Philistine plague prompts them to recall specifically what occurred in Egypt to the Hebrews, not a vague, distant memory of pandemic that struck their region. Handel's cultural memory hermeneutic sees a merging of aspects of history, traditional law, and narrative imagination into a powerful cultural memory, a mixture of history and fiction. But he offers no methodology for identifying what is history, fiction, and mnemohistory? Could be a typo there.
No, that's not a typo. That's basically history through memorial.
Oh, I see.
Mnemohistory.
Mnemohistory.
As in mnemonic.
Mnemonics, all right. Yeah.
So history that's written to remember something.
Well, that's some pretty damn good story making for people to specifically remember this history and not the others, right?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Perhaps he follows, it could be Yawn or John's, Osman's guide.
It's Yawn Osman.
Yawn Osman, okay. It is only through continual historical reflection that the workings of memory become visible. How ironic. Historical reflection is excessively subjective, in my judgment. objective criteria is lacking, and herein lies the problem with a cultural memory reading of the biblical narratives. The reader subjectively and arbitrarily determines what happened or did not happen, and what qualifies as cultural memory. While many scholars have jumped on the cultural memory bandwagon, insightful criticism has also been leveled. This footnote is just all references. William Dever rightly dubbed it as vogue among some biblical scholars and historians. However, he sees postmodernism's philosophy at work and opines that cultural memories deal mostly with the transmission of the story, not any reality behind it. This seems to me yet another myth and myth-making, ancient and modern, another legacy of postmodernism. This is.
Well, I mean, I think
of all people.
Oh yeah, that's Dever. Yeah.
That's
but
a pretty powerful statement by Dever.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like.
Well, I mean,
dang,
he's
like,
seen it all.
Yeah.
He's seen all these fads come and go.
Man.
But if you're going to put together a myth, and I use that as in a story, if you're going to put a myth of your origins, and you want it to be reflective of what happened in the past, I'm not sure I would have made a bunch of mud brick makers sitting in Egypt, getting the snot beaten out of them on a daily basis as my origin story. Just saying.
Yeah. Oh boy. And I mean, Benjamin Noonan's work on the loanwords in the Exodus, even Bob Breyer argues that this clear 19th dynastic period.
Oh, it's very clear. There's a lot of 19th dynasty stuff.
Yeah.
Just the place names alone are all stuff that is circa Dynasty 19.
Yeah.
And most of them have some connection to either Ramses II or his father, Seti I. Whether whether they're created by either of those kings, or whether they are renamed by those kings, or whether they're mentioned in a text that references those kings. They are clearly 19th dynasty names. And some of those places aren't even on the common roads. Like Baal Zephon and Pihahi Road are not on the major highways. They're in the hinterland. If you just follow the major highways, you will not arrive at either of those two destinations.
Right.
They're not on the major roads. So this is not something where, say, traders are going to know about these places to any degree of accuracy, because traders are basically following trade routes. They're trying to get across that Sinai as fast as possible so they can do profitable trading within the cities of Egypt, or in the other direction to Canaan. These are not going to be people that are going to go off on, say, a side route out into the southern Plusiac estuary in the middle of the reeds and the desert just for a few extra coins. They're not going to do that. So it'd be very, very strange for a later writer to have any knowledge of Pihahi wrote. Very strange. Let alone Baal Zephon.
A poor joke incoming, unless there's some very valuable spice that they can... Anyway. I'm in a Dune sort of like, I want to see it again. It was pretty good.
Yeah, well, right. we're definitely going to do that. We're going to do that. I've got to watch it yet, but as soon as we watch it,
When you watch it, then we'll do it. Yeah.
But I mean, I could probably just review the first one right here and now. I mean, it's just... I mean, I have things I really like about it and things I don't like so much.
True. All right. So
the Sardaukar weren't Norse.
Ooh, okay.
Shots fired.
Ooh. Let me
Sardaukar were not Norse.
let me put it this way. When I saw part 2, a lot of the 1984 Dune made sense suddenly. I'm not kidding. I only liked the book. I just, for the life of me, could not come to appreciate the visuals of the 1984 film. Then when I saw his interpretation, like Dennis's interpretation, fleshed out now, part 1 and 2, I was like, well, that's it. And I actually appreciate more now the 1984 film than I thought I could imagine. So in other words, this guy did the impossible. He not only did a very good Dune movie, he even makes those who have watched the original Dune appreciate the fantastical nature of the imagery that they tried to do back then.
Yes, the De Laurentiis
which
one
is more
was
dialogue-based, by the way. So
it is more dialogue-based, yes. I actually really liked the 1984 one. But I've read all the books too, so for me it's just okay. I get where that was going, the grandeur of what each De Laurentiis tried, and to some extent succeeded, to some extent failed. In some ways, it was a lot better than the Sci-Fi Channel's version of it.
the
Sci-Fi Channel one was just
the 2000
not,
one, right? Like,
yeah, that was not very good.
Yeah.
It's Harkonnen, not Harkonnen. In some ways, it was a very small screen version of the vision Herbert laid out.
Speaking of bad graphics in the TV show one, did you see how they visualized the what do they call again? Those they flap the wings.
Ornithopter?
Yeah. They're like a dragonfly sort of look.
Oh, okay, the dragonfly. Okay.
Yeah, but you've seen the visuals. It looks so bad that even Toy Story had better graphics than the. It looked like the first version of Autodesk Maya was used.
Oh boy.
With very crappy bump mapping and as it's in a very slow motion, like flapping like a bird, as it's going through this. I'm not kidding. Probably 5 polygons at most, desert landscape.
Oh boy.
Sort of resolution. Yeah, it's. I remember that detail well when I first saw that TV show.
Yeah, the TV show was pretty cringe in some respects. It was truer to the script, but it wasn't true to the vision.
Yeah.
So back to the Exodus.
Back to okay. Give me 1 sec. All right, so I'll read Hoffmeyer's thing and then we go to the video. So the lines blur between ancient history and the memory historians' new creative mythical machinations. The Copenhagen scholar Jens Brun Kofod cautions that, according to some scholars, especially of the Copenhagen school, the cultural memory approach of the to the Book of Exodus presupposes a traditional source-critical analysis of the Pentateuch, and therefore it offers a construct based on hypothetical and non-extant sources. A questionable
essentially the documentary hypothesis.
Yeah. A questionable reconstruction of Exodus memory events is built on the flimsy foundation of 19th century source criticism, which is basically the point.
Yep.
Handel believes that for the Exodus story to take root in early Israel, it was necessary for it to pertain to the remembered past of settlers who did not immigrate from Egypt. So there's his Canaanite view. This dubious assumption notwithstanding, he seeks an explanation for how the Israelites who had been in Egypt could find common cause with Canaanites and other indigenous groups. Since all of Canaan in the late Bronze Age was under the boot of Egypt, they were Pharaoh's slaves. When the Egyptian empire collapsed, around 1150, and her garrisons returned home, so the argument goes, all of Canaan along with the Hebrews could celebrate liberation from Egypt. Time prohibits a full critique of this imaginative reconstruction of Egypt's empire, not colony, and its impact on Canaan, but several points must be made.
Very imaginative.
Truth. Okay, summarize for those may not be catching on. Summarize that bit, if you can, very briefly.
Well, it's basically the idea that when Egypt's empire, it's jackbooted, ironclad, steel-fisted grip on Canaan came to a crashing end. Everybody was freed, liberated, and they could celebrate their exodus from the comfort of their own homes.
Do you see how stupid that sounds? Can you imagine? Let me put it this way. Can you imagine the Israelites making up this conspiracy theory that they were once in Egypt when it didn't happen to their Canaanite neighbors?
Yeah, I mean,
and
he'll even
going, "Are you sure about that?"
Well, I mean, he will even use, like, I mean, some of his apologetics for this is really strange as well. Like, for example, he'll say, well, you know, I can imagine a story about Shakespeare, you know, writing about Rome. But that doesn't mean that that's real Roman history. And it's like, well, that's a really bizarre argument. It's an argument from an imagination. We would never confuse, say, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar with the histories of Rome. You know, it's just because, you know, he's not writing in that way, and it's full of anachronism. Okay, so we would get that that would not be the case. But then he goes on with saying, well, you know, just because you have two names, like he also goes after, say, the etymological arguments of Noonan by saying, well, you know, just because we find names like Boris and Natasha doesn't mean the story is from Russia. But he misses something really obvious in this argument, which is that Boris and Natasha are Russian names. There is a Russian connection, even if the story isn't Russian. Just because the story may not be Russian doesn't mean there's no connection at all. For example, he'll even use, say, the whole, you know, talk about the Egyptian vocabulary for linen. You know, where he says that, well, you know, I can have some Egyptian cotton sheets. That doesn't mean that there's any linguistic ties to Egypt. But cotton comes from an Arabic word, katan. So there is still a linguistic tie. So a lot of his counterexamples here are very strange. They're very strange, and even if you press them enough, actually show the opposite of what he intends to try to prove.
In other words, critical thinking is key here, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Heiser himself said, I wish some of these guys, like Handel, took a philosophy class just to have some sort of right thinking in their scholarship.
The field is in dire need of its scholars going back to philosophy class. It's in dire need of this. We've seen what's happened when they no longer made logic mandatory in the bachelor's level. We've got a generation of biblical scholars who can't even put together cohesive thinking. Cohesive, non-fallacious thinking. And it's a train wreck. It's a linguistic and logical train wreck.
And folks, the scary thought here is when folks like McClellan then say the consensus says, for example, that Yahweh penetrating soul nonsense. That's the veneer. That's the to use an Arabic term. That's the hijab. That's the veil of. He's stating with a sense of like conviction and like as if it's all legitimate. A backing. This is the backing of the weight of the scholarship behind me. But then if you have a trickle effect of wrong thinking as part of that guild, now again, it really comes down to, I don't want to throw everyone under the bus, but it's not like the old days, right? The good old days where, like as you're pointing out, a train wreck sort of behind the scenes of what's going on. The uninformed are genuinely uninformed further, and hence the blind leading the blind parable kicks right in. So, and Saint Ronan, good to see you again.
Hey, Ronan.
All right.
It's lunch break for me, so I got to come in.
All right, so true, thousands were taken to Egypt as POWs, and tribute flowed from the Levant to Egypt.
That's also
Pharaoh
true.
used local officials and kings to administer Egypt's affairs.
Yes, it did.
Don't need to read that footnote. All right, so fealty to Egypt by these elites lasted generations, and some emulation of Egyptian culture in Canaan persisted. Now this footnote says, I intentionally used the word some over against Carolyn Higginbotham's view that there was a limited Egyptian military and administrative presence in the Levant.
It's very limited. The largest of the garrison towns was about 1,000 people. That's 500 soldiers, 500 administrators. Soldiers are divided into two groups. They're generally half and half infantry, half the other half chariots. So the largest garrison towns that were organized by the Egyptians had 250 chariots. Compare this with, say, just one division of an Egyptian army, which was 2,000 people, 1,000 chariots. So 1,000 infantry, 1,000 chariots. That is one division of one Egyptian army. And Egypt had 4 of these armies. 3 of the armies were those splits, half and half chariots and infantry, and the 4th army, the army of Set, or Sutek, was entirely infantry. So the amount of actual military force located in Canaan in its garrison towns was really small. Some of those garrison towns were really only a couple hundred people. They were really more or less way stations for either when the Pharaoh went on campaign, or when, say, to collect tribute and to monitor. That's their jobs. That's the jobs of the garrison towns. To monitor, to be pit stops for the king, and to collect tribute. This is not an empire. So that whole quote, that Westbrook's quote, they were all slaves of the emperor. It's not an empire. Kind of like the Holy Roman Empire. Not holy, not Roman, not an empire. Egyptian Empire wasn't an empire either. It's a hegemony. place where they had little bases to assert control and to collect tribute. And that's really it.
Dr. Falk, remember when I asked you in one of your streams that if it was the Romans or Egyptians had more beef with them? Remember when I asked you which empire had more beef with the Jews, and I asked if it was Roman or Egypt? Yeah.
Yeah.
Correlating to this, Egypt was not. I mean, it was less than the Romans. They didn't necessarily. Yeah, they didn't necessarily annex the place.
No, they didn't annex. It wasn't about annexing.
Yeah.
And really, even their fight with the Egypt's fight with the Hittites was not really over who ran things. It was really who got to take the tribute. That's why they had that war. That's why they were always in the competition was between Egypt and, say, the Hittites or the Mitanni. It's over who gets to take tribute. Nothing more.
Right.
Egypt didn't want to rule these places. They didn't enculturate these places. You see their writings from their garrison towns. It's all in the local dialect. They're not, except for maybe numbers. Numbers, they'll still use Egyptian numbers. But the actual writings themselves are in the local dialect. They're not taking their Egyptian language and spreading the culture everywhere. They didn't want to Egyptianize people.
Right. They just wanted
places. They couldn't care less. They wanted loot.
Places. Oh,
they wanted loot. They wanted they basically from the Levant, they wanted barley, they wanted wine, they wanted olive oil. From Nubia, they wanted ore to make bronze, they wanted precious metals like gold. So this is how Egypt shored up its economy. Egypt suffered from really bad inflation. Even though it was a barter economy, it had bad inflation. So it needed these hegemonic holdings to get more loot to increase the supply of goods to keep the cost of other goods down. So if they could get barley from Canaan, they didn't have to grow it themselves. They could take those fields and use those fields for growing emmer. They would eat the emmer. They would brew the barley. Because barley for Egypt was a water purification scheme. The way to take bad water and turn it into beer.
Awesome. Right. I mean, they went there to be like, okay, then, let's just set up a bargain, and then I'm just going to go back to where I came from. But the Romans, however, yeah, they were there to stay. And then, as you said, it was in their local languages. So, yeah, there was no Egyptianizing whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Egypt had a more open-handed approach compared to the Roman Empire. It was like really an iron grip on all these other cities.
Oh yeah, Rome wanted to stay. Rome was building an empire. Now it did it through, say, peaceful means whenever it could. Like, for example, it would try to negotiate treaties, but that was just something particular to Rome.
Yeah.
Hey, Saint Ronan.
Yeah.
I have a critique against you.
What is it?
Ronan and David. Your response is too long and scholarly. I'm just going to do the lazy thing and believe the cartoon sing-song Satan guy. He's easy to digest. All this historiography stuff is too hard.
I used to say the same thing myself, but the more I stuck around, and especially with guys like you, guys like you, I couldn't help but, I mean, I'm basically infected with the whole history
Hey,
thing now
thinking
that's
is
hard for me to
fun.
digest.
Oh my goodness.
Mhm. Rob destroyed. Well, the thing
All right,
about
all right.
this is, go ahead.
I was just gonna I just want to finish this. Keep that thought. Don't forget it. I just want to finish this out. Because as you can tell, we are upsetting Tui there. He wants the easy route, not the hard
It's
route.
too hard for Tui.
Pulling a leg. All right. So, he does quote. Yeah, I'm up to persistent. Yep. So Handel quotes Westbrook's observation that Egyptian vassal states were all slaves of the emperor, which is, you've debunked that, to illustrate Canaan's shared experience with Hebrews. He fails, however, to include Westbrook's following explanation that the irony. The term was used metaphorically. The Canaanites were not literally slaves, but subjects. Canaan had a love-hate relationship with Egypt. Some Canaanite elites enjoyed being educated in Egypt and serving as Pharaoh's agents. Abdi Heba, king of Jerusalem, is one such individual. And that's the El Amana references over there. Some foreign princes, like Appa El, were trained in Egypt and became viziers, a prime minister in Egypt under Amenhotep III and Akhenaten in the 14th century. Surely Levantine polities welcomed the end of Egyptian control, but no declaration of independence has survived from that region. All Canaanites were not slaves in the same way the Hebrews were in Egypt, as portrayed in the Bible. Nubia, on the other hand, was colonized by Egypt from circa 2000 to 1700 BC, and again from 1500 to 1050 BC. Egypt's harsh exploitation and military oppression of Kush far exceeded the experience of Western Asia and lasted much longer. Yet,
And the reason is because of gold. The precious metals. That's what Kush had. That's what Kush brought to the table. So they really exploited those mineral resources as much as they could, especially during the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom periods.
Just as you said, it was all about loot.
All about loot.
All about loot and fine spices. I mean, I wonder where the adulteress in Proverbs 7 got all her tapestry, her clothing, and her cinnamon, myrrh, and whatever that one was. Myrrh, cinnamon, and I forgot the third one. Anyway, a bunch of spices.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, look.
Yeah, we're concealing it from all you rubes.
Don't let the public know where that loot is located, all right? Just it's meant just for the three of us, okay? And then
we're hiding it on you.
Then again, we're going to conceal it amongst ourselves, so yeah. Nubia, on the other hand, was colonized. Oh, I just read that. Yet, when freed from Egyptian control for the next 1400 years, Kushite royalty built pyramids and wrote monumental inscriptions in Egyptian hieroglyphics, and no Egyptian liberation saga exists. Instead, Nubia replicated Egyptian culture and saw themselves as legitimate Egyptian rulers in the 25th dynasty.
Yep.
In the end, so this is his concluding paragraph. In the end, we are left only with Israel's Exodus freedom story. Others joined this new people group, including some Midianite, Kenites, and Canaanites. Their decision to join was based on what they understood Yahweh had done. The Midianite priest and father-in-law of Moses, Jethro, heard of everything God had done and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. And Rahab, a Canaanite of Jericho, confessed, "We have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea water of the Red Sea for you when you came out of Egypt." And obviously, I'm presuming that has to be Sea of Reeds.
Yeah, that's the Yam Suf. That's the Sea of Reeds. NIVs.
NIV's
That's those
butchered that.
traditional readings
Right.
that no translator dare change.
Well, wait. This is why I like the ISV, because Shining One in Genesis 3, read C readings, yeah.
Yeah, where's the ISV today?
Well, it's right in front of you, so.
It's that apostate version.
Yeah.
You've heard all the fundamentalists say that.
Yeah.
The apostate study Bible version, ASBV.
There is no hint of Canaan's emancipation from Egypt's domination here. Evidence that Canaanites identified with Hebrew sojourn Exodus experience, or that the Hebrews could relate to the Canaanite oppression under Imperial Egypt, is illusory. The theory of a shared common memory of Egyptian enslavement based on my historical reflection is fanciful fiction. So that is Hoffmeyer's. I wanted that in the IP stream because just that one, it's not even one page long, but that whole thing just debunks that whole section of the documentary on the so-called the original Canaanites.
Oh yeah, that's his. Again, I mean, Handel's view on all this is nothing but imaginative fan fiction. It's fan fiction, like you'd get at a science fiction convention. That's sort of fan fiction.
Yeah,
and about the same quality too.
I think Rensburg said something, but it may go off tangent a bit. Because he even had a go at Handel. It may take a while to find it.
Well, Friday night came early for Dr. Falk here, because normally in his live streams it's always Bible Nerd Church in session.
I got lucky.
Really
I got
is.
all my shorts done last night, so I got ahead of my YouTube channel for once.
Sure.
Everyone go sub Dr. Falk's YouTube, Ancient Egypt and the Bible. I've heard so many of your streams, and I've attended so many that I can immediately hear the ringtone. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun,
When I say that.
dun, 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 dun. Man, I gotta.
Hey,
I gotta
don't
do
talk
it.
smack against the Velociraptor.
Yeah, Mr. Empty Conjecture is gonna smack me across if I do. Maybe he won't slap me. Maybe.
Who could have figured that that music that I write, would become viral?
It's rent free in my mind now. Yes.
Yeah, it's rent free in your mind now.
It's more viral than the laughing.
It
memes
rivals
back in the
John
day.
Williams' epic score and Hans Zimmer's video.
And all because I didn't want to pay for music royalties.
when the Emperor sends that big basketball spaceship onto the Atreides planet, instead of Hans Zimmer's brrr, it's like dun, 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 dun. All right, we are literally only, I kid you not, 30 minutes into their apparently 2-hour stream. So
Yeah, we gotta get into a fraction of this, or we'll never get through halfway.
Yeah. All right, but we've debunked most of the documentary, and a lot of vital information was shared, so that's good.
Canaan, they escape out and credit their God with a miraculous deliverance from slavery. That's perfectly within the realm of possibility. So like when he says out of Egypt they did not come, obviously we want to put that in context. Like we can't. I don't think anybody would argue that we can't know. I don't think anybody would argue that we can know. There you go. That no one of, the proto-Israelites or Iron One, whatever, Israel, did not come. I have no idea what my negations did there, but hopefully you guys understand what I was saying. It's possible. That's the right way to say it.
What it all boils down to all the time, Kip, Josh, you literally in your story, which we launched remarkably has 60,000 views in 2 days for your deconversion story, mentioned that possible. And while it is, and I'm not ruling it out, it could even be likely in some case that a small group or individuals or a couple people escape, whatever. It's also plausible there are other explanations. And I love to adventure into those just to highlight and plug me and Paul here, is that we absolutely totally watch what critical scholars are doing with that. Then we also explore it from a literary level. There's kind of a romantic idea about Egypt, and there are various stories where people are in this exotic land of Egypt, and it's not just a Bible story. And then they find a way to escape this evil pharaoh, or the pharaoh's trying to take the wife. There's a Greek story. I'm just saying, there's probably various types of stories where Egypt plays a central exotic role in that theme. And I don't know what actually is history. What we could say with any high confidence is all I'm saying. There's plausible explanations in different ways of viewing it, in my opinion. But I entertain the idea that there's a kernel cultural memory or something like that. It's just I do both.
So in regards to that, so I finally found the Rendsburg quote. Now, Rendsburg says this. Now notice, Rendsburg is, how would you describe his view? Would you say
It's very late Exodus.
Yeah, he's a 12th century, a little bit like a contrarian, but
he's
much late.
He's following the view of his teacher, essentially, which was also very late Exodus.
Right. But notice what he says here. He says, the past underlying, so I concur wholeheartedly, but the past underlying the biblical account is not an Israel which emerged out of Canaan, and which in turn saw themselves as slaves to Egypt and Canaan. Rather, and Rendsburg is saying, there is more historicity to the biblical account than Handel would admit, but which I, for one, am happy to promote. Handel begins his chapter with the story of the Mayflower, an analogy which I also employ in my essay, but this parallel works if and only if the Mayflower journey actually occurred and with the proper geography, the sailing forth from Plymouth, the crossing of the Atlantic Ocean, and the landing in Massachusetts. Shifting the story to the Netherlands, even though some Puritans were resident in Leiden for about a decade, would not suit the narrative and would not serve the American national cause with its predominant British roots.
Yeah, it's this hypothetical fallacy that just keeps pulling up here. Well, if it was like this, that wouldn't suffice. But it's not like that. It's a complete reprisal of the hypothetical fallacy. Well, if it was just this way, but we have evidence it's not that way. But just go along with it. If it was that way, it wouldn't make sense. Therefore, this doesn't make sense. That's just the hypothetical fallacy rewarmed.
So his own analogy of Mayflower sort of just backfires in that sense.
Well, yeah, because the Mayflower, you look at the Mayflower narrative, is based upon historical facts. What does he have to do? He has to go, well, if the Mayflower narrative was based upon out of Leiden, then we would have to have some. But what does that have to do with the tea in China? The price of tea in China? What does that have to do with the Exodus narrative? Nothing. It's a hypothetical fallacy. He has to propose a hypothetical to say, okay, because this, if we were to do this hypothetical, and it would be wrong, therefore, the Exodus narrative has to be wrong. Well, then that just doesn't follow. Yeah, Batumi's got it there. If you only assume my hypothesis is right, then you see that I'm correct. That's exactly what it is.
Which is what you've repeated a few times too, and I think it's
that's the hypothetical fallacy.
Yeah.
If only if it was this, then it'd be right or wrong. The only but to simply counter that fallacy, it would be, well, that isn't the case now, is it? Because this is exactly what happened. Deal with what happened, not how you wish it would have happened.
Yeah, it ignores the facts of the case.
The bias that they have. Like, they don't want the story. I mean, I'm projecting that. I don't want to say that's what they're thinking. But if that's the case, it's like, oh, now you're giving ammunition to, ironically, the very fundamentalists themselves, who also say you just don't want it to be true, because they push back by saying you just want it to be true. So there's this. So in other words, they're falling victim and falling to their own trap by not realizing that that's why the fundamentalists react the way they do. It's because of basically the methodology and the approach.
They don't realize they're using a reverse Uno card against themselves.
Right.
I'm not sure if Uno was the best analogy, but yeah, that was all I got.
Aussies get it.
It's just terrible reasoning. It's terrible reasoning.
Hence, Sentinel Apologetics was debunked that minute.
So he brings up Beowulf. He's like, the story is based on historical events, which can be dated 6th century CE. The poem itself was written in the 8th century, and our early surviving manuscript, in fact, the only early manuscript, dates to 1000 AD. Is the story real? Is it based on reality? My former colleague Robert Farrell wrote, Beowulf is a work of heroic history, i.e. a poem in which facts and chronology are subservient to the poet's interest in heroic deeds and their value in representing the ethics of an heroic civilization. A poet writing in this mode does not disregard absolute historical fact, history, that is, as we know it. He rather sees it as less important than other considerations. His account will sometimes mesh reasonably well with history, as in the episode of Hegelic's raid on the Frisian shore, but more often his work will be a freely woven structure in which the characters and actions of the past will be part of an ethically satisfying narrative. And then Rensburg concludes, and so it is with the Torah. The Exodus narrative will sometimes mesh reasonably well with history. Shazu entering Egypt and settling in Per Atum, slaves building the city of Ramses, slaves escaping Egypt via Migdol. But in general, these historical facts, history, that is, as we know it, are subservient to the greater goal of the writer, which in Israel's case is not only an ethically satisfying narrative, but also a theologically nourishing one. I mean, I would say that's beautifully said. As a Christian, that's what the whole narrative is trying to portray when you go into the theological route. Yes, there's a historical detail. Oh, but what's the theological ramifications if this is true?
I don't think anyone is denying that the Exodus account is a kind of reception history. You know, we all basically accept that the events that happened in the Exodus are being viewed through the lens of the Israelites who wrote it. You know, so I don't think there's anybody who's doubting that. It's not an all or nothing proposition. It's not either all history in a exact chronological sequence of events, or it's all untrue. That's that black and white thinking playing out again. That all or nothing proposition. That's not the way writers write. That's not the way anyone writes. We're all writing through a particular narrative point of view. Whether it is a biblical writer, whether it's a writer of mytho-history, whether it is a writer of secular Western history, doesn't matter. We're all viewing things through a particular interpretive lens. But that doesn't make it any less reliable. Yeah, Tui says we ought to be extremely suspicious if there were no reception history of the Exodus. That would be the strong sign of a manufactured myth. Exactly. He's absolutely right about this. That would be a very strong sign of a manufactured myth. But because we do see a reception history here in the Exodus narrative, it's got all the telltale signs of something that's not manufactured, but recounted. reception history is a sign of recounting, not manufacturing. That gives it stronger.
If it
That gives
if
it.
it was sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, we're stepping over each other here.
Yeah.
If you've got reception history, that means you've got history. And that it's through a particular interpretive lens. But that doesn't discount that there is a real event behind it all. In fact, it supports it.
Right.
Because then the litmus test is, hey, it gives you geographical, like Exodus 14 is a classic. Says where they start, where they're, we can actually go and that's I mean, Barry Beitzel wrote a whole...
Barry Beitzel? Yeah.
Beitzel, sorry. Wrote a whole, where's the Reed Sea located, and so...
In the same manner with Luke and in his book of Acts, where he quotes in the very first, "The former treatise I have accounted to you, O Theophilus." That's reception history. Or is it?
Well, it can be, yeah.
I would say it's reception, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I did a little word study on the opening of Luke, and he says, and then he talks about all of the accounts that I've taken. Now, hold on, because there are people talking. I'll hold that thought for now.
All right. And back to the clip.
And I think it's important to point out this is what Professor Hendel says, right? He says there's no evidence of any kind for any sort of exodus. Right. He says there's no evidence for a widespread exodus as presented in the book of Exodus.
Absence of evidence argument. That's totally an absence of evidence argument. It's terrible reasoning again. David Hackett Fisher has gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, basically saying, if you're going to do an absence of evidence argument to prove a negation, you're going to end up with egg on your face. So many historians have done this, where they have just sort of said, there's no evidence of X. And then, sure enough, they find it sooner or later, and it's egg all over your face. Because it's a logically fallacious thing. We go by positive evidence. That's what responsible historians do.
And that's what
is they go by positive evidence.
Right. Yeah.
We can say we don't have evidence for an exodus, and that might be valid. But to say just because we don't have evidence doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That's terrible reasoning. Now, if you want to prove something didn't happen, you have to have positive evidence that something else happened in its place.
Mm-hmm. What's the evidence that they were Canaanites originally? That sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. How do we know that there were Israelites in Canaan during the 1150s when they were said to have conquered? Well, we find new Israelite villages. We find Israelite burnished ware. We find in the faunal remains goat, sheep, cattle, but no longer find pork, pig, cat, donkey remains amongst the faunal remains. So we see that shift in evidence, and that's positive evidence of a change in culture. So, just because somebody says there's no evidence, that's a bad reasoning. Really, really bad reasoning.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Yep.
Because if
for example,
if they're gonna go by that, that would leave no room for discovery.
Well, I remember hearing Bart Ehrman's critique of Titus Kennedy, and Bart Ehrman says, there's an absence of evidence, but it's a big absence. Well,
you have to say it in that.
A big nothing is still nothing.
A big
absence, yeah. A big nothing is still nothing. Not 0 times 0 is still 0.
That's true.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's nothing at all. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't negate anything. It's nothing.
Yep.
And it's just, but again, even the fact that, they said that a large-scale exodus as described in the Bible, what is that description? And are we reading that correctly? No, is this millions of people? Or is this tens of thousands? Because if it's clans, then it could be tens of thousands. If it's individuals, then maybe millions. That might be possible. But we have to make sure we're reading that Bible correctly before we go on the limb and saying, oh, this is the way the Bible is describing it. We're not sure we're reading that correctly. Not in those particular passages. So they're straw-manning this too. They want a particular reading that they can easily debunk. And that's what they're doing, is they're taking the weakest argument and then using that for their polemic.
But I can't help but think that even with the weakest argument, as you said, if you take a verse out of its context, you can make it say anything you like.
Oh yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say
Samuel, that Saul being penetrated by God.
Well, let's just even take the whole sort of 2 million number. Let's say that number is correct. The text actually is trying to say that. Well, okay, now you've got that presented inside of a genre of what's called military chronicle literature. Military chronicle literature is notorious for inflating numbers for polemical means. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means we're not reading it according to its context. Did the Spartans at Thermopylae really fight 2 million Persians? Probably not. But that's polemical chronicle. That's war chronicle literature. So we do know that those numbers, in the case of say War Chronicles, those numbers are expanded for polemical reasons. So even if they are right, that it is actually 2 million, and it's a big exodus, like it says, it's a Western type reading where you're not reading that according to its literary genre. It's basically taking those passages and tearing them out of their context, their genre context, to get the result they want. It's really irresponsible exegesis.
Yeah, so much for that perspicuity scripture, method that they ask us to do, or ask the fundamentalists to do, but they themselves don't do in critiquing it.
Yeah.
David, I just want to clarify something to you. I have read in the JPS and William Prop's Exodus commentary, but it's sort of like a suggestion. It's not like this is what they argued, but that the 600,000 value could be a type of like a gematria for the name Israel, or like the banner of Israel, or is that, have you?
I have not encountered that myself, but there's so many different explanations for that, and we don't know exactly which one it is. So there's a lot of potential explanations why the numbers of the two censuses, the one at the beginning of the Book of Numbers and the one at the end, are the way they are. So, you do have, say, the genre interpretation. You got the gematria interpretation, like Prop says. You've got the whole You got the literal interpretation, of course. You got the clan interpretation. You've got a hero interpretation, a warrior interpretation. There's a bunch of different interpretations for that passage. A lot of them. Nobody has been able to definitively say which one is the correct interpretation. And I think this is what's so disingenuous about our atheist pity party here, is that it is focusing on one in particular interpretation while excluding the scope of the scholarly opinion here. You see, they're fine when you know they'll say, you know, it's a scholarly interpretation when it says something lurid. But it's not a scholarly interpretation somehow when they basically pick out the one interpretation that almost everybody rejects these days. The fact is that literal interpretation of the numbers of the census, nobody accepts it anymore. I mean, even Scott Stripling doesn't accept it. Douglas Petrovich doesn't accept it.
Oh boy, now that.
Add popularity
hey,
fallacy.
Hey,
as you said.
speaking just quickly. Speaking of Petrovich, are you ready
dear.
for something?
Will my heart take it?
I'm going to keyword search your surname.
Oh no.
Someone's
And
going to
guess
get
who?
Falk.
Okay, guess who quotes you, David? Guess who quotes you to debunk Petrovich?
Handel. I know this one.
Handel himself.
Wow.
Moreover, Petrovich connects letters from different lines to find his biblical names. David Falk sums up the problem in a recent review. Oh man. Hey, Handel finds your critique of Petrovich legitimate. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was really surprised to find my name mentioned in that book.
It seems you're under his radar now.
But just to show
I have been on his radar for a little while. That's because Myth Vision has been basically tried to do a bait and switch with me. You know, during the whole attempt to get a conversation going with Bowen. He said, "Oh well, Bowen would love to, but how about Handel instead?" No, my beef is not with Handel; it's with Bowen. So Myth Vision has tried on several occasions to get a debate with me and Handel going.
You know, it's funny where they expect us to follow a certain mode of criteria when it comes to scholarship, but then they toss it down the drain when it doesn't work for them. It's the same thing I see with these fundy all or nothing scriptures.
Yeah.
Because let's say take for example, like I read to them, if your hand causes you to sin, cut it off, for it is better for you to enter heaven without a hand than to be thrown in hell full. And then I asked, can you take that literally? They said yes. And I'm like, okay, then I don't know, sever your hand right now. Who knows how many sins you've done? And then they will proceed to teach me it means something else. Ironic, isn't it?
Well, it is, but that's just par for the course.
Right. Anyway, Vedya. Oh, Paul's here.
All right.
I've mentioned this a number of times in a number of different places. We even have some texts within the Bible itself that present some softly different alternative kinds of views of this migration from the south, whatever it was, right? One of my favorites is in Hosea 12, where there's a mixing. Hosea looks to me like he's mixing alternative traditions about national origins, maybe those belonging to the south and those belonging to the north. And in the Exodus traditions that he has, there's mention of an anonymous prophet who leads the people. He's never named. He's just this prophet who led you out of Egypt. Basically, what Hosea says. So scholars, when they say, there's no evidence for the Exodus, what they're talking about is the very dramatic, detailed story as it's presented in the book of Exodus. But
can I give an
certainly,
example that complements this?
Yeah.
Is when you research.
All right, I just want to. So I'm actually familiar with that Hosea reference. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Because Carpenter, ironically enough, because I was doing some pre-reading with Carpenter's work, and this is what he says. So let's actually read the Hosea reference, and then we'll come to Carpenter. So here we go. Oof, that's zoomed in quite a bit. All right. I'll read from like verse 9. So yet I remain the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. I will make you live in tents again, as in the festival of that name. I spoke to the prophets, giving revelation after revelation, and employing parables in the prophetic writings. There's iniquity in Gilead, isn't there? They have become truly vain. They sacrifice bulls in Gilgal. Their altars are like piles of stone in furrowed fields. Jacob fled into the land of Aram. Israel served there to obtain his wife, tending sheep to gain his wife. And then verse 13, by a prophet the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt, and by a prophet he was rescued. Ephraim was stirred up, and on it goes. No. Carpenter says this. The latter prophets were also influenced by the Exodus event. The Exodus, actually, just want to, is it coming clear for you guys? Yeah. The Exodus of the past is projected into the future and magnified to an eschatological level by Isaiah. Isaiah's message of judgment was not total, for he saw a new era of restoration of Israel when God would effect a new exodus for them out of Babylon. Habakkuk has recollections of the mighty acts of God at the Exodus, the Jordan River, Sinai, and possibly the plagues. Thus, he can hope for Yahweh to deal with the enemy Babylon that is threatening Israel at the moment. This new Exodus will be broader and greater and not confined to specific localities. Isaiah compares it to the Exodus from Egypt. Jeremiah recognizes the Exodus as Israel's foundational event and affirms the purpose of the Exodus 7 times, as formulated in Exodus 6:7. God will take a people to himself and be their God. He portrays Israel's return from Babylon as a new Exodus. Ezekiel affirms the Exodus as Yahweh's act of grace to found and free his people in order to bind them to himself. When he chose them, he conceived the Exodus for them. So, just so, now he's going to get into Hosea in a moment, but you know how we just brought up the whole Beowulf, Wayflower? This is like reflections on the Exodus by Old Testament authors themselves. And that's, again, that adds another issue if you go down the, say, the Wellhausen hypothesis. Like, most of these are not original to those authors. But it's their reflections back on the Exodus that is intriguing. In other words, the text, these Old Testament books, the text itself. So in regards to Hosea, describes the Exodus as a time of joy for Israel, so 2:15. But he declares in accordance with Deuteronomy 28:68 that reads, finally, the Lord will bring you back to Egypt by ship, a place that I said you'll never see again. There you'll try to sell yourselves to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. This is the scattering among the nations context. So in accordance with that because of Israel's rebellion, Yahweh would reverse the Exodus, Israel would return to Egypt again. That's Hosea 8:13-14. Even though she had been Yahweh's son, redeemed from Egypt by a prophet. That's Hosea 12:13. As Yahweh's son, Israel was beloved by him. So Hosea 11:1, Deuteronomy 7:8. Deuteronomy 7:8 is the Lord loved you, kept his oath. So the solution to Israel's perils for Hosea was for Yahweh to repeat the Exodus event and the wilderness wandering in order to reclaim them. 3 times, and then he goes into Amos. In nearly every case noted above, the Exodus event was the necessary first step. The second one, without which the purpose of the Exodus would not be realized, was for Israel to keep the covenant Yahweh granted to them at Sinai, so that they could worship him. The same is true in the writings as well, and on he goes into the writings. Now, with respect to, I'm kind of confused where Kip is going with the prophet statement, but over here, I'll just close these. This is a 2020 publication.
Well, don't you get it?
Hosea. What?
Don't you get where Kip's going?
No,
Hosea's
I'm
saying
confused.
it's an unnamed prophet.
No, but that's why I'm asking.
That's it. You've got it. It's an unnamed prophet who led the Israelites out of Egypt in Hosea. Therefore, it can't be Moses.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, if that's his argument, because that's why I'm saying
That's
if
the argument.
It's a stupid argument.
It's univocality. It's univocality combined with critical theory. With literary criticism. That's exactly what it is. Your sources are antagonistic by nature. Because the sources are antagonistic by nature, if you have Moses in one narrative and an unnamed prophet in another, they cannot be the same. Because they're antagonistic.
But why don't I see this? For example, here's a very recent commentary on Hosea. So let's see what this scholar says. So Hosea now returns explicitly to the story of Jacob fleeing to Aram and working for a wife. So is Hosea wrong in that sense? No, that's Genesis 27 to 29. And he links this with the Exodus. Though some see an abrupt shift in focus here, there are common themes running through these verses, and they can be linked to what precedes as further examples of prophetic comparisons. Jacob was forced to seek sanctuary in a foreign country. There, he worked to marry Rachel. Although the NIV has only one reference to wife, there are two in the Masoretic text. Israel served for a wife, and for a wife he guarded sheep. This is in the NRSV, ESV. This may suggest service for two wives. More likely, though, it emphasizes that having been deceived by Laban, he did double service for Rachel, who has particular significance as Ephraim's grandmother. Nevertheless, God gave Jacob the upper hand, and eventually he brought his bride back to the land of promise. Now here's Hosea's, parallelism here. So Israel too had sought refuge in Egypt, and also became subject to hard labor. Because just to clarify, David, Jacob is renamed to what name?
Israel.
Right. And now, so that's a person, and now we have, the parallelism is the nation of Israel in that parallelism with the same name, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So Yahweh,
they're
through
synonymous
Moses'
terms.
prophet,
Yeah.
right. So through Moses' prophet rescued his people, and Yahweh also brought his bride back to the promised land. While some of the comparisons noted are between Jacob and the nation descended from him, significantly the idea of going into a foreign land to bring back a wife parallels Jacob with Yahweh and echoes themes in chapters 1 to 3. That link is reinforced. Yep.
What we're dealing with here is a contention of hermeneutics. That's really what we're dealing with. If we cut through all the sort of scholarly gloss here, what we're dealing here is a contention of hermeneutics. How many thieves were crucified at the cross? 2 or 4?
2.
Some suggest 4. Some of the Gospels suggest 4. Which one's correct?
Okay. Is that a textual issue, or is that just?
No, this is a hermeneutic issue. Hermeneutic issue. If your underlying hermeneutic is that the Gospels are inherently antagonistic to each other, that each one is staking its own absolute truth, You are then forced to choose which one is correct, 2 or 4. If you have two texts that are antagonistic to each other, Exodus and Hosea, one says Moses led the people out of Egypt. The other one says an unnamed prophet led them out of Egypt. Because they are antagonistic, you are forced to choose. This is an underlying hermeneutic of biblical studies. This is not a textual problem, it's a hermeneutical issue. So what we have here is, instead of, say, the idea of canonicity, the idea of canonicity says that there's a narrative arc to the biblical documents. And because there's a narrative arc, there is, say, general agreement between the writers. So when you have an unnamed prophet that leads people out of Egypt, and another one that says, there is a prophet named Moses, you would say, okay, that unnamed prophet must be Moses. We saw this earlier in the video, where basically Josh was talking about Genesis chapter 3 and the Nakash serpent. And he says, yeah, well, you can't say that's Satan unless you go to another source. And that source is going to contradict Genesis 3. Of course, you know that as Ezekiel 28.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to clarify.
So I think there's an underlying hermeneutic here that you have to appreciate when they're talking. When they're talking, they're not talking with the same hermeneutic we are. We are generally bound by a hermeneutic of canonicity. They're bound by a hermeneutic of univocality. So,
in other words, they don't want to allow a univocal theme play throughout, basically.
But they don't want univocality. Univocality really just means that what God thinks says, what the text says, exactly what God has in mind in human terms. So if God says that he's a father, then in the human mind, that it also means God is a father, but in the same way as it would be for humans. So that God's a biological father and uses his genitalia to produce new offspring.
Mm-hmm.
That's univocality. Now you combine that with literary criticism, like narratival criticism, and this is where you get the isolation of texts out of their context.
Yeah.
So it's that combination of univocality plus literary biblical criticism that gets you to this isolating hermeneutic, where it basically says you have a text or a subtext. There's a text within a text that are necessarily isolated from all other texts and are therefore antagonistic to all other texts.
Mm.
This is why, for example, you have them take, say, child sacrifice, what they claim to be a child sacrifice text in Exodus 20, which has no reference to sacrifice at all, claim it's about sacrifice, even though they ignore other parts of the book of Exodus, like Exodus 13, that basically say that you should not commit child sacrifice, because they've taken one text in isolation and made it antagonistic to other texts.
Right.
But that antagonistic is inherent to their hermeneutic. So we're not dealing in some ways with the same text. We both have the Bible as a text. It's the pretext that differs, the context that differs. We would take it as say, say from our point of view, we would take a more, a more canonical view. We would take a more cultural literary view. We would say, okay, this is what we would find in the culture overall. This is what we'd find in, say, the context of the book itself, or the books written by the same author, or even in the same time period. They don't have that view. They're not operating under those presuppositions. They're operating under the presupposition that every text is antagonistic to every other text and presents a different view than every other text.
Yeah.
That's the core of the issue.
Which is why they're having such a difficult time finding the best way to render some verses for a particular translation. Am I right?
Well, some of them are, but in this particular...
It depends on the translator.
Yeah, it depends on the translation. But in this particular case, where they are being, say, critical of, say, the whole faith enterprise, they're using it because the sort of the traditional skeptical method of just finding, say, contradictions and then using that to critique has failed, essentially. That method has failed in the past. So they have to find alternate means to attack, say, the cohesion and the reliability of the Bible. And what better way to do it than to have every text in the Bible become antagonistic to every other text in the Bible? It's an assumption built into the hermeneutic.
But David, just to clarify, now that I've pre-read this commentary, notice how the scholar here points out that Hosea, or the author of Hosea, in this section, is actually doing a very beautiful, would you call it an intertextual sort of like parallelism between Jacob, Rachel, Israel, Yahweh, the Egyptian Exodus. Because see how he says...
Oh, they can easily go get past that. You
Yeah,
know
but
how they
it
get
seems
past
like-
that?
How?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, but
That's the thing. That's the thing
yeah,
with vocality plus literary biblical method. All they have to do is reassert the consensus. They only have to reassert the contention because they don't have to go back to context. That's the problem.
Yeah, but notice how clearly it's saying here, the link is reinforced by the double reference to tending. What does verse
12 have to do anything with verse 13?
Because it's the same word used. There's a parallel. So Yahweh, through a prophet, cared for or tended for Israel. The term
No. You don't understand. Verse 12 is completely antagonistic to verse 13 and was probably even written by somebody else.
Oh my gosh.
That's the reasoning. That's the reasoning. You know, the child sacrifice verse in Ezekiel 20, where they talk about, God gave the Israelites,
a difficult law that they couldn't.
A difficult law that they wouldn't adhere to. Well, you go look at the context of that passage in verse 19, and it tells you straight up that the Israelites were off on their own, that the difficult law had nothing to do with sacrifice, and they did it anyway. But that's an antagonistic. If you have that antagonistic reading, verse 23 to 25 is an isolation to everything else in that entire passage. That's what they're doing here, is they're employing that hermeneutic. And until you understand that that's the hermeneutic, this is not going to go much anywhere. because they're coming to it with a different, entirely different presupposition. How do you think Bible colleges, biblical studies programs churn out atheists? It's not by attacking the scriptures themselves. Never has been. They attack the hermeneutic. They attack the way people read the text.
Oh man, Chewy. Go gadget. Hermeneutic of suspicion. Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, Kiara. Hey, blessings to you. You're being logical again.
You have to think like they do. And once you think like they do, that's how they arrive at this. We've seen this happen all through this presentation of this myth vision. I mean, we weren't that far in, but we've seen it repeat so many times.
Yeah.
The same thing over and over. It's the same hermeneutic over and over and over again.
Yeah.
They don't care about context. Context? What's that? Nothing has context. You just isolate it according to literary theory and univocality, and you can make it say what you want. You know, I even saw an interview once where McClellan said, well, I don't believe that the Bible says anything. It's what we ascribe meaning to the Bible that gives it meaning. That's the voice of univocality.
Because you brought up the Ezekiel 20 thing, because it's also in the documentary, so might as well just debunk that right here. The up and coming Ezekiel commentary by, oh my goodness, John Goldengay himself for the EEC. I was able to get, because I asked permission, so I was able to get a draft copy in full, and it's fantastic.
Oh, cool.
Now he fits under the critical scholar back bracket, but he's evangelical because guess what? He's writing for the Evangelical Exegetical Commentary series for Lexham. When it comes to that particular verse in Ezekiel, he says, well, actually, let's just read his translation. So it's 25. Because don't forget, the series is that the scholar gives a brand new, fresh translation along with all the other issues. So I'll read from 23. I both myself raised my hand to them in the wilderness to scatter them among the nations, to disperse them among the countries. Since my rulings they did not act on, my laws they rejected, my Sabbaths they treated as ordinary, and their eyes went after their parents' lumps. And I myself gave them laws that were not good and rulings by which they could not live. Now, what was the verse that you said? If you just read the other verse, is that in this chapter?
They take 25 and 26 in isolation.
Right, and defile them through their gifts, through the passing of everything that opens the womb, in order that I might make them desolate, in order that they might acknowledge that I am Yahweh. Yeah.
Basically, if you take that in isolation, I gave them laws that were, quote, I gave them laws that were not good and rulings by which they could not live, and defile them, basically, I defiled them through their gifts, through the passing of everything that opens the room, in order that I might make them desolate. The idea here is that God gave them the command to do child sacrifice. But you read this in context, you see what the rulings are in verse 24. The Sabbaths, the sacrificial laws. I gave themselves laws that were not good or pleasing.
Mm-hmm.
Good is not just here morally good, it's also aesthetically pleasing.
Yep.
And rulings by which they could not live. Basically, that these are the laws that are, the moral laws of Sinai, the sacrificial laws of Sinai. I gave them through the laws and defiled them through their gifts. They gave their gifts And then they pass through everything through the open wound in order that I make them desolate.
So that opens the womb is like a literal translation. So the ISV literally says firstborn, but he's reading it literally there. And notice what it says: defile them through their gifts, through the passing of everything. So that's the defiling language.
It's a defiling language. But it's a defiling language because they did this in spite of what they were told earlier in the passage.
Right. So, now here's what Golden
You could go all the way. You see this context build up from verse 19.
Okay, then I'll start with, so this is his commentary from 13 to 22, then 23 to 24, then 25. So, Golden Gay says, Deuteronomy 1 refers to rebellion in the wilderness, though the rebellion was not really undertaken against Yahweh's laws and rulings. Exodus 16 describes an occasion when people treated the Sabbath as ordinary, which prompts Moses to speak of their refusing to keep Yahweh's commands and instructions. And Numbers 15 describes an occasion when a man went out collecting firewood on the Sabbath and got executed for it, though these two events hardly amount to great profanation. Once again, Ezekiel is looking at long ago events as foreshadowings of the waywardness of his day, and looking at Yahweh's response as a foreshadowing of his coming response in his day. In the wilderness, Yahweh turned back his protective and active hand, as he's doing now, and let reversals happen to them in the wilderness, and a whole generation did not make it to the land. There is no mention of compassion here, as there is in the recollection in Nehemiah 9. Then in 23 to 24, before the people are even in the land, Yahweh has threatened to scatter and disperse them, paralleling respectively Deuteronomy 4, 28, and Leviticus 26, in the context of their respective threats concerning the consequences of ignoring Yahweh's rulings and laws. Our not knowing the date of material in Leviticus and Deuteronomy makes it impossible to be sure whether Ezekiel knew these warnings in the Torah, though warnings of some kind go back to Exodus 32. The threat that Yahweh here recalls also matches Ezekiel 18. There is continuity between the chapters. The idea is not that future generations will suffer because of their forebears' wrongdoing, but they will suffer because they imitate their parents' wrongdoing. So this imitation language, I think, is key. Then verse 25. A furthermore eyebrow-raising action is Yahweh's giving the wilderness generation laws that were not good and so on. I think he means here the Targum draws the teeth from Yahweh's statement by turning the bad laws into ones that the people have devised. I rejected them because they were rebellious against my word and would not receive my prophets. I expelled them to a place far away and handed them over to the ones who hated them. And they followed their own foolish impulses and made for themselves bad statutes and laws through which they could not have life. In principle, Ezekiel is only expressing in his own way an assumption that recurs through the scriptures. Yahweh commissions Isaiah to make Judah's mind dull, and Jesus sees himself as involved in the same mission in Mark 4:12. Israelites ask Yahweh why he made them stray from his ways, and Paul affirms God's capacity to send delusion to people.
That whole language of defilement, that's ritual language. It's the language of ritual purity. That's that whole language of ritual purity. It's a declaration on behalf of God. This is why some translations render this, I pronounce them unclean, because of their child sacrifice.
Yep.
It's not that God makes them unclean because he made them to do child sacrifice. It's they were declared unclean because of ritually impure because they did it.
All right. But I just want to know,
because that whole language of defilement only occurs in the context of sacred and profane space. It's the only way it can occur. You cannot become ritually unclean where there is no sacred and profane. So all of that has to be in context to that whole idea of what they did created within them ritual uncleanness. And that only possibility in the text is the child sacrifice.
A quick clarification.
Attentive reading.
Yeah, a quick clarification here for Pine Creek is that this over the edge thing was when I took a snippet of his statement. This is going back like 3-4 years now. And all I did was Heiser happened to be doing a whole podcast on Ezekiel. And I just stitched together transcripts of Heiser's podcast on Ezekiel 20 in response to Pine Creek. And that's basically what happened. And Pine Creek took that lengthy response as sending me over the edge. Now, David, I'm excited to hear your reaction to what Golden Gate is going to do now with, like, he's not going to entertain sloppy thinking here.
I should hope not.
Because look what he says, okay? He's like, so obviously he quotes from Bloch, the famous Daniel Bloch, but what were the not good laws? Were they laws that people accepted as God-given, but that are not in the Torah, of which the sacrifice of children or human sacrifice in general could be an example?
Not in the Torah.
Right. Or were there laws in the Torah that people could misinterpret, of which the rule about offering the firstborn to God in Exodus 13 could be an example because people could think it implied sacrificing a child?
But still not in the Torah.
And then he goes, actually, even 20:26, which is the next verse, does not mention passing through fire, contrast 20:31. So it's not clear that Ezekiel counts human sacrifice as something in any sense warranted by Yahweh. This is Golden Gay.
Yep.
I'm going to throw Golden Gay under the bus. Now, by the way, what's curious? The fact that he brought up Exodus 13. So what I did...
Shocking.
Wait. I'm excited now to, as an amateur, to demonstrate something here. Exodus 13 was utilized by Luke in regards to Mary's offering of Jesus. So Mary understood Exodus 13 as not sacrifice.
Yes.
It's
and
like,
most
what?
Responsible exegetes would.
I mean, like, hang on a second, what? Where's that in Luke? So, here we go. Luke 2:23. Here we go. Now, let's read Exodus 13, verse 2. Literally, this is the verse that these guys use. Consecrate to me every firstborn male. Whatever is the first to open the womb among the Israelites, both of humans and of animals, belongs to me.
Consecrate, make sacred.
Okay, now, but they say this, when you then read it in, like, I think it's like 21 or 22, then it's like, oh, it's sacrifice. But hang on.
Wait. Uniformity.
No, but wait. The one time this verse is used in the New Testament is in Luke chapter 2, where it says, when the time came for their purification according to the law of Moses, Joseph and Mary took Jesus up to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord. Oops, every firstborn son is to be designated as holy to the Lord. That's a quotation from Exodus 13.
Yeah, and if you look earlier on, further on in Exodus 13, it tells you exactly how to redeem. How it's supposed to be done.
All right, here we go. Where in here the redemption of the firstborn
Right
from
there,
down?
11. You have to redeem it.
So Mary misinterpreted. If only these guys could go back in time and be like, "Man, no, Mary, you need to sacrifice Jesus," which
Yep.
ironically does happen.
Unificality says you have to sacrifice. Get that Ola going, that burnt sacrifice. Just like Jephthah. Jephthah got it right.
Oh boy. That's pretty dark. Oh man. All right, so I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Now, then Golden Gate goes, were they laws in the Torah that could seem questionable in light of how things have worked out since Israel's early days, such as the rule about kingship in Deuteronomy 17? Ezekiel implies elsewhere that he is not enthusiastic about kingship, or the implicit permission to sacrifice at worship places all around the country. Were they the detailed rules in the Torah which were not very good but were concessions to their waywardness? That's Jerome's interpretation. Were they the entire body of laws and rulings, such as we have in the Torah, by which the people would not live because they would not follow them, such as the Sabbath law and the ban on idols? The way of life is thus turned into a way of death. I just love the way... I love how Golden Gate writes. Like, he has a very like straightforward way of writing. Were they particular bodies of law such as Leviticus, the priestly code, or the holiness code if Ezekiel stood by Deuteronomy, or Deuteronomy if Ezekiel stood by Leviticus? Were then laws that Yahweh will improve on in Ezekiel 40 in Ezekiel 40 to 48? That's an interesting proposition, which, by the way, as Christians we would actually argue because Hebrews 8. So it's not evident that the answer to this question would have been clearer to Ezekiel's hearers or his original readers than it is to later readers. So this chapter with its parody and irony remains an enigma that they have to think about. Ezekiel is engaged in rhetoric, whose effect would be to drive them to reflect on what they think important and whether it is something good or something quote-unquote not good, and whether it is something God has given them or allowed them to have more as an act of chastisement than as an act of generosity. Now, when it comes to 26, see how he says, only here does Yahweh defile. His instructions mean, and by the way, that's not Josh Bowen, that's a different scholar. His instructions mean that Israel experiences the killing letter of the law, in particular through the rule about the passing or passing through or passing over of firstborn animals and human children. Alongside the tension between what Yahweh says in 25 about the laws and rulings by which people could not live, and what he says in Leviticus 18 about the laws and rulings being a means to life if you walk by them, there's a contrast between the Sabbath as a means to acknowledging Yahweh and this defilement as a means to acknowledging Yahweh. And in this final devastating judgment on the Israelites' ancestors, there is nothing corresponding to the mercy declared in verse 17. They were just on the way to desolation, which is again your point you just mentioned just a moment ago. So that's Golden Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Straightforward, up-and-coming commentary. I hope I didn't break copyright, but that's before it's published for everyone to see.
That's not a breaking of copyright.
Okay, well, I've given him early traffic, I hope. So, okay.
Research classics, and you're looking at people who are looking at Homer's Odyssey to look at Trojan War or the Iliad. They say there was probably a Troy. There was a real city named Troy. And
there was a Troy.
But that war, as described in the Odyssey...
Sorry, what did you say?
There was a Trojan War. Almost every scholar admits there was a Trojan War.
Don't get too started now. He's in the classics department, and he's probably going to flip in the comment section. Oh boy.
It was a Greek between it was a war against the Greeks and the Hittites.
Yeah,
Troy was a
I read
Hittite
about
city.
that. The Trojans Hittite connection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Trojans or Hittites.
Right.
It was a early manifestation of that Sea Peoples route. It was as the Sea Peoples from Greece inhabited the Western Anatolia.
This is just a complete non-scholarly thought that I thought. Just a wild sort of like question I had. I was actually looking recently at the Trojan Wars, and just for the fun of it, I just happened to be doing it, and I saw the dates, and it hit me. The dates align with basically the Exodus of Hofmeier's view. That date. Right?
They're very close. Yes, yeah, they're very close.
Which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Like, imagine if those two events are happening. Like, the Israelites are doing their big thing, and then you have this, the legends of Hector and.
There's a whole lot that's going on at that time. It isn't just the Israelites. I mean, this is one of the things we have to realize is that there's a lot of frenetic activity happening during the late Bronze 2B period. A lot of activity. You've got, say, for example, you've got the Trojan War. You've got the Philistine infiltration of the coastal plain. You've got the Israelite incursion of the Judean foothills. You've got the famine happening in eastern Anatolia. You've got the Mitanni Empire completely crumbling to bits and being annexed by the old Assyrian, or the Middle Assyrian kingdom. There's a lot that's happening during that period of time. It's not just one thing. In fact, during the whole period of, say, the Judges and Joshua, you have Aram, Naharaim, being a disorganized cacophony of various city-states fighting out who's going to take over from the Hittites, or the Mitanni. There's a lot going on at that period of time. A lot. Even in Libya.
I'm thinking here, like, God's perspective. Are these chess pieces, so to speak, to align events to then bring about?
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, there does seem to be, if I was to put on my theologian's hat, as opposed to just a historian's hat, I would look at this and say, it's a dang coincidence that so much is still going on right at the same time as the Exodus. There's so much happening.
Because we think it's just, like, as if all of history just pauses and stops to witness this Exodus, like the
it doesn't.
Heston sort of has to,
In fact, as far as the big scope of things, it's actually a pretty minor event.
Right.
When you think about what's happening in the world at that exact moment in time, it's a big deal to the Israelites and not a big deal to anyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a couple tens of thousands of people who are leaving. So what? And we know that number from the demographics of the area around Avaris. So that's basically what you're talking about here. Between 5 and 50,000 people, roughly. So, it's in the big scope of things, this is not a big deal. And they're going to go out in the Sinai and they're going to wander around.
And hence the Merneptah mockery of that, right?
Well, the Merneptah is when Merneptah is going to go he's going to go across his route is going to be across the North Sinai. And then up the coastal plain, across the Jezreel Valley, and down into the Shephelah. And then he comes back. So he's just encountering one or two clans of Israelites in that Shephelah.
Yeah, I see. And then generalizing the whole thing.
And,
right.
But at the same time, too, all those Israelites, as Merneptah is going down the Shephelah, they're at Shiloh. Merneptah goes nowhere near Shiloh. He's not even close to Shiloh.
Yep.
But the Israelites can camp around Shiloh, first of all, because the surrounding states of the area are not particularly strong. You know, Edom is not very strong at the time. Moab is not very strong at the time. Ammon is not very strong at the time. Aram is a shambles. Even the Amorites that have occupied the northern Levant are not what they once were. In fact, most of the big cities that the Israelites will take out in the first 5 years, those are essentially Amorite holdings. They're Amorite holdings.
Interesting. So Ezekiel himself in Ezekiel 16 mentions this very peculiar Amorite Hittite connection to Abraham.
Yes. And that's because Abraham was an Amorite.
Right.
He comes from Urkesh. Which is in northern Mesopotamia. That's Amorite country. Abraham is an Amorite. Which is why when Abraham comes into the Levant, he can talk to Amorites. The two brothers, Amorite brothers, at the trees of Mamre, at the caves of Machpelah.
Right.
They're Amorites. How does Abraham communicate with those brothers? They're talking the same language. How does Joseph talk to the Hyksos, the king of the Hyksos?
That's true, yeah.
They're speaking Amorite, because the Hyksos are an Amorite dynasty. All those early patriarchs, they're Amorites. They're speaking Amoritic. But when they come back into the Holy Land, they're now separated by 3 centuries. The Israelites are not taught speaking the same dialect they did coming in. Amoritic has moved on. It's now become early Hebrew. So now when they come back in, they're not seeing brothers anymore in occupying that northern Levant. They're seeing enemies. Because they're now separated by 300 years.
So let's just quickly, based on what you just said there, okay, this is good because this can now debunk Handel here, because he does bring up Ezekiel 16 in this sense. He says, I suspect that some of these features, well, okay, he's giving an analogy of, like, my son's response was, Dad, he's talking about Rhode Island and American memory and, like, his own family context. So he says, the idea that most early Israelites were local Canaanites has been forgotten in the Bible, except perhaps by odd figures like the prophet Ezekiel, who criticizes his contemporaries by recalling that by origin birth you are from the land of the Canaanites, which
that doesn't follow anyway, because Amorites and Hittites weren't Canaanites.
Yeah, but notice I think his translation is deliberately There's because this is the type of translation I don't see in other translations. It says, like the ISV says, your birthplace was the territory that belonged to the Canaanites. Your father was an Ammonite, an Amorite, and your mother was a Hittite. This is actually
It should be Amorite.
It should be Amorite. This is a outdated version on Logos.
Yeah, that should be Amorite.
Correct version. Yeah.
But that's okay.
Now,
they were born in Canaan, but they were Amoritic immigrants.
Right, but notice what he says. He goes, like the forgetting of Dutch citizenship for the Pilgrims, the biblical Exodus admits that many early Israelites were Canaanites, villagers, herders, nomads, who joined the settlement of the Israelite highlands in the wake of the collapse of Egyptian rule and forged a new identity. Now,
that's empty conjecture.
that is the empty conjecture machine, right? So
Mr. EC could be.
Oh my gosh.
Where's your green sock puppet when you need it? But yeah, that's empty conjecture.
See, I'm glad I was able to just... There you go. That statement's just debunked. Excellent. Yep. So sorry. I think I butted in. I think you're going somewhere, but
I go all over the place.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Now, because we were going through the Trojan overlaps, history was so many things going on, and I don't know. It was just a thought that occurs. It's interesting. Exodus is happening. That's all. The other stuff is happening. But another key point you made is the Exodus is big in the book, big in the sense because it's a Jewish story, right?
Yeah.
But in hindsight of the nations, the disinheritance of the people groups of the nations, the other gods, and so on, that is like a little, needle in a haystack.
It's a blip.
Yeah.
To the Egyptians, this was nothing more than a flea bite. Apart from the destruction of its chariots, it really had no long-term impact. There is maybe some impact as far as, say, the destruction of the forests. There was the destruction of the trees in Egypt. That would have had a long-term impact. But that's it. That's about all that would have had impacted. The grains would have grown the next year. The cows would have given birth to new calves the next year. The agricultural cycle moves on. This is what happens with agricultural catastrophes. They hit you for a short period of time, and then you recover. A lot of people die from either starvation or from bad water supply or what have you, but you recover very quickly. And Egypt had famines and blights all through its history. This just happened to be one that allowed a certain group of people to get away. A group of people that basically, because of their absence, turned Avaris from a bustling city to a cemetery in one generation. How exactly does that happen?
Well, how exactly does that happen? Well, to quote your favorite movie...
Everybody leaves. My favorite movie, huh?
Your favorite movie, Prometheus by Ridley Scott. Big things have small beginnings.
I thought you were going to quote his Genesis history.
Well, but that's true. I mean, that's a famous saying, So, anyway, just a little tongue-in-cheek, little humor there. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, how do ghost towns happen today? Everyone picks up and leaves.
Yeah.
How do ghost towns happen back then? Everyone picks up and leaves. The question is, where do they go after they leave? That's really the question. After everyone left Avaris, they had to go somewhere. Did they basically work their way back into Egyptian society? Did they leave Egypt? What happened to them? There isn't really any question that they picked up and left after or during mid Dynasty 19. We know that they did. The question is, what did they do? What happened to them afterwards?
I'm going to keep up that comment by Tui to subscribe so that people can see it. But Jack Ray, appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much
Hey,
for
Jack.
that support. And honestly, David, I want to send you a massive super chat. Thanks for joining the stream. So when you do the stream,
Oh, my
next,
pleasure. This is fun as always.
do that.
And I don't get to do it very often.
Yeah, I know. The good old days was like, nah.
Well, you've been doing a lot of Muslim apologetics recently.
Yeah, you know what? I just decided, let's just have a clear conscience. I'm just gonna go through the Quran, and my co-host, criminal crime partner, fantastic work. Just
What's the situation with you and your new partner in crime?
Well, what's happening is she's an ornithologist, and she lives by a farm, and
Is this a serious relationship? Is this a marriage relationship? What is this?
It's something I'll have to discuss with you in private.
Okay. Okay.
And you're to blame for that.
I'm to blame. I'm always to blame. People blame me for everything.
Trust me, when you hear the story, you'll be like, that's it's like the Trojan War and the Exodus happening at the same time, sort of coincidence. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I recommend go subscribe to Ancient Egypt. Now, let's
Woohoo! My subscribers went up by 1. Red letter day.
Let's continue.
Is potentially being kind of relifted and rewritten into Homer from an earlier Hittite narrative. And then when you ask the scholars who look at that, they say actually there was no such narrative story of that war. That war, there was no Trojan horse. That's all fiction, but there was a place called Troy. And what are we going to become apologists and try to make that Trojan horse? It better have happened. Or are we going to go, all right, there's total liberty in the narrative. The point of it isn't what actually literally is being written here, but maybe there's just an idea of freedom, God saving and redeeming his people as he promised, constant promises. You see where I'm going with it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, was there a Gilgamesh? Probably. Right? And we seem to have some evidence, some pretty good evidence that there was a Gilgamesh in the third millennium.
Yes, there was a Gilgamesh.
Does that mean that because there was a king of Uruk?
Sorry?
Yes, there absolutely was a Gilgamesh. We have his inscriptions. What's this? There probably was a Gilgamesh. We have royal inscriptions from Gilgamesh. He's an Assyriologist. He should know this.
Sorry, I removed the comment. Is there again? That's surprising because is he coming at that at like how scholars conjecture who Nimrod was, because there are Gilgamesh is given as a potential identity for Nimrod in Genesis 10, Nimrod is Gilgamesh, or Nimrod could be Ninurta.
No. There's a tale of Gilgamesh that is that basically has a little flood narrative in it. It's a substantial tale. It's found in Akkadian sources, cuneiform tablets, and it's a full story and narrative, and it does interact with the gods. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's also the lead hero of the story is named after an actual king of Mesopotamia.
Right.
So just like there was a real Troy and a real Trojan War, even if there may not have been a Trojan horse, there was still something underlying all that. So we do have some inscriptions about Gilgamesh. You know, it's not. This is not just a fantasy. You know, there's no doubt there was a real Gilgamesh. I mean, Gilgamesh is even mentioned in the Assyrian Kings list. You know, there's been extra, you know, some inscriptional material from Gilgamesh. Not much, but enough to warrant his existence. So I don't understand why Bowen here is kind of hedging on that. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. We got more than enough, ample enough evidence to say that at least Gilgamesh as a person exists. And he was a king. Anything else might be up in the air.
Tui sass as usual. One of the points of Aristotle's Poetics is STFU and stop playing wannabe historical critic with Homer. Treating Homer with Fisher-Price baby-first hermeneutic of suspicion is dumb.
It is dumb.
I'm going to try something here. Let's see if this works. A banner. Oh, that's right. Go subscribe to Fox channel. So
you need to use StreamYard through OBS to do that.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's show headlines. Anyway, I'll check that later. All right. Yeah, no, but this Gilgamesh thing took me by surprise. So what I was trying to say is there's like 6 or 7 different options given for Nimrod.
Mm-hmm.
Like Golden Gay himself in his 2020 publication on Genesis says that it's like the 7 different, Gilgamesh being one. Ironically, it's 3 divine and 3 human in the list. Ironically enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but that's in regards to Nimrod. Now, Gilgamesh does appear in the Genesis Apocryphon as well, which is interesting because now you have Qumran connections potentially back into Mesopotamian literature. To have a Gilgamesh memory as a giant, as a Gibborim, I think it's the term that's used.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you're right. Like, you know, the whole like maybe Gilgamesh existed. That was a little bit surprising.
That's a little strange coming from him.
Yeah.
I mean, I would expect maybe Kip to say that, because Kip's not an expert in Assyria and Mesopotamia. Okay, but to hear that coming out of Josh's mouth, that's a little odd.
And then Gilgamesh that he went out with Enkidu and killed Huwaba in the cedar forest and out.
That happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, so was there a Naram Sin? Was there a Sargon of Akkad? Yeah, of course, right? Does that mean that Naram Sin actually like sent out troops to go prick demon soldiers that were coming to see if they bled? So I mean, like, no, of course not, right? So I think understanding that these things can be distinct. I think this is important, and then I'll shut up. I think it's important to be careful in these moments, or precise in these moments, at least in particular context, for atheists and skeptics to be able to say, in the same way that we say, let's be careful about what these passages about slavery are saying. I think in the same way we need to be able to say, let's be careful about when we talk about evidence for the Exodus or not. Let's not go too far and say impossible that anybody could have left Egypt, right? Because that's not the case.
No.
Like we have evidence of people leaving and going into.
Just like we
Egypt.
have evidence that there were wars in the place called Troy. But that war, as described in the narrative, never happened according to the critical scholars who investigate that. And they would have probably, if they were studied in the Bible, had approached the Bible the same way in the sense of being critical and analyzing it this way as anyone else.
Oops, it's an ad.
Well, that's myth of history
Man,
anyway.
I'm actually kind of. Oh, now it's sort of just restarted the whole stream there for some reason after that ad. Oh boy. I find that a bit odd because what's I was just the other day I was reading on the Trojan War. What critical scholarship denies that? They like, for example, as recent as say the Siege of Tyre by Alexander, or Alexander's Wars, really, in his Persian campaign. I've been doing some heavy reading on that, and the only thing that scholars disagree on are just the census of the numbers killed, the size of the army, and that's about it. And
Yeah.
they offer military critiques on the military tactics that were utilized, but at the same time, they don't discount the how it's described, because the fact that nation X defeated nation Y is due to the mismanagement of certain choices that were done in those military tactics, and hence the famous the way like the way Alexander would suddenly do unorthodox, divergent sort of guerrilla warfare sometimes, and therefore that showcased the authentic nature of those battles. In other words, military strategists themselves have analyzed these tactics and gone, yeah, that's a legit move that could have been done, and so the same thing with the Trojans. Like, I don't know who Derek's been reading, but the denial of that is a bit odd.
He's probably been reading Robert Price again.
Yeah.
We even have some texts within the Bible. We even have
Well, I'm just gonna find a spot that we left off, because this is it's sort of like reset itself.
He's just this
apologist and try to make that Trojan horse. It better have happened, or are we going to go? All right, there's total liberty.
It was in Gilgamesh in the third millennium.
Oh yeah, this is where
does that mean it was in Gilgamesh, right? Does that mean that Naram-Sin actually sent out that these things can be distinct? Yeah, let's be careful about what these
wars in the place called Troy. But that war, as described in the narrative, never happened according to the critical scholars who investigate that. And they would have probably, if they were studied in the Bible, had approached the Bible the same way, in the sense of being critical and analyzing it this way as anyone else. It's just when people
There's a fine point on this too.
Things
Let's pause this here just for a second. A fine point is most of the documents we have from the ancient world have some kind of reception history to it, or some mythohistory aspects. If your criteria is that every detail of an account has to be correct for it to be history, then we have no history. Because no ancient document can live up to that. No ancient document at all. We would have to say there's no Thermopylae. We'd have to say there is no Alexandrian conquest of Persia, because the numbers are exaggerated. We would have to say that Ramses II never defeated or never had a tie with the Hittites at Kadesh, because Amun-Re was involved and made him fight like Montu single-handedly. Responsible scholarship, especially responsible historians, try to parse what's reception history and what's mythohistory from the historical aspects. But it doesn't wholesale just dispense with it. It's really sort of, again, that all or nothing thinking. Or again, back to Derek's all or nothing thinking. It's either all right or it didn't happen. It's one or the other. There's no gray, there's no middle ground. And ancient history, unfortunately for him, works on those grays. It works on those ideas that there's a history underlying those documents. Even if we don't understand that history, or if we don't say understand the metaphors of those documents, or if we don't understand exactly what the mythological aspects are as it tries to reconcile that history to their theology, but to just outright dispense of it just because it doesn't meet all your boxes. You can't tick off everything of your boxes. Can't tick off the numbers dead, can't tick off the idea that there's a Trojan horse, or that there were Greeks there, or anything else. Yeah, it's just sloppy thinking.
Yeah.
It's sloppy thinking.
Is where I see things happen. So do we want to continue playing it there, or did you guys have enough with Exodus?
Could I just say one thing quickly?
Yeah, please.
I think the grand scale of the Exodus story makes us forget that there's other traditions in the Bible that almost blatantly contradict it. And I'll just give one quick example that most people don't know about. In 1 Chronicles 7, you've got this story where Ephraim is not, the son of Joseph born in Egypt. He's a native settler of the land called Ephraim, and he has sons who go down to Gath and try to steal some cattle and get killed for it. And then he has a child named Beriah who's like named through my mother-in-law's. And then his children go on to found these other Ephraimite cities. And then Joshua becomes one of his descendants. And you cannot take this story literally and also take the Exodus story literally. The Bible's got these traditions that compete with each other, and we tend to pick the ones that are more memorable and just focus on the historicity of those, and forget all these little side stories that are in the Bible.
So just to make sure our audience caught that issue, it is the fact that Ephraim, a descendant of Ephraim, is Joshua from the book of Joshua.
Yeah, and not only that, but this whole image that
I want to talk about this one.
7 implies that there never was an Exodus. Ephraim and the other tribes are just native to their lands from the beginning. Like there's no place for an Exodus here.
Got it. Interesting.
All right, summarize what's being said there.
Okay, I have addressed this one many times.
All right.
Paul here has fallen for the one name fallacy. This is a trope you find in English literature that English speakers fall for all the time.
Shall I
One
bring up the
character
relevant passage?
Well, you can, doesn't matter.
Okay. So Chronicles?
Okay, so it's the whole idea that only one person can have one name in a book. So if you have an Ephraim in Chronicles, it has to be the same Ephraim that's in Genesis. It's a trope of English fiction that they're superimposing on historical texts. Okay?
Okay.
Now, we know that there are, in the Bible, many people that share the same name. Okay? Not just Ephraim here. We have 7 Marys in the Bible, several Josephs, several Joshuas. We have more than one Jehoram. We have more than one, what's it called now? Well, there's others too. We have more than one Goliath. We got lots of reduplication of names. This is how history works. Is
In
you
the New
have
Testament, Jude many times.
many Judes.
Yeah.
You have lots of Johns. It's everywhere that names get duplicated. Okay? So then, what's going on in that 1 Chronicles 7 passage is not the same Ephraim. But what Paul has done here is he has ignored the clan context of 1 Chronicles 7. 1 Chronicles 7 is not the same Ephraim that lived and died in Egypt. It takes place about 300 years after. Okay? So it can't be the same guy. In fact, we are even told in Genesis or in I think it's Exodus 1, that all of that generation of the 70 died in Egypt. Okay?
Right.
So, what we have happening in 7 is basically clan identities. Okay? You basically have a clan leader that takes on the name of the clan. So you have a tribe leader or a clan leader that's taken on the name Ephraim and represents the clan in the mourning process.
Right.
This is clan identity. It's not the same Ephraim. And you could just tell that even say the genealogies of Ephraim, his earlier genealogies of the one in Egypt, it's different. In the First Chronicles 7, you have Ephraimites who settle in Gath and are then slaughtered by the Gathites. Okay?
Yep.
So it's separated, the events are separated by 300 years. So you're not even supposed to take this as this is the same Ephraim. I mean, how many Ramses are there? There's 11 Ramses. You know, how many King Johns are there? How many King Georges are there? We're on to Charles III right now. We just finished with Elizabeth II. But that whole sort of First Chronicles 7 is a clan. It's not the same Ephraim. It's a later Ephraim, one who's taken on the clan identity as tribe leader. And because he's tribe leader, he has the duty as tribe leader to mourn for lost clans. It's a bizarre objection. It's quite literally a bizarre objection. But I've seen this objection used many times. Oh, it's the same person, just retold in a different way. You know, the two Goliaths. You got the first Goliath in First Chronicles 17, and then the second one in Second Chronicles. I believe it's also 17 or 19. They're different, happening at different points in time. They're chronicling different events. This is akin to what's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Okay? Are you aware of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
No.
Okay. This is where a Texas sharpshooter points his gun at a barn, fires a bunch of holes in the side, and then takes the ones that are most clustered and draws a target around it. Okay? It's basically cherry picking the data you like to show false similarities while excluding other points of data, the counterfactuals. So what Paul here has done is he's taken two similarities, which is two similar names, and discounted all the counterfactuals. The fact that Ephraim 1 died in Egypt. The fact that Ephraim 2 lived in Canaan. That Ephraim 2 mourned for dead clans. That it happened 300 years after the fact. You know, so he has to ignore all the counterfactuals to draw that, oh, it's the same person of the Exodus.
Right.
When Ephraim, son of Joseph, was never in the Exodus. He had died long before the Exodus. And Ephraim, too, was alive after the Exodus and after the conquest. They're separated by huge amounts of time. But the Texas sharpshooter fallacy says, you see, it's the same thing. Based upon cosmetic similarities.
Yeah, and I'm also noticing that no commentary on that relevant passage is even engaging with that there's an issue.
Oh no.
I haven't really found one because that's the first time I've heard of that. And like, for example, this one says this is by Eugene Mirrell in for Kriegel 2015. He points out, I'll just share it for everyone to see. If it is verses 20 to 29 that's being discussed, that like he brings up something similar to what you just said, but it's in the context of Tahath. So he says,
as a tribal patronymic.
Right. And he says, had 9 sons or 8 if Tahath in verse 20 is a duplicate. But I suppose he's saying duplicate textually, or all of whom. So he says notation. Notation here is from Numbers 26:30. All of whom was slain by Gathites or the Philistines. Yeah, but he doesn't even talk about.
No, he doesn't even engage it.
The
Most won't.
Exodus context.
But I've heard this one. I get this one every so often on my channel. I get this one. I'm asked this one fairly frequently. You do see this objection circulate in skeptical circles. So I've gotten this one on more than one occasion. So I'm well aware of this one.
Well, I'm glad you came and debunked it.
Again, though, it's sloppy reading. It's sloppy reading. It's bad exegesis. And it's woolly thinking.
Oh, I see. Is this overlapping? Is this overlapping with the Exodus, or is it overlapping with Numbers 26? Or I could be misunderstanding the argument that they make, because
well, the argument is that this is the original Ephraim of Joseph.
Yeah,
Joseph's
right,
son.
Right.
That's the argument.
Right. And when you trail this down, this is a different Ephraim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Let's continue.
Antagonistic texts.
Okay, guys, where are we going next? We're having a blast. I hope nobody's yawning at us yet.
Everyone smells like an idiot.
Where do you guys want to go?
Nobody's yawning at us yet. For 6 hours.
That was so clever.
Guffaw. We've been sitting back, and you know how dolphins, they sleep with one mind on, the other mind off, sort of thing. Like that's what we've been doing this whole time. It's been a pleasure, Derek. So.
Did you want to? Israelites are Canaanites?
Yeah, sure.
Kip's like the under director here. We're all just sort of looking at him and Derek guys. What do you want to do, Kip?
I'm just here to have fun. Paul, feel free. Thanks for interrupting, because that was important. All right, here we go.
That's what's next, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do now.
Sure. There we go.
The Canaanites, according to evangelical scholars, are so awful they deserve to lose their homes.
Please locate your nearest exit now.
God simply wants to steal the Canaanites' land.
Thank God.
Satan gets it.
But God's plot to steal the Canaanites' land is about to take an unexpected turn. Think back to the ites of Israel. If Moses and the Israelites never came from Egypt,
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites really from?
Where did they come from? For reals.
So when the archaeologists look at the material culture of early Israelite villages, they're continuous with the material culture of Canaanite culture. It's the same culture.
What?
Yeah, that's not true. That's so not true.
Yeah, that there's something he's about to say here that kind of irked me a little bit, that I could not, because of time. I know IP was pressed on time, but he brings up the word Israel specifically. So I'm just going to keep playing it and see if they play it here.
In the early Writings from the Bible show a clear continuity with older Canaanite literature, with Canaanite poetic forms, literary forms, people's names, people's language. This is all native Canaanite stuff.
Early Israelite settlements left archaeologists with native Canaanite stuff.
One of the names of God in the Bible is El. And El, we know, was also the name of the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon.
Evidence that Israelites worshipped the Canaanite god El is written into the name Israel itself.
It is?
Including the name Israel itself, which originally meant something like El rules.
El rules?
Who rules?
The Canaanite high god, El. El rules. Now watch this.
So Israel
boy.
means El rule.
No, it doesn't. El contends is what it means. But let's talk about that El thing anyway.
Yep.
Okay? Because while we do find El in, say, Canaanite literature, for example, in the Ugaritic pantheon, it's not limited to the Ugaritic pantheon. It's found in Amoritic inscriptions. It's also found as Al in, or Alum in Akkadian. So it's generic Semitic. And generic Semitic is found in a huge swath of territory, not just Canaan. It's found in, as I said, in Mesopotamia, both northern and southern Mesopotamia. It's found in, say, the Levant. We even have a few references to El in Egyptian texts. So it's not something that's isolated to Canaanites. Okay? So, and it's just sort of the generic term for God. So the idea that this exclusively comes out of Canaanite literature and context is complete baloney. It's nonsense. It's hogwash. Because we find it in texts much, much older than even, say, the establishment of, say, Middle Bronze Canaanite culture.
Right.
Now, with that said, we do find poetic literature throughout the ancient Near East as well. So again, how much of this is due to Canaan? And there's no doubt that some of it is taken from, Canaanite sources, but we also have intertextuality with Mesopotamian sources and Egyptian sources also. The biblical texts are diverse in its intertextual interactions. So to sort of narrow this down to say, oh, it's just Canaanite. It's just a Canaanite origin. Therefore, the Israelites must have come out of Canaan. It's bad thinking. Just terrible thinking.
Yep.
He should know better. Of course, that's assuming he did the studies to know better. I might be giving him too much credit. That happens sometimes.
Does halot, like, I think either halot or, if I bring up halot.
Oh yeah, you should find the etymology of El in halot.
I want to see. Here we go. Could tend, have power. Just gonna do a word search. So I'm gonna quote here from, while it's doing that. Come on. Click on this. I'll just share my entire screen.
The other thing I'll just add as you're looking this up is that Handel's just saying that there's just invisible continuity between Canaanite and Israelite culture is also hogwash. There are changes in Israelite culture that are definitely, and we've already covered some of them. You know, the ostial remains, the ceramic remains, the new villages. The one we didn't cover though was the four-room house. The four-room house is a new innovation in Israelite culture in the 12th century BC. That's a definite break from Canaanite culture. You know where we also find the four-room house? Avaris. You don't find the four-room house in Canaan prior to the Israelites, prior to that 12th century.
Right.
But you do find it at Avaris. You find lots of four-room houses at Avaris in Egypt.
Right, right. So this is,
and the fact is too, you know, like for example, the avoidance of eating pig. That's not a Canaanite culture. Canaanites ate pig. Philistines ate pig. Everybody in Canaan ate pig until the Israelites came along. You know who else didn't eat pig? The Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't eat pig because it fouled up waterways.
So there's a that's a subtle little hint, wink, wink, hint, hint. So
contends
it
with
says
God.
here that the word Israel appears in secular history on the Methodological, right?
Yep.
Now, if Handel's reading L rules, but would Israel be a word or a name that is in some sense unique in that Semitic culture?
It's definitely an ethnonym. It's an ethnonym.
Okay.
One of the pieces of additional information we get out of the Merneptah Stela that is not often talked about is the fact that the determinatives on the name Israel, Yisrael, are typical of a ethnic group. It's a people group, not a place name. It's not a toponym. It's an ethnonym.
Right, right.
So what does this mean? In the context of the Merneptah Stela, you have the Merneptah Stela arranged in couplets, poetic couplets. The opposing couplet is the Hurrians.
Yep.
And the Hurrians are really just a nomadic remnants of the Mitanni Empire. They're basically nomadic Mitanni. So you have in the Merneptah Stela two people groups being compared side by side. But what it would tell you, if you're looking at this from an Egyptian point of view, is you've got two groups of people that are ethnically distinct. They're ethnically distinct. There's no way you can confuse them because they're not the same. You got Hurrians, and you got Israelites. And then you got all these Canaanites running around. Right. And you got some Philistines too. They're also mentioned in the Merneptah Stela.
Right, right.
So this whole idea that this is just indistinguishable look, I mean, if the Egyptians thought that the Israelites were indistinguishable from Canaanites, they just call them all Amu. Semitics. This was the generic name for Semites. Was Amu. And the Egyptians had no problems with using the generic form. Most of who they encountered in the Levant, they just called Amu. What's remarkable about the Merneptah is they're not calling them Amu. They're calling them Israelites. They're calling them Hurrians. There's been clearly by 1217 BC enough differentiation between the various people groups that the Egyptians can tell the difference. Because the Egyptians don't get that particular. They have no problem saying, say, Amu of Hebron. Just like they did with the Shasu. You know, when they talked about the invasion of Edom. You know, they talked about the Shashu of Dardan, the Shasu of Yahu, the Shasu of Seir, the Shasu of Paes. You know, so they have no problems, you know, restricting ethonyms to a group of people, a generic group, and then by location.
Right, yeah.
So it's remarkable here that they're tracing this down to a single ethnicity.
I'm just so this is an interesting. This is the theological lexicon of the Old Testament. So I have Harlot here. Open. Now they are proposing here. So you have, this is the Ugaritic the OISRIL here. Then this is the Old South Arabian.
Yeah, that's much later.
Yeah. Moabite
stela is also where it occurs. I see the Merneptah stela is in there.
Now, so in this particular work, it says, opinions concerning the meaning of the verb are also divided. L/God is upright, shines, heals, rules, contends. A summary of interpretations by this dude. Studies in the name of Israel, but this is a 1946 work. Perhaps the name should be understood as a liturgical cry in the context of holy war. May El contend, which is what you just said. Prove to be a victorious warrior and fighter. And then the Ugaritic personal name Yisrael suggests new interpretive possibilities. So I have that source. I clicked on it, and obviously there's the personal name that appears there. But I'm just looking for the context that's used.
Yeah, I don't think the actual meaning of the Amoritic imperfective verb, and that is an Amoritic imperfective verb. Okay, the whole Yisrael, the construction is an Amoritic imperfective name. We find these all over the place, where say Semitic cultures have had interaction with the Amorites.
Right.
Okay, so this is an Amoritic. It starts with an imperfect verb. And it ends with a theophoric element. So that's your typical Amoritic imperfective name.
Now
So
what's this? What's this? So this guy, I think this is Gleason Archer, by the way, in the old Theological Word Book. He says like this is like an introduction.
This looks like Brown Driver Briggs.
The normal imperfect of, is it Shara? Is that how you pronounce that? The importance of Shara lies in its derived noun Israel.
Sarah.
No, this is not.
However,
this
for the
is-
sake
this
for the sake
is J. Barton.
uh,
yeah.
yeah, for the sake of Handel's argument, though, the meaning of Yisra is not that important one way or the other. As far as he's concerned, it's proof of a Canaanite origin. Well, for that to be true, he would have to be able to restrict El to an Amoritic origin. Sorry, not Amoritic, a Canaanite origin. And I don't think he can do that. I think that's completely bunk. Yisra is just a
Briggs.
Yeah.
The sister. Yeah.
Yeah. So it really doesn't matter what the meaning of Yisra is. For the sake of Handel's argument, he's more focused on El.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be where the rubber meets the road for his argument. Yisra doesn't matter that much, whether it's contend or rule. That's just generic Semitic. But if El is found outside of Canaan, his hypothesis here falls to bits. So look up the meaning of El. See where that takes you.
Just L.
Yeah, just El. Just the word for God. El.
In which particular lexicon?
Oh, go to Helot. Helot's the best.
All right.
I'm going to Helot anyway.
Let's see. Oh, I'll have to type in the actual.
It's Aleph and Lamed. Harry, it should be near the beginning of the book.
Yeah. Right at the beginning.
Turn to Father. Keep going down.
That's Ab. Yep. Going to go down.
Okay, you're at Dalet. Keep going.
Wouldn't be that one.
Nope.
Definitely.
That's Or.
Not
that one.
Yep. Nope, not that one.
They should be just after this.
Yeah, it's getting close. Oh, there we go. There it is, number one. Yep.
Okay, now that's the negation. You don't want that one. You want the next one. Go in. There we go. Number 5.
All right.
Okay, so that's your God and deity. Now, you're going to find all sorts of uses here because it is generic. It's an Akkadian. It's Ilu or Iltu. Okay, now that's long predates Canaanite language.
Basically over here.
Yeah.
Pointing out. Yep.
Yeah. You find it in Ugaritic, you find it in Aramean, you find it in early Semitics. Yeah. It's not a contention he can maintain. The hypothesis falls apart. You cannot make the claim that El is from Canaanite. Doesn't work.
Man, just look at this list.
Yes. It's a very, very common word. You find it in seal impressions. You find it all over the place.
Yeah, so look at this. So what's your thoughts on Genesis 35:7? It says, this is an interesting one. He built an altar there to God and named the place El Beth-El.
Mm-hmm.
And because my eye caught that, it says here, Ilum Sa Ilani. Because I saw that it's twice over here, so then it's tracking to, there's the Hebrew, and then there's the text, which apparently tracks to Judges 9:46, that says, when all the lords of the Tower of Shechem heard what had happened, they retracted into the inner chamber of the temple of El Bereth. Which then goes like this. This is just like a rabbit trail, sort of. These are how it all tracks.
Yes, you're going down a rabbit trail.
Yeah.
Kind of got that impression.
Welcome to a lexicon, right?
I have a much shorter attention span.
Oh man. Once you enter my mind, I have this OCD perfectionist attitude, so it's just like track down everything.
Well, what time is it over there, by the way?
5:46.
AM or PM?
PM.
AM, yes. It's quarter to 11 here for me.
PM for me. What time for you? PM.
PM.
All right.
I think it's time to call this.
Yeah, well, I've only done 30 minutes out of 2 hours. So what I'll do is, I may do a part 2. I don't mind.
That's your prerogative.
If you want to join part 2, we continue with 30 minutes onwards. We can do that.
I'll think about it.
I'll pay you.
You'll pay me, huh?
Yeah. Come on, super chat.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Let all the super chats come in. I need. I need the. This is vengeance against Baron of Dune, right? So.
This was a join you on by opportunity, not by planning. I wasn't actually.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Jack Ray.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. Appreciate it. All right. Yep. Well, blessings to everyone. I hope this has been a good, fun ride, but we need to call it a night. And again, David, thank you so much for graciously giving your time, and I'll see you on your stream coming up at the end of this week.
Well, it was my pleasure to join you.
Sweet. All right. Blessings to everyone. God bless.